In one room, there are many people in red suits, bowing their heads. The Chancellor asks in a stern tone when the railroad repairs will be completed. This event was still 3 months away. The story goes that the Chancellor's love for his people is the most important thing. The man could never have imagined that he would have to watch people suffer for another 3 months. The ruler orders the work to be finished in a month. The subordinate opened his mouth in shock because he realized that this could have serious consequences. The number of workers and slaves would increase, and this contradicted the plan he had come up with earlier. The emperor cares even about slaves. All the subordinates bowed down before their emperor and begged him to change his mind. Because of this impudence, the ruler instantly became serious, and a sarcastic smile played on his lips. If his subordinates really care about people, why don't they join in? And if not, perhaps the emperor should intervene? His tone sounded a little threatening. Fearful of the emperor's wrath, the people agreed and promised to complete the work in a month. In the meantime, the man was typing something on a typewriter. The ruler thinks that the typist is calling him names in his letters, but the man justifies himself and says that his fingers are not used to it yet. When he hears that the man's fingers are not used to it, he threatens to send him back to the training center. The employee promises to write faster. When it's over, the ruler says he's hungry. He plans to have a snack first, and orders everyone to reconvene in half an hour. When the man is alone, he sighs heavily and complains that his subordinates are very slow. A man is working hard at his job. He is forging a tool. At this time, his phone is ringing off the hook, but he ignores it. A second later, a man in a suit and with a package bursts into the room. He yells at Kim Jin-ho for not being able to reach him, but the boy shouts back and says that he is too busy to do so. The man's ears almost bled from yelling. The man was still angry with the boy, so he shouted back. The boy takes off his sunglasses and asks Byung-ho's brother how long he's been standing there. Kim Jin didn't hear the call because he was busy working. He received an order to make a knife for Sashima. Byung-ho immediately became more severe when he heard about the knife. His brother started to make excuses and said that it was just a fish knife that a restaurant had ordered from him. Byung-ho immediately believes his brother because he realizes that his brother would not lie. Kim Jin tells him to stop pretending to be a detective every time he sees him. Byung-ho hands him the kimchi his mother made and asks him why he doesn't clean his studio because it's so dirty. Suddenly, something unusual catches the man's eye. The boy quickly looks at his brother to see what he has found. He was holding a gun in his hands. The man was very angry with his brother for finding it and reminded him that they live in Korea. Kim Jin says that it is an order from a foreign cosplayer, so the gun is not real. His brother takes it and aims it at something. A second later, the man finds that the cap comes off. When he looks inside the gun, he sees a steel wire. Immediately afterwards, he screams and hits his brother on the back of the head, trying to understand why he used steel wire. Kim Jin just wanted to please his client, but his brother is not satisfied. What if they were terrorists, and he wanted to please them too? Then Byung-ho became even more serious and demanded that his brother show him everything he had here. Otherwise, he would request a warrant. Then, the man started searching. He noticed chemicals on the shelves, but the brother said that they were needed for engraving and metal work. The man has doubts that Kim Jin got it all legally, but he offers to show the receipt. Byung-ho refuses, but threatens that if our hero gets into trouble, he'll be in trouble. Kim Jin asks him not to worry about it, but his brother can't help but worry about the man who makes the weapons. Suddenly, Byung-ho smells a pungent and unpleasant odor. What kind of house has so much manure in it? Kim Jin embarrassingly admits that this is his field. He just needed potassium nitrate. Then the man changed his tone again to a more eerie one and asked why he needed it. He needed gunpowder to test his rifle, but it was very hard to get it. Hearing this, his brother became even angrier. Does Kim Jin have any idea what Byung-ho went through to separate him from his uncle when he left for the States, saying he wanted to build a ship? The man squeezes his shoulder tightly and says through his teeth that he can't cause so much trouble, so the field needs to be plowed immediately. Byung-ho says that he will come back and check everything in 2 days, so don't try to deceive him. After a while, the man gets into his car and drives away. Kim Jin reaches into her shelf and pulls out something, glad that her brother didn't find it. It was a small box of some kind. If Byung-ho had found it, the young man would have ended up in jail for sure. It was nitroglycerin, which is needed to make dynamite. The boy sighs heavily and says that the main thing is not to get caught. And then everything will be fine. Suddenly, everything started shaking and making noise. Kim Jin thought it was an earthquake. Everything in the room started to move, and he almost fell over. He almost dropped this very valuable box, but he jumped to catch it. Luckily, Kim Jin managed to catch it near the floor, but one small bottle jumped out of the box. The glass bottle had almost touched the floor. And then, a second after it touched the floor, there was a huge explosion. This bright flash almost blinded the young man. The explosion was so strong that it could have easily killed him. After a while, the young man feels very stuffy. He slowly opens his eyes. In front of him, he sees a woman and a man, and the first thing he thinks is that these two saved him. The protagonist could not understand what they were talking about. He tries his best to understand what kind of dialect it is, but it's all in vain. And when this fragile lady picked him up, he was shocked. How could she do it? Kim Jin-ho died at the age of 35. He woke up in the body of a child in the Joseon era. 3 months have passed since Kim Jin's rebirth. By eavesdropping on other people's conversations, the young man managed to learn something new. First, he was in the Joseon era, and judging by the clothes of the people around him, it was an early period. His father is a noble man, but he is far from the throne. If you recall what they were told in school, the king studied day and night. But in those days, absolutely no one listened to the history teacher, because everyone thought that they would never need it in their lives. Unlike this king, the nobility tried to stay away from learning. How could a king allow people in the kingdom to be smarter than him? Since Kim Jin is the eldest son, he doesn't have to worry about status and money. He's even happy about it, because now he has the perfect conditions to continue his hobby. In fact, our hero has been unusual since childhood. Everyone was surprised that at the age of 5 he could already collect a Rubik's Cube. And the expectations of Kim Jin's parents increased significantly due to the constant comments of others. Someone even called the boy a genius. The parents, of course, were very happy to hear this news. They were proud of their son, but very soon, their hope turned to disappointment. Of course, the teachers recognized the boy's intelligence, but he was still weak in his studies. The teachers said that Kim Jin would be better off becoming an inventor. His parents were very disappointed because they believed that no one needed inventors in this century. If he had been born a few centuries earlier, he would have been very famous. Our hero had no desire to learn, and for an inventor this was very important. Because of this, Kim Jin's parents constantly scolded him, not understanding why such a smart boy didn't study. They always said that it was for his future, and the boy didn't even know what to say. Suffering from constant pressure from his parents and teachers, the boy plunged into his hobby. He created a steam engine, learned how to create a Joseon-era blade, and much more. Noticing these strange hobbies, his friends began to call him a polymath, but soon this nickname changed. My father was screaming while watching TV. They were talking about some boy genius on the screen. His wife came into the living room to see what was causing her husband to react so strongly. The voice on the TV said that this inventor was a sophomore named Kim Jin-ho. The parents were very unhappy with this news, but our hero was happy. When Kim Jin returned home that day, he heard his parents talking about what a stupid fool he was, and that he was doing something stupid instead of studying. Without saying anything, the boy quietly went to his room to his father's words that all hobbies should have a limit. When Kim Jin entered his 3rd year of university, a significant event happened. Kim Jin received an offer to build a ship from a popular movie, so he flew to the States. His parents were, of course, very angry about this. Thus, several months passed. The guy was doing his favorite thing, and a sheikh came up to Kim Jin, praised his skills, and asked if he could build a yacht for him. He would pay a month in advance. Of course, our hero agreed. And so the trip to the States took a few more months. Soon the yacht was ready and the sheikh was satisfied. But the first thing the protagonist received upon his return to Korea was a hard slap across the face. It was done by his father, who was furious with his son for just leaving for the States without warning. The father started to kick his son out of the house, but his mother stood up for him. The parents began to quarrel with each other, while the boy looked at them in disbelief. The father blamed everything on his wife, who spoiled the boy too much. Kim Jin didn't want to listen to this quarrel anymore, so he fell to his knees in front of his parents and said that he was wrong. The protagonist really didn't want his parents to fight because of him. His father told him to serve in the army, and when he was older, he could come back. When he served in the army, he prepared for civilian service as ordered by his parents and did well in civilian service. Byung-ho congratulated his brother on his success. Byung-ho growled at his brother and told him to stop upsetting his parents. Thus, peace finally began to reign in the family. There was peace in the family, but not in the mind of the unfortunate boy, whose life was now broken. He was doing something he didn't want to do, and it was breaking him from the inside out every time. Suffering day after day, Jin-ho ended up in a clinic for depression. And when his parents saw what this led to, they made a difficult decision. The father allowed his son to live the way he wanted. It seems that he failed to listen to Jin-ho's feelings. As soon as the young man heard about it, a sincere smile appeared on his face and a twinkle in his eyes. Thus, Kim Jin began to move towards his dream, and he unexpectedly found himself in the Joseon era. But he was not upset at all. Here he was born with a golden spoon in his mouth, so everything that was not available to him in his previous life was available to him. The woman was watching her son at that moment and could not understand why he was so happy. But the woman was happy to see her son smile, so she calmly continued to embroider. The woman thought that this reaction was caused by the classics, so she thought that her son would be a writer. After a while, winter came. A few months later, the leaves turned yellow, and autumn came. A year passed. There were many people in the room, and they all greeted the gentleman. It seems that his father has a higher status than Kim Jin could have thought. Is it dangerous to live in a noble family that is not involved in the succession struggle? All the people who were present were shocked to see the heir with their own eyes. Everyone began to greet him and honor him. It was a great pleasure to meet him personally. Our hero's uncle came to visit. He could not have imagined that his nephew would be born so soon. The parents kindly thanked the great commander. The commander asked his parents for permission to hold his nephew in his arms. It seems that everything is becoming clearer to Kim Jin now. The man took the baby in his arms and began to admire him. The protagonist smiled to make his uncle feel even better. Soon after, the commander returned the baby back to his mother and complimented him on how cute he looked. The commander said his opinion that this child looks very smart. The boy was shocked when his father's name was Jong Yeon. Is his father really a great prince? In this life, his father is the great Prince Sejong, who was also depicted on the 10,000 won bill. It is hard to believe that now his father is the fourth monarch of the Joseon dynasty, King Sejong. By order of this man, the Korean alphabet was created. Sejong is one of the wisest monarchs in the history of Korea. He is still respected by people of all ages, and this respected person became his father in this life. He remembers a song that lists all the rulers of the dynasty and realizes that he is Moon and his son is Tan. The boy is seated at a table with many different objects on it. Today is his birthday, and he has to choose an object. Our hero carefully examines each object and thinks about what to choose. Suddenly something else catches his eye. A man is sitting off to the side, against the wall. In his ears, you can see bright, shiny earrings that attract attention. In a second, the little boy stretched out his arms to his uncle and looked at him with his big childish eyes. The man didn't understand what was going on and moved to the other side, but the boy was still reaching for him. Then the man was sure that the boy was reaching out to him. Soon the child was handed over to the man, and immediately after that, our hero reached for his earrings. It became clear that the boy was interested in the man and his earrings. The audience was a little shocked by what happened, because they definitely did not expect such a result. Kim Jin admired the diligent work that went into making these earrings. Despite this unexpected development, the birthday party was a success. There was silence for a few seconds among those present. The first son, Grand Prince Yang Yong, said that it was rather unfortunate. The third son, Grand Prince Jang Yong, told the prince to get dressed. But the boy didn't see anything wrong with that, because the main thing was to be comfortable. But it was also important not to forget that he was a national symbol. While they were arguing, the second son, Grand Prince Hyer Yeon, was playing with our hero. One of the brothers had heard that Jang Yong's academic achievements had already surpassed everything and everyone. The younger brother denied this because if the elder brother came even a little closer to the sacred chronicles, he would surpass him. If Jang Yeon takes the throne, he will immediately restore the old lands of the three Han dynasties and return the great Joseon to its former glory. The third and first brothers begin to quarrel with each other. The younger one thinks that the elder's plan is bad, because he needs to build up his strength first. Yang Yong knows this very well, and says that he is not going to do it all at once. The older brother thinks that 10 years will be enough time to prepare. But the younger brother says that it will not be enough. By this time, almost all the generals who served Zhu Yuanzhang will have died of old age. Other generals will die during the civil war that the current emperor will unleash. Moreover, many have already died during the conquests. Therefore, the older brother thinks that 10 years will be enough. Jang Yong cannot listen to this nonsense. Has Big Brother completely forgotten that Yun Lei sends 500,000 soldiers to each unit? The Ming Empire is not only terrifying because of its soldiers. An attack on them is simply impossible because of their administration and logistics. Compared to them, they have a lot to learn even in the field of census and agricultural measurement. Yang Yong is not going to listen to this. He says that he will spend 1 year on the census and another on measuring the land. The older brother realizes that the younger one is very smart, but it doesn't matter, because it is Jang Yong who will take the throne. He calls Jang Yong a mere assistant. The second brother just sighs heavily as he listens to his brother's quarrel. Who would expect such behavior from the sons of a military commander? Our hero realizes that Sejong is not the heir. The confrontation between Jang Yeon and Yang Yeon became more severe. There was the third king of the Joseon dynasty, King Taejo. A long time ago, the man advised the young emperor to take up science. But he replied that a great prince has nothing to do among scientists, so what's the point of studying? This story was told by Nam Jae, the right-wing state advisor. The gray-haired man is very happy to see that the boy likes to study. These were the words they heard from the king. The king said that it was very brave of him. The subordinate asked what the king was going to do. It turned out that he was going to just turn a blind eye. The main reason for the rivalry was King Taiho's ambiguous reaction. The eldest son could not understand at all what his father thought about this situation. The father constantly praises only his younger son, and does not pay attention to the boy at all. The older brother, who was free in spirit, could not survive the battle for the throne. He began to indulge in hunting and debauchery. Eventually, those close to the king began to act to prevent another uprising. They could not understand what the young lord was trying to achieve with this behavior. They were supposed to change Jongyun's behavior, but it seems they forgot to tell him about it. Mr. Park was very angry about this. He urgently wanted to see the prince. Mr. Shim begged him not to, and promised that he would talk to the prince this time. If he didn't want to live through the bloody tragedy that happened during Taiho's reign again, he had to talk to the prince. With that, the man walked away. Mr. Shim knew that the die had been cast. History had not changed, and the king sided with the great Prince Jongyun. Thus, he made his youngest son, Jongyun, his heir. The king greets his son. Although much has happened since then, he is now the heir apparent. He advises him to strengthen the friendship between his brothers, and to prepare carefully to lead their country. The queen, meanwhile, says that from now on, the princess will be responsible for the estate and make sure that there is no unnecessary noise. The girl bows and promises that she will always remember the queen's words. A second later, they praise the child of the prince and princess, calling him very smart. The prince said that his son was already mastering basic skills, even though he was only 4. In fact, he wasn't even 4. He will turn 4 in October. The king remarks that this is a real blessing for the royal family. Kim Jin feels that the atmosphere here is quite friendly and relaxed. Basically, everything is as expected. Suddenly, he remembers the words of his historian. The proverb that an enemy in the past is a new friend in the present can be used to describe King Taejo and his wife. The great King Sejong killed his wife's family to frighten his maternal relatives. Suddenly, the king tells her that he has heard the news that the princess's father has been very busy lately. The princess immediately gets tense and says that she doesn't know anything because she sits in her room all the time. For some reason, the girl begins to worry very much. Cold sweat runs down her face. King Taejo says in a stern tone that he wishes her father a peaceful old age. It will be very unpleasant if he loses all his wealth because of health problems. The girl says that she will convey these words to him. Our hero can feel how the atmosphere has changed after the king's words, and how his mother has begun to worry. At this rate, the bloodshed will begin very soon. 2 months after Grand Prince Jongyun became the heir, Taejo handed over the throne and resigned. Taejo was very cautious about Jongyung's maternal relatives who gained power, especially to Jongyung Shimon, and one day, the king's suspicions were confirmed. The news came that Kang Sang-hung, Park Sip, and Shim Jung had a personal meeting. During the meeting, Kang Sang-hee said that the royal power was completely limited due to the presence of the retired king. King Taejo will make them pay for their insolence. He orders them all to be found. The queen tries to stop her husband. Is he really going to do the same to his daughter-in-law's family as he once did to her family? Kang Sang-gin was sentenced to death, Shimon was sentenced to life in prison, and his maternal relatives were sold into slavery. But Sejong had absolutely no reaction to this. The girl cried bitterly and quietly. She could not do anything. Kim Jin realizes that maternal relatives can be a reliable protection in the future, and thinks that she should try to convince her father of this. But a second later, he changes his mind. It's better not to interfere with history. Judging by the look on his father's face, he and Taejo had come to some sort of agreement. The case was closed, but the consequences couldn't be eliminated so quickly. Many people were unhappy that the traitor's daughter could become queen, so they wanted to get rid of her. But Jang Yeon defended his wife. If this continued, he would return the throne to the previous king, and his wife would not be queen. Taejo said that it was impossible to remove a man who had already given birth to 3 children from the throne, so there was no need to raise this topic anymore. Our hero is very glad that he did not interfere in this. His father is very strict and cold in his decision-making. Is Jiang Yong really going to strengthen the royal power? After that, an ambassador from the Ming Empire arrived to ask questions about the abdication. But the transfer of the throne went quite well. Jiang Yong read a letter and said that its contents were quite sad. But because of the ambassadors and the control of the resigned king, Sejong had to invade the island of Tsushima. The protagonist recalls a question from his historian. What happened to Yi Jongmu's invasion? Kim Jin stretched out his little hands to the documents, which attracted his father's attention. Jang Yong smiled when he noticed that his son was interested in the affairs of the state, but that he had to study to participate. A second later, the man ordered the eunuch to call the royal secretary. Soon, the man was carrying our hero on his shoulder and smiling broadly. The boy was taken to class to study. However, there was one problem. Kim Jin hated studying. If this continued, he would not be able to continue his hobbies and would die young, so something had to be done. The plan is based on the fact that King Sejong is a real fanatic. In addition to coming up with many original ideas, he voluntarily participates in collecting donations. The protagonist decides to lure his father to his side. First, he has to gather talented craftsmen. If Kim Jin shows his inventions to his father, he will be able to get a lot of money, make a few more discoveries, and strengthen his position and expand his business. Of course, he'll need to learn a little, but he's not going to try too hard. So all he has to do is charm the people in charge of his education. It would be even better if he could turn them into his slaves. The protagonist was calmly walking down the street, followed by many subordinates. Suddenly, the little boy felt a very pungent and unpleasant smell coming from the bushes somewhere. He saw that someone was using the restroom there. The main character definitely did not expect to see this here. It was a very disgusting place. As Kim Jin walked down the street, all the subordinates bowed and greeted him. And so, when the boy passed by the subordinates, he again felt this pungent, unpleasant smell. Then he looked around to see where it was coming from. He saw a large brown stain on the skirt of one of his subordinates, which was the source of the unpleasant odor. This made Kim Jin even more disgusted by this picture. He was ready to overturn this terrible kingdom. The boy was sitting in a royal lecture that had just come to an end. The gray-haired old man who was giving the lecture said that if the boy had any questions, he could ask them. Our hero sits silently and thinks about something. He looks very focused. Kim Jin says that he saw a court lady with excrement on the edge of her skirt. Of course, this is a normal process, but it's terrible if the clothes get in the way of others. The man replied that the clothes also cover parts of the body, reflecting class. It is normal to put up with such inconveniences. But the boy objects, because it is wrong to define a layer of people by their clothes. The boy says that even if a gentleman is dressed in rags, the scent of his virtue will spread throughout the world. Kim Jin asks if they think it's time to change the rules. The man is shocked by the child's wisdom. This problem cannot be solved so quickly. The boy realizes that the man is just changing the subject. Our hero says that he has recently read about the conquest of the island of Tsushima. The boy explains that he was still with his father at the time, and the letter said that everyone was called up for service except farmers. Isn't the lack of a trained navy a big problem? Why then are sailors not trained at all? Then the boy indignantly asks why the residents of Tsushima Island did not evacuate? If they were worried about the fact that the island had turned into a Japanese pirate camp, they would have moved the inhabitants to a server. Then there would be no need to worry about Tsushima Daimyo anymore, and there would be no need to give it a title and issue a bronze seal. The bearded old man says that they have already discussed this issue. The main character was very angry about it. No one took him seriously just because he was a child. Then, the man who was giving the lecture tells about the very wise words of a 5-year-old boy and asks if he is really only 5 years old. It is hard to believe that a boy at such a young age is already thinking about such questions. Given the mental capacity of our hero, the teachers decide that they can make the lessons a little more difficult. Some of them were already looking forward to the day when the young prince would become king. Some time passed. During one of the lessons, Kim Jin started to get nervous and threw the book away. They were giving him incomplete answers just because he was not yet the heir. It was incredibly annoying for the boy. If everything continues at the same pace, the boy will live no longer than King Moon. Our hero was going to take the first step in only 10 years, but he has to change his plans a little bit. The guy is going to get rid of these fools as soon as he becomes the heir. Yes, the time passed quickly enough, and when the kid turned 7, he was declared the heir. Kim Jin was very tired, because the ceremony of the prince's accession to the heirship is very intense. But it was worth it, because now Kim Jin has become the crown prince, and he has been waiting for this forever. The boy decides what he is going to do now and thinks that he is going to revise his father's policy. The protagonist quickly realizes that he can make good money on the salt monopoly. Silver and gold had been extracted from the Ming Empire's data, but the problem was the amount. There were also land issues and smuggling. The kingdom was in a really difficult economic situation. In fact, the protagonist could come up with many solutions for this. But there was only one problem. And this problem was that there was no gold in the country at all. Moreover, the protagonist still lacks power, even though he has become the heir apparent. Anyway, Kim Jin couldn't just stand by, so he decided to start small. It was very uncomfortable to paint with this brush, because he could not get used to it. There were many uncomfortable things in this era. Suddenly, Kim Jin realized that he could start changing things a little bit. This was just the beginning of his journey, the artillery unit of the state system, which is responsible for the production of weapons. Finally, our hero feels at ease. He has already missed the smell of iron. Kim Jin will be here quite often because of his hobbies, so it's better to show up early. The man working here bows and greets our hero. This man's name is Lee Chang-ho. He is the head of the ammunition department. Thanks to his work, Joseon is getting stronger every day. Kim Jin admits that he is actually looking for someone. The boy asks who among them is the best at working with gold and iron. Lee Chang-ho thinks about this and searches his mind for the right options. Soon he remembers one such person. Very soon he is brought to a room. The blacksmith calls himself humble. But our hero thinks that the blacksmith of an artillery unit responsible for defense cannot be humble. The boy calls him to come closer because he wants to ask him for something. He puts a drawing on the table and asks the blacksmith if he can make it. The man is a little confused, but he carefully studies the drawing but still does not understand what it is. The protagonist calmly replies that it is a replacement brush. He surprises the man with this answer. The man looks at his drawing a little more and realizes what's going on. Moreover, a round bead needs to be added to the tip so that the ink writes smoothly on the paper. The blacksmith promises to make the slit for the bead about 5 months. Kim Jin begins to calculate how much that is in centimeters. It turns out that it was 0.15 of a millimeter. Is it really possible to do this with your hands? The guy says that he will need to make a lot of these things and as soon as possible. Because of the contact with the liquid, gold and silver will have to be used, not iron. If Koval creates the right mold, he can make about 20 pieces a day. The rod should be about half a centimeter thick. The protagonist has voiced everything he needs and asks how much time he needs to do it. Our hero gives the blacksmith 3 days and tells him to do his best. 3 days passed. The blacksmith has made several tips of different thicknesses. He asks the young prince to try each one and choose the best one. Kim Jin touches the tip of the pen to the paper and draws a small line. Our hero, the blacksmith, and the subordinate look at the paper carefully. The protagonist is very pleased with the result, so he praises the blacksmith and thanks him very much. After that, Kim Jin orders the blacksmith to create 100 pieces of this thickness and pay special attention to 10 of them. The boy asks if it is possible to engrave plum blossoms on the body. Of course, it's no problem. Kim Jin is excited by the idea and asks how long it will take. It will take 10 days. The boy adds 2 more days for the blacksmith to work, but it is important that everything is without any defects, because he plans to show it to the king. Having said all that, the young prince goes about his business. The men begin to discuss our hero. They both notice that even though the boy is only 8, his actions and speech resemble those of a 13-year-old boy. A second later, Lee Chang-ho turns to the blacksmith and says that he has achieved a lot. With a smile, the blacksmith says that he is going to ask the carpenter to make the coolest fastener ever. This should be kept as a family heirloom. After some time, Kim Jin brought this thing to the king himself for testing, and he was completely delighted with it. December 10th, 3 years of Sejong's reign. The crown prince created gold pens and presented them to the king. Jang Yeon said that it was an incredible thing. It was comfortable to hold, and it wrote perfectly. The king tried the golden pens and was very generous in his praise. He also ordered the scribe to record this historic moment. The king continued to praise the prince and say that he had done an incredible job. Suddenly, at the tip of the pen, he saw a drawing of a plum blossom. Kim Jin explained that it was engraved on purpose as a symbol of the royal family. Jang Young asked how the boy came up with this idea. It's time for our hero's plan. He begins his story and says that while writing, he noticed something strange. He saw the ink seeping through the brush. The liquid flows from top to bottom, but the guy saw something opposite. And after much thought, he came up with this idea. Jang Yong praised him because many people already use a brush. But no one else has thought of this. The king highly appreciated our hero's intelligence. Kim Jin had one request, and he asked the eunuch to bring something. In the box were pens, which the boy asked to distribute to all historians and government officials. Because historians write tirelessly, and this would make their work easier, the crown prince ordered all ministers to use these pens. The king thought it was a great idea, but he asked the ministers for their opinion. All of them were only too happy to hear the news. The prince took care of his subordinates. The room was filled with laughter and joy. Everyone continued to praise the young man for his discovery. Very soon, the golden pens created by our hero caused a stir throughout Joseon. So Kim Jin created the gold pens and presented them to the ministers. The reaction was very lively. Hyang's popularity among officials grew exponentially. Thanks to this pen, writing became much more convenient. Moreover, Hyang also created notebooks. Sometimes military generals need to give urgent orders, which is why our hero created a notebook that allows you to write anywhere. Satisfied, Sejong ordered new products to be made in large quantities and distributed to the military. The golden pens created by the protagonist completely changed the course of history. At this time, a buyer on the street buys ink paper. The seller writes something down with a pen, and the buyer watches closely because he sees the very pen that everyone is talking about now. The seller proudly tells him that the king personally gave it to him and shows him the beautiful engraving of a plum tree. The pen looks incredible and it's also comfortable to carry around. The gentleman leaves and tells him to bring all the paper into the house. The man smiles slyly and thinks about those gold pens. This business smells like money. Some time passes. The king receives news that very unpleasant things have been happening on the streets lately. They say that fake gold pens have been appearing on the streets lately. When the king heard about it, he was very outraged. We need to solve this matter urgently. The king is going to find and severely punish the culprits. But first, it is important to listen to the opinion of the prince who created the pen. Soon, the subordinates called the prince, and soon the boy came to the hall. The king told him that people wanted to make money on his pens, and these people should be severely punished. However, first the king wants to know what his son thinks. The protagonist furrowed his brows and began to think, while the audience admired his innocent childish face. The boy asks if the king can leave the decision of this issue to him. Thus a month passed. As soon as the prince enters the room, everyone bows and greets him. Kim Jin asks if his subordinates know why he has called them. He shows them a pen. That's why he brought them here. The merchants bow even lower and swear that they would never do such a dirty thing and fake pens. But as it turns out, our hero didn't call them here to press charges. All the merchants were trembling with fear, and cold sweat was running down their faces. He saw that they were still afraid, and repeated in a stern tone to calm down. Kim Jin ordered them to get up from the floor, but they did so very slowly, probably because of fear. When everyone was seated, the young prince decided to get right down to business. Everyone was very tense and scared. Kim Jin wants to entrust the production of gold pens to one of the local trading companies, but the traders will have to pay the state 20% of their profits, and the price should not exceed 60% of the costs. But one of the traders seems to have a question. The profit may seem generous, but if we take into account the vendor's earnings and the share of social workers, the net profit will be about 30%. The salesman continues to ponder, but the prince interrupts him and loudly bangs on the table. The young prince accused the man of lying and looked at him with his piercing gaze. Of the 30%, that would be 6. He orders the expulsion of this trader who is blinded by profit. A second later, his subordinates grabbed the man and began to force him out of the room, while he screamed and begged for pity. But no one was going to take pity on him. After that, everyone present looked down in fear and fell silent. Kim Jin considers traders and residents of the Joseon Kingdom to be important people. You can't do everything yourself, so you will need help. But they will be treated like paupers if they continue to use such tricks. Kim Jin was as serious as he could be. The merchants nodded their heads in understanding. After the crown prince's remark, the meeting was over without any tricks. Kim Jin praises eunuch Joe for a job well done. The eunuch still could not understand why the prince did it. Kim Jin is young, so he had no choice. Now the eunuch understands him and says that he will return soon. The protagonist smiles and gives him a kind look. Everything is going smoothly, so he must continue in the same spirit. Suddenly, someone approached our hero. It was a man who introduced himself as General Sun. He is here because he has something to say to the boy. The bearded man says in a stern voice that they can no longer follow his plan. This is the first time Kim Jin has encountered disagreement since he was reborn as Hyang. Not long ago, after the sale of the gold pens, the national budget began to increase rapidly. So, King Sejong and his ministers also turned their attention to trade. But there were those who disagreed with this. Someone said that traders should be a lower stratum of society, and the emperor was too kind to them. And all this was started by the crown prince. They believe that it is necessary to show the prince the true path. Although the crown prince is smart, he is still a child. They are surprised that the emperor allowed a little boy to decide such an important issue. But they did not have time to express their dissatisfaction because Taizhou died. It happened on May 10th. He was 56 years old. It was a completely inappropriate time for this, so it was better to wait for the next opportunity. Hyang, meanwhile, was very busy all the time. Kim Jin hopes that now he will have somewhere to draw inspiration from. It would be suspicious if the little boy claimed to have come up with everything himself, so he decided to go to the library. Kim Jin needs to learn how to lie well to make his plan come true. Soon, our hero comes to the king with an idea to use other numbers. Arabic numerals, which are used in the West, will be perfect for this. Zhang Yong asks what the ministers will say about it. The Minister of Taxation, Kim Chom, thinks that Arabic numerals are very convenient. Minister Hojo shares the same opinion. Prince Hyang is ordering everyone to use Arabic numerals for the next month. If all goes well, they will set them as the national number. But his father had news for our hero. Chan Yong did not seem to be very pleased. Emperor Ming sent them a letter. King Sejong ordered that gold pens be made and brought to the Ming Emperor. The emperor was pleased and asked for 10,000 gold pens to be sent to him. But the problem was that there was not much gold left in the budget. Suddenly, Kim Jin comes up with a great idea. The protagonist suggests that their economy should be better managed by the state. The general was outraged by this idea, but Zhang Yong stopped him and asked his son to continue the story. Since the Ming Emperor sent the letter, it means that the whole empire liked the golden pens, and there are quite a few people living there. They probably have even more scribes. If they contact a trading company, they can sell even more than the Ming Empire requested. And judging by the calculations, they will be able to make quite a lot of money on it. Kim Jin said that they should order the merchants to accompany the ambassadors to the Ming Empire, but the merchants would have to make a small contribution. But the stern general is completely against this and expresses his opinion about it. Sun Woo insists that they should not follow the prince's plan. Obviously, this plan will bring a lot of money and glory to the state, but great wealth brings with it the corruption of power. It can lead to real tyranny. The Minister of Rights steps forward and says that he agrees with the Inspector General's opinion. The man does not think that ordinary merchants can participate in the journey to meet the emperor, because it tarnishes the dignity of the Joseon kingdom. It seems that the little prince does not understand the basics of diplomacy at all. The general says that the prince needs to study even harder and learn about national affairs. But our hero does not care about the words of this bastard, because his father allows him to fulfill his plan. The inspector said that people will get bogged down in luxury and tyranny will begin. This will happen if we look at the events of the past. If we look at history, we can understand that people have always had to work to earn their bread. The guy is not forcing anyone to kill themselves at work. The inspector objects and says that the events of the past can happen again. Then our hero interrupts and asks if the inspector lives in the present day. How can the inspector be sure that the pens are one-time use? What's more, traders deal in more than just pens. Sun Woom argues and says that most people bought the golden pen out of curiosity, but the invention could not compare to a paintbrush and became just a child's toy. But the inspector is wrong. He seems to have no idea how many pens are bought every month. 400 at the state level and 1,000 at the mass level. Hearing this, the inspector was stunned. And this pen was invented by a child. For the sake of people, they just need to be accompanied by traders. The boy ordered the eunuch to bring a book from his room. It was called Geography of the World. It was one of the books given to him by the ambassadors of the Ming Empire. It reflects the geography of the Ming Empire and its neighboring countries. Moreover, it is believed that Vietnam and the Ming Empire harvest more grain than the Joseon Kingdom. So they should use the profits to buy grain and provide aid to the people. When the inspector heard this, he shouted loudly in objection. The true way of a king implies poverty for both the ruler and the people. But our hero did not like this at all. Is he really proud of the fact that they are poor? The people are suffering because of it. In summer they die because of the heat. In winter they freeze to death from the cold, and in spring they starve to death. After this, no one will appreciate the monarch. Even a nobleman will step over himself if his child goes hungry for 3 days. No parent will stand by and watch their child die of hunger. The king is the father of all the people. That is why the king must take care of everyone as if they were his own children. Zhang Yong liked his speech very much. After that, the room was completely silent. The scribe, meanwhile, wrote down everything that happened in the room on paper. Officials and the gentry had already learned how to suppress hunger, but ordinary people had no such knowledge. If they wanted to teach the people good things, they had to at least save them from hunger first. The king liked this idea. The man was greatly inspired by it. It has long been said that the hearts of men are the hearts of heaven. But how will the heavens respond to their goodness if people's hearts are in complaint? Moreover, there is a proverb. Man assumes, heaven provides. They will do everything in their power and wait for the answer from heaven. Even in the case of a drought or epidemic, officials insist that the king is not virtuous enough. They need to take care of water and food before the drought comes, and prepare medicine before the epidemic begins. Judging by the fact that they did not prepare anything and blamed it on the king's lack of integrity, are they really saying that the Joseon dynasties are not virtuous enough? Hearing such frankness from our hero, the men just stood there and opened their mouths. Kim Jin is well aware that most of the officials have been in office since the previous dynasty. Why then do they not say that King Taejo was not virtuous enough? He founded his own dynasty despite his proximity to the Koryo. Is there enough virtue for a man who took up the sword against his brothers? But the inspector shouts and interrupts the crown prince, saying that he is wrong. The subordinates swear that they have never had such disgusting thoughts. All of them, as one voice, beg for mercy. Jang Yong calmly admitted that the prince was too harsh. Kim Jin apologized for his blunt words. His father told him to choose his words carefully in the future. Jang Yong also believes that helping people should come first. In addition, they must give Emperor Ming what he asked them to do. The young prince thinks that it would be better not just to give away grain, but to exchange it for labor. Jang Yong does not seem to understand what his son means and asks him again. The main cause of droughts is low rainfall. If they drafted people to work and gave them grain in return, they could prevent famine. This way you can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The subordinates bow and say it's a brilliant idea. When our hero has finished his speech, the father allows him to leave. Chanyong advises his son to take part in political discussions when the rituals of descendants are over. After these words, the young prince leaves. With that, the king ends the morning meeting and says that they can leave. But in the end, the king says in a stern tone that he will be forced to reconsider the position of officials in relation to the ruling dynasty. The subordinates again began to beg for mercy, but Jang Yong was very angry and ordered them to return to work. If you take an extra step to the side, it could end in bloodshed. The blood of the previous king flows in Changyong. The inspector makes excuses that he is just worried about the future of the kingdom. The word is not a sparrow, so you had to watch what comes out of your mouth. The men's mistake was to underestimate the young prince because of his age. If their plan failed, they would have to abandon their positions. Men don't understand what we are talking about. On the other hand, they must guide the emperor to the true path. Sun Wum was going to stop the young prince at all costs. The queen heard that the prince made a fuss during the meeting. Yang Yong objected, saying that on the contrary, his son had spoken many wise words, and it was the king himself who had made a fuss. He could not stand it, and gave a speech that he had used when he was a prince. This made his wife laugh so much that she wished she had seen it in person. They laughed together, and Jang Yong says that he would be very ashamed if she saw it. The woman notices that the king's complexion is much better. The woman adds more tea and tells him not to worry. There is no point in talking about the scribe's brush. Jang Yong realizes that his wife is right, because comfort comes first. The king told their son to take part in political discussions. The woman is surprised because he is still very young. But judging by Hyun's behavior, everything will be fine. It seems that he is over 40 years old. The woman is very happy that Jang Yong is no longer worried that her son's intelligence could become a barrier between them. The man recalls how he asked the eunuch to leave because he wanted to be alone. When Jang Yong was alone, he was able to breathe a sigh of relief. He wondered what he should do. Wait for the bastards to come out on their own, or lure them out. Not to break the silence or to shed blood. The man realizes that there are too many of his father's relatives here. To be sure, Jang Yong needs his own subordinates. Following the order of King Sejong, the Ministry of Taxation began to produce gold pens for Emperor Yongle, but a serious problem arose in the process. News came out that they would not meet the deadline. The trading company responsible for the production of the pens said that they were unable to fulfill the order within this time frame. Given the current state of the workshop in Joseon, the gold pens will not be produced on time. Hyang wanted to make sure of something for himself and asked to call the leader of the trading company. When the inspector heard this, he was immediately outraged. How can they call an ordinary trader into the hall? Jang Yong interrupts him and asks if the inspector general knows something. The king appreciates loyalty, but wouldn't it be better to offer an alternative instead of just denying all suggestions? Soon, the company manager was brought into the room. The merchant fell to the ground and bowed before the emperor. The king explained to the merchant that his son wanted to ask him something, so he had to answer honestly. Kim Jin had heard the news that they were not able to finish the work on time and asked why. The fact was that a gold pen is a very difficult item to make. It requires a lot of concentration, and no matter how hard they try, there is a limit to everything. This means that the entire process of making one gold pen is the responsibility of one person. An experienced craftsman makes only one pen at a time. Kim Jin wanted to talk to the master first. When the inspector hears that our hero wants to talk to an ordinary worker, he is very indignant. Jang Yon doesn't understand the inspector's strange reaction at all. Why can't he call someone in the national interest? When he tries to object again, the king knocks loudly on the throne and shouts at him to shut his mouth. If the Inspector General says another word, the king will have to question his loyalty. This phrase quickly gags him, and he looks down at the floor. Soon the craftsman was brought into the hall, and Kim Jin asked him if the pen-making was really the responsibility of one craftsman. The men bowed and said it was true without even looking up from the floor. But fortunately our hero has a suggestion. When making gold pens, one person should make the gold plates, another should shape them, and the third should cut the pattern. He suggested they make pens this way. The master said that it would take time to get used to it, but that over time they would be able to make pens faster. This is called division of labor. If several people share the work, the process is faster. Jang Yong is happy that the situation has been resolved. He will be looking forward to hearing more good news. After the craftsmen left to go about their business, the father asked his son how he came up with the idea. Heian said that when he entered the royal kitchen, he saw that the cooks had divided their duties among themselves. That's when he came up with the idea. The king was very impressed that the prince found inspiration in a very ordinary place. The officials bowed down to the prince and said they agreed and appreciated his intelligence. But the inspector was bothered by the fact that the heir paid attention only to trivial things. It would have been better if Hyang had used his talent to study the works of famous sages. The king was seriously irritated by the inspector's behavior, and he did not let him finish. He turned to the inspector with a blank stare and a terrible tone, asking him if he really thought that all kings were merciful. The inspector began to make excuses and say that he had no such thoughts. The scribe, meanwhile, wrote down everything on paper. It was true that the Inspector General's remarks were rather narrow-minded, but it is hard to justify the king either. Of course, any father would brag about his child, but a monarch should not use his power to suppress those who disagree with him. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Estate, Kim Jin reflects on what would have happened if he hadn't come up with the idea of division of labor. The boy seems to be proud of himself. Lately, the king has been calling his son often to consult with him. Kim Jin was going to stand out a bit, but it seems he overdid it. Our hero could not even think that the concept of division of labor did not exist at this time in history. This idea was a tacit agreement between absolute monarchy and the trading system. Joseon was ruled by an absolute monarchy, but history tells us a lot about the power struggle between the king, who aspired to absolutism, and the vassals. The vassals wanted to limit the monarch's power and advance the interests of the disenfranchised. If our hero wants a peaceful future for himself, he must first work on strengthening his position. Rome wasn't built in a day either, so the protagonist will have to act slowly. He needs to make sure that his father's power is firmly established even in the most remote corners of the kingdom. But this requires capital. Kim Jin decided to replenish the treasury first. Soon, our hero was already at the king's house. The boy wants to say something about ambassadors to the Ming Empire, but he needs the emperor's confirmation. The officials and ministers who heard about it were stunned, but did not dare to say anything. The protagonist stands in front of the king and waits for his father's answer. Everyone was trying to guess why the boy had come this time. The first way to fill the treasury is to introduce special rights to gold pens, judging by the fact that the emperor wanted more gold pens. They would be well appreciated in the Ming Empire, because the empire is several times larger than the kingdom of Joseon. The boy goes on to say that the ambassadors make too many demands every time. Therefore, they should lower their demands on the goods they carry. The Inspector General interrupts the boy and tells the king that this is simply not possible. The Ming dynasty court recognized Joseon as a tributary state, so it would be very rude to act like this against a great empire. But our hero continues to stand his ground and says that oppressing a small state is not acceptable either. The Inspector General says that if they decide to reduce the amount of tribute, a negative reaction will follow. Tribute is taken from the labor of their people. The higher the tribute demands, the less food their people have. At this rate, taxes will increase, so it is better to deal with this as early as possible. King Jongyeon thought seriously about his son's words. He rubbed his chin slowly. The inspector stood his ground and said that the prince was too poorly versed in the affairs of the state. If the eunuchs speak badly of their state in front of the emperor, there could be trouble. The governor becomes increasingly annoyed with the protagonist. Does he really think that the emperor is a complete fool? Such words shock the Inspector General, and he just opens his mouth and falls silent. The man immediately becomes softer and says that the prince is too young, and he is afraid that they may have serious problems in the pursuit of profit. The protagonist also starts shouting and asks what his age has to do with it. He doesn't understand what problems they might have because of it. After every visit of the ambassadors from the Ming Empire, the road is filled with carts of goods, but they steal the wealth of the people of the Joseon kingdom. A wise man said that the job of the highest officials is to ensure a decent life for the people. But the inspector is desperately obeying the wishes of the eunuchs. The inspector wanted to continue his speech, But the young prince was not finished. The wise man said that a great man shows goodness even when he lives in the greatest riches, and maintains honesty even when he occupies the highest position. And this does not fit in with submission to mere eunuchs. How dare they call themselves great men if this is the righteousness they have been taught? The protagonist, first of all, addresses the king himself. The boy falls to his knees and bows, asking to be allowed to head the embassy. The prince is going to stop these thefts no matter what. Our hero may be only 9, but his heart is bigger than the highest mountains. Even though the kingdom of Joseon is experiencing difficulties, on the contrary, this is their opportunity. Thanks to this, they can lay the foundation for 1,000 years to come. But the father doesn't seem to like this idea. He tells his son to go back to his room. He orders the eunuchs to take the prince and force him back to his room because he seems to be too angry now. The protagonist does not give up and still continues to insist on his way, but the eunuchs take him away. When our hero was brought to the room, he shouted loudly and ordered everyone to leave. Kim Jin was now very angry. He could hardly contain his emotions to avoid smashing everything around him. But after a few minutes, he exhaled, trying to calm down. He didn't even realize he had lost his temper. Sungwoom looked down on our hero only because of his young age and picked on him at every meeting. The protagonist is not going to just sit on the sidelines in silence. A second later, Kim Jin called the eunuch over. The boy told him to get ready to leave for the Ming Empire. The eunuch could not understand why this happened so suddenly and abruptly. He would not sit still, and he was going to show those bastards who was right. Meanwhile, the officials were telling the king that they didn't have the strength to listen to the prince anymore. The king told everyone present that this amazing child sleeps no more than 6 hours a day. A 9-year-old child is thinking about how to enrich their country, and all these impudent men can do is criticize him and disagree. After a second, the officials bowed and said they deserved to die for saying that. Suddenly, someone bursts into the room and shouts. One of his subordinates runs inside and says that they have a serious problem. The king immediately gets to the point and asks what happened. The man says that the crown prince is preparing to leave. Everyone was immediately in a frenzy and could not understand where the young man was going. The subordinate tried to calm down in order to report where our hero was going. When the audience heard that Haiyan had decided to go to the Ming Empire, they opened their mouths in shock. The boy said that matters of state cannot be delayed. Jang Yong immediately jumped up. He was very unhappy with his son's behavior. Immediately after hearing this news, Chan Yong hurried to his son, and all the officials quickly followed him. On the horizon he saw 2 eunuchs, whom he called to come over. They were eunuchs from the eastern estate, and the king asked them where they were going. It turned out that they were going to the royal secretariat. It turns out that they were ordered to make a list of all the items that had been handed over by the ambassadors of the Ming Empire since the reign of Taizhou. Hearing about this, Jang Yong became even more angry with his son. How impudent he was. The queen, meanwhile, was sitting quietly in her room 6 when someone came running in with bad news. One of her subordinates ran in and told her the news that the prince was on his way to the Ming Empire. The queen does not understand why, and the subordinate explains. He is going there to stop the extortion of excessive tribute from their kingdom. And now, the king is on his way to the eastern estate. The woman's face is terrified. Without waiting for anyone, the queen instantly ran out of the room, and her subordinates rushed after her. She could not understand why Hyang was behaving so strangely. Meanwhile, the father had already found his son and began to scold him for his impudent behavior. But the prince only said that it was his duty to the state. No one took our hero seriously just because of his age, but Kim Jin didn't care. He stood his ground. But the father only shouted at his son while the mother was breathing heavily and trying to stabilize her breathing through fast running. His brothers cry bitter tears after every tribute collection, so Kim Jin can't stay away. A second later, the king orders the eunuch to bring the rope. When the men heard this, they fell into a stupor. Hearing this, the queen immediately rushed to the king and her son, trying to stop him. The woman asks him not to do it, because the boy is only 9 years old. But Jang Yeon insists on his decision. The younger the age, the more severe the punishment. He orders the woman to stay out of it. A second later, he orders the eunuchs to take the queen out of the room so that she does not interfere. She cries out with tears in her eyes for one last time that at least a little mercy should be shown. Soon after, the king begins to beat him on the legs with a whip. Hyeon's first sin is arrogance. His second sin is a sense of superiority over his subordinates. The third sin is ignoring his father's orders. The boy must sincerely repent of this and promise that he will never do it again. When it was over, Jang Yeon left the room and ordered a doctor to be called to give the prince first aid. The queen, meanwhile, is crying bitterly because she is in great pain for her son. Jang Yong tells her to take care of Hyang. Before he leaves, the king calls all the officials very petty. They behave no better than his son. The officials wanted to condemn the young prince again, but quickly fell silent because the queen could hear what they were saying. She turned around and shouted at the officials, asking why they hadn't thought of absolutely anything to prevent this. The woman will never forget that day. The officials had no choice but to look down at the ground and say that they deserved to die. When evening came, the mother was having an educational conversation with her son and spanking his buttocks for behaving so badly. Kim Jin was very unhappy about this. He had suffered all his childhood in his past life, and in this one too. Suddenly the woman stopped hitting him. Bitter tears were streaming down her face and her lips were trembling. A second later, she clung to him and burst into tears. The woman had only her son, only Hien. He apologized to her. Meanwhile, the king had already returned to his chambers. The room was completely silent. Chung Yong was still angry about the situation. The king ordered the eunuch to bring the prince's documents that he had asked for. A few minutes later, the eunuch brought the documents he needed. Chung Yong opened them and began to read them carefully. These documents contained all the wealth they were giving to the Ming Empire as tribute. Year after year, the amount of wealth they sent to the Ming Empire increased. Chung Yong shouted at them loudly. The officials remained silent. Why couldn't they think of something that even a young prince would think of? The officials could only look down and apologize. He ordered them to report to his aides and the ambassador within 2 hours and report to him. Night fell. The king went outside and was met by the queen, who could not sleep. She asked him why he had punished their son so severely today. Jung Yong seemed to be very angry today. He replied that the heir was a very intelligent child. What happened today was that his sense of exclusivity was so blinding that he faced the disagreement of officials. If the monarch is unable to gain the trust of officials, he will not be able to help the common people. The woman listens to her husband's words in silence and thinks about them. She thinks that their son was really born wise. Zheng Yong is going to set him on the right path to become a worthy leader of the state. The woman realized that she could not know her husband's true motives, but if it is for the sake of the goal, she will not interfere. The protagonist was sitting on the stairs watching children playing outside. This boy's name is Yu. He is our hero's younger brother, but he is not a simple kid. In the future, he will commit a terrible bloodshed in the estate. This boy will kill Munjong, and then his nephew Tanzhong will take the throne. After that, Yu will begin to get rid of the opposition and poison his younger brother, the Grand Prince Unpeng. He abandoned his brothers and betrayed his grandfather and father, which brought the Joseon dynasty to misery. Most historians have assessed Grand Prince Su Yang negatively. It is hard to believe that this innocent boy would turn into a real tyrant and despot. Kim Jin thinks that he needs to influence his brother Yu before it's too late. But how can he do it? Suddenly, the boy remembers a method of re-education. This method is called hard lessons and cramming. Hyen wants to make his brother work for him. Soon, our hero approaches Yu and Yang, greeting them. The boys bow and greet Hyang. He is happy to see that they are having fun together. The protagonist reminds Yu that he will start writing lessons very soon. He asks his brother if he wants to study together today. Yu doesn't seem to be expecting such a proposal. Yu's brother does not understand why this is necessary. The boy explains that he is just curious to know what his brother is studying. The protagonist hopes that his brother will accept his offer. In the future, he will still be working for him. Without thinking twice, Yu's brother refuses and says that he can do the work himself. Yu takes John with him and suggests that they play somewhere else, because Hyang is in the way. The young prince did not understand his brother's sharp and negative reaction. Ye recalls how he lived his usual day. He was running around happily and rejoicing in the fact that dinner was coming soon. And he overheard a fragment of a phrase about the crown prince being very cool. Yu decided to eavesdrop on what his subordinates were talking about. They were praising our hero and admiring the fact that at such a young age, he was already so well versed in literature. Hien was also very interested in public affairs. Everyone thought he was a real genius. Soon they started talking about the second prince, Yu. Hearing about it, the boy was excited because he thought that now he would be praised too. But this did not happen. Instead, they started comparing him to the first prince, who was smarter. The queen also heard what her subordinates were talking about, but it was too late, because her son had heard it too. The queen screamed out loud at what she heard. She immediately flew to her subordinates and scolded them for what they were discussing. The queen had warned them more than once to watch what they said in the palace. Yu pulled his mother's skirt and told her to leave. Of course, after this incident, a seed of self-doubt was sown in the heart of the second prince, and the idea that he was worse than Hien. Now the children were sitting on the floor in the room and seemed to be studying. The protagonist was explaining to them why some words are spelled the way they are 6. John admired the fact that Hyang had thought of this. Heian specifically asked the eunuch to make flashcards for memorizing Chinese characters, because it would be more interesting to learn. The boy invites Yu to look at the cards, but he doesn't want to, and says that he already has his own teacher. The boy doesn't want to study with Hyang at all. After a second, he gets up and walks away, telling them not to call him back. The boys just stare after him in surprise 6, not understanding this strange and abrupt reaction. The next day, the protagonist decided to observe Brother Yu because he is not as simple as he seems. Kim Jin watched how the boy behaved in class. Everything seemed to be quite normal. Our hero was shocked that the boy was so polite. Is he really so rude only to him? Today he and the teacher are going to repeat 3 fundamental principles and 5 unchanging virtues. A subordinate must be faithful to his superior. A king must be a foreman to his subordinates. A son should respect his father, and a father should respect his son. A woman should be faithful to her husband. A husband to his wife's superior. Hyang is delighted that his brother has been able to learn the 3 fundamental principles and the 5 unchanging virtues. Suddenly, he remembers a historian's story about a rumor about Prince Suyang. He was said to be inferior to King Muzhong and to be quite talented in both literature and martial arts. But his brother was too smart. But these were just rumors. Now, finally, the main character realized what his brother needed. After a while, Brother Yu was training and swinging a sword. The protagonist watched Brother Yu train. With a smile on his face, he praised the boy and noticed that he was quite good at fighting. Kim Jin asked the boy to teach him fencing. He had only studied the arts and didn't know much about it. The boy looks at him with some suspicion. Soon, Brother Yu starts teaching our hero and says that it's not very difficult. Then Kim Jin starts swinging his sword, trying to repeat his movements. But Hyang doesn't succeed at all, and he falls to the ground and starts screaming. The protagonist showed by his own example that it is not very easy. It would be really cool if his brother could teach him how to do it, because he doesn't seem to have any talent for it. Brother Yu can't understand how someone can be so bad at fencing. Without hesitation, the boy begins to teach Hyun, gradually explaining everything to him. The women were having tea and discussing the fact that the prince had invented memorization cards. The news had already spread everywhere. It seems that this method helps a lot in learning. The woman said that her son also used these cards to memorize characters. While they were discussing the prince's progress, the 2 boys were playing outside. Afterwards, the woman came to her husband and asked him to get the cards because she wanted to help her son with his studies. The woman asked him very strongly to talk to the prince. Soon people come to our hero and ask him to tell them how to make such cards. The boy had just made a few more cards for his brothers, so they came at the right time. The men kneel down in front of him and ask him to sell them these cards. They are ready to buy them at any price. Then, the protagonist names the price of 3 catfish of white rice. 1 catfish is 53 kilograms. Hearing such a high price, the men's eyes almost fell out of their heads in shock. It was too much for the men, but Heian said he was giving them away for almost nothing. The first psalm would cover the cost of making the cards, the second psalm would go to the treasury, and the third psalm would go to the prince. The men look up at him in surprise. Kim Jin explains that books are very expensive nowadays, and this money will be used to buy them. But after a second, one of the men agrees to this, because he realizes that his wife will not rest until he buys the cards. Soon, the other men pick up on him and say they want to buy cards too. The boy is very happy about this because he will finally be able to do what he loves. The king was in the room, and so were his subordinates. The man was eating. The food looked delicious and smelled good. A second later, someone called out loudly for his father. He was surprised and dropped a piece of meat. The main character burst into the room. He was definitely outraged that his father was eating meat again. They began to quarrel, and the eunuchs whispered quietly and did not know what to do in such a situation. The father tells the boy to look at his food and not to say anything bad. The plates contain chicken, beef, and pork. Heian says that this is very bad because his father has not even touched the vegetables. The subordinates mentally hope that the prince would stop saying this, because the king has been having a hard time lately. Hyang was so interested in his father's food that it looked a little strange. The boy taught him about healthy eating. Our hero told the cooks how much seasoning and salt to add to the food, and what the portions should be. The boy told him that if you eat too much meat, your blood will thicken. And because the blood thickens, the body and mind become tense. If you don't follow a normal diet, you can get hurt. The protagonist continued to talk about nutrition, and the others listened. After a second, Chan Yong got angry and slammed his fist on the table. He felt sorry for the boy because he was still young, but he was tired. The king said to stop watching his life and ordered the prince to be taken out of here. The eunuch grabbed the boy, and the father told him never to come to his house again during meals. Kim Jin cannot leave things as they are, because at this rate his father might die. A real ruler must take care of his health. Our hero is well aware that it will be very difficult to influence his father's diet. Kim Jin realizes that he has to keep his father healthy. Suddenly, an idea comes to his childish head. He went to a craftsman and told him how to cut a chopstick. The craftsman could not understand why the young prince needed such a thing. Soon, everything was ready. They handed it to Kim Jin, and when the boy tested it for strength, it broke. He started shouting at the man again and ordered him to redo the thing. After a while, the protagonist came to his father again. The boy handed his father some things and said that he had created them specifically for his father's health. There was a rope and something else. Jang Yong doesn't understand how this can help him because it looks like an ordinary rope. But Hyang assures him that this incredible thing will have a wonderful effect on his health. The main character said that this wonderful thing can really help him. It's called a jump rope. Chan Young couldn't believe that this thing could help him with his health at all. Then Hyang is going to demonstrate how it works by example. A second later, the boy starts jumping over the rope quickly, while the audience is just looking on in amazement. The king watches his son with his mouth open. The king does not quite understand how ordinary jumping can help his health. According to Western scientists, people who spend a lot of time sitting have weak leg muscles, and jumping rope helps to develop their strength. But there was another advantage of this thing. The boy doesn't say it directly, but he hints that it is useful for men. The audience, hearing this, falls into a slight stupor and does not seem to quite believe it. But the father asks again if it is true, and when the son confirms it, he believes him. Although for the king it just looks like normal jumping, the son says that there is a special benefit to jumping rope. Kim Jin explains with a smile that you just have to jump to the sound of the bell. The boy turns to the eunuch and tells him to count every 100th time his father jumps on the rope. Our hero just wants his father to be healthy. After a while, they go outside and the boy ties a bell around his father's neck to count. This makes him laugh a bit, because it makes the king look a bit like a pig. Soon the man starts jumping, but he doesn't quite manage it. You just have to get used to it. Zhang Yong jumped only a few times, but he was already very tired and breathing heavily. It turns out that the king jumped only 9 times, although he was already incredibly tired. The father wants to ask his son to reduce the number of jumps, but he says that it will not work. The young man will be personally present until his father has completed 100 jumps. Robotically, the eunuch runs to his comrades and says that the king has started coughing. The other eunuchs reassure him, because the king always has coughing fits in the evening. But it's not that at all. After jumping rope, the king went straight to the apricot flower vase. This is the king's pot. Chan Yong trained every day and gradually began to change. He used to barely go to the bathroom every few days, but now he goes every day. Moreover, he had more energy to deal with national issues at night. He also began to visit the queen's central mansion quite often. The rumors about the king's jumping rope and how it affected him quickly spread throughout the kingdom. Some people still had a hard time believing that it was all the effect of the rope. After that, the men began to complain to each other about their problems. Some had headaches, and others had trouble sleeping. Then they looked at each other. They seemed to have an idea. After a while, many of the subordinates ran to our hero and called out to him. They all surrounded him and started asking him to do more jumping rope. But instead, they were going to give him rice. Very soon, the main character started to work. He ordered everyone to divide the work among themselves so that the production would be faster. There were still a lot of jump ropes to be made, and even though the workers were tired, they had to obey. But that was not all. The young prince handed the eunuch a piece of paper and ordered him to bring it to the royal tailor. The eunuch asked what was written on the paper. It turned out that the boy had come up with comfortable clothes for those who planned to jump rope, because it was very uncomfortable to do so in skirts. Thus, the young man invented pants. They were really more comfortable and convenient to move in. Everyone was very pleased with the results of the jump rope. The subordinates discussed the genius of the crown prince. Although it was a small thing, it was very useful. Hien was very pleased that he was making money faster than he expected, but he still needed more gold. The items that the prince created were very popular even among officials. But the inspector said that the pursuit of wealth is against the morals of a wise man, so they cannot stay away. The man says they shouldn't interfere now. It is better to wait for the right moment. If the prince is swallowed up by greed, he will go down the path of self-destruction. Some time passed. Suddenly, a subordinate runs into the king's room and says that they are in serious trouble. He nervously tells him that the crown prince has just tried to kill himself. The days flew by very quickly, and it was time to send the delegation to Beijing. Hyang suggested that a pavilion be built for the kingdom on the way to the empire, instead of having traders accompany each embassy. The king listened to his son and ordered this proposal to be sent to the Ming Empire. A few more days flew by. A girl approached our hero. It was Munjong's first elder sister, Princess Jongseo. Hyang looked closely and could not understand what she was holding. The girl playfully replied that it was a dasik. It's amazing that he studies so much and doesn't even know what it is. She says that at this rate, the boy will become as fat as his father. Kim Jin tells her that he's better than her, but she doesn't say anything and just walks away. A second later, the girl approached a eunuch and started talking to him. But this was quite normal for her age, because she wanted to try something new and talk to someone. Although the princess gives everyone her bright smile, just 2 years later, she plunges the entire estate into sadness because she dies of smallpox. Nowadays, this disease has been eradicated, but it used to be very scary, perhaps the worst in the history of mankind. It caused fever all over the body. In the Middle Ages, the mortality rate was very high because of this disease. That's why tiger attacks, smallpox, and war were called the worst disasters of mankind. The king will kill Igor because he is his first child. It is for this reason that the protagonist decides to prevent this. Kim Jin thinks he can deal with it because he knows the cure. After a while, he comes to a farm and asks to bring a cow that has smallpox to him. This cow starts licking him and tickling him. The workers are already scared. What has the prince come up with this time? It's the island of Nobel. Here too, the land is not very suitable for agriculture, so cattle breeding is more developed. The young prince asks to call all the local shepherds to him. He asks to raise the hands of those who were not sick in the wheelchair. The man does not raise his hand boldly. The shepherd says that he had been sick before he came to the island. There is at least one case of this disease on the island every year. They say that there is a secret technique they practice against smallpox, but the doctors don't believe it. There was a man who invented a smallpox vaccine. The people of his hometown were infected with cowpox, and he heard that if a person suffers a mild form of the disease, he will not die. Through many experiments, he saved humanity through variation. Then, Kim Jin asks if someone can personally demonstrate this to him. After a second, Yang adds that the shepherd should demonstrate it on him, because he wants to learn this secret method too. Meanwhile, Jang Yong is in the hall with his subordinates discussing the need to raise taxes, but they are interrupted by a subordinate who bursts in to say something. It was then that he broke the news that his son had attempted suicide. Hearing this, Jang Yong started shouting loudly and asking where his son was, while his subordinates just looked around in shock, not understanding what was going on. Hyang had just returned to the estate. The king immediately rushes to him. The subordinates just stare after him and do not understand what caused this reaction. But even so, the subordinates quickly ran after him. Finally, on the horizon, the king saw Hyun. The boy didn't understand why his father was so excited. Our hero is absolutely fine, so he doesn't understand why his father is behaving like this. When Jang Yong sees that his son is fine, he falls into a stupor. He thinks that his subordinate has lied to him and orders him to explain himself. The man says that he was only passing on the eunuch's words. Then the king turns to the eunuch and asks him what is going on. The eunuch falls to his knees and swears that he did not lie to the king. Then, the protagonist addresses the king and says that the eunuch did not lie, but the boy does not think that what happened is a fashionable suicide. The eunuch misunderstood everything, and the boy did not try to kill himself. The protagonist explains that it was just a vaccination. The king doesn't understand what this means, and then the boy starts from a distance. Now a dangerous disease is rampant in Joseon. Hyang was talking about smallpox. The young man read a Chinese book about medicine and found a cure for it. According to the treatment algorithm, the boy injected cow dung into his body. As soon as the king heard about it, he immediately fainted. The king thought that his son simply did not understand what cow manure was. But this was not the case. He told him that he had used cow dung from his wound. The father began to scold his son, because you can't do everything written in books. But the boy assured him that everything was fine, because it was done by a master of his craft. After that, the protagonist points his finger at a man standing behind the eunuchs. A second later, the shepherd fell to his knees in front of the king and began to greet him. Hyang introduced the shepherd. He was from the island of Nobel, and it was he who said that this procedure would help people from smallpox. The king immediately became more serious, while the shepherd was trembling with fear. The king doubts that the shepherd can be a master, but he is the one who performs all these procedures on the island. Jang Yong screams because his son is taking such a risk, but the boy says that many people have already undergone this procedure, so he has nothing to fear. The father still thought it was too frivolous and something could go wrong. Many people in their kingdom had already died of smallpox, so the young man had to do it. The main character said that this deadly disease could spread even to the king's estate, and if the boy proves the effectiveness of this procedure, they will be able to save people close to them. Sometimes the son behaves like a real wise man, and sometimes like a lightning strike that will not calm down even if it hits a stone many times. Soon, the king orders the guard to imprison the shepherd, but not to torture him and bring him food. If something happens to the crown prince, he will kill the shepherd. But if his words are true, the shepherd will be rewarded. The rumor that the prince wanted to stop the smallpox epidemic with some kind of procedure had already spread among his subordinates. Not everyone thought it was nonsense, because Hien was constantly creating some unusual and useful objects. Suddenly, 2 frightened eunuchs ran past the subordinates, hurrying to the king. It turns out that they had some serious problem that they had to tell the king about. Right now, the crown prince was suffering from a severe fever. Although the boy said that everything was fine, it was clear that it was not. His whole body was on fire. At this time, the shepherd was already tied to a chair and was ready to be punished for deceiving the king and endangering the prince's life. The shepherd did not understand why everyone was so nervous and what was going on. The shepherd immediately realized that his subordinates meant that the prince had a fever. So he calmed them down and explained that the first few days he might have a high fever, but after a while, he would be perfectly fine. After he said that, the subordinates calmed down a bit. The shepherd was right. Exactly 10 days later, Hien was fully recovered and healed as well as before. After this procedure, the boy was not afraid of smallpox at all. But even after that, the king still doubted the veracity of this procedure. Then the prince says he can go to the epicenter and prove it. But the king forbids it. I suggest that Hyang demonstrate the effect of the vaccine on people from the smallpox areas. If you explain everything to people, they will not refuse it. His son's words made Zhang Yong think. But the inspector general said that this could not be done, because it could be a coincidence. But the prince says that the shepherd's family has already proven the procedure to be effective, so it can't be a coincidence. Moreover, our hero is not going to force anyone. Everything in the world is created through trial and error. If they follow the fear of the future and don't even try, the kingdom will never flourish. The minister and officials had nothing to say to these words. It was clear that the bearded inspector was very unhappy about this. Well, they did as the prince said. People who were very afraid of smallpox actively participated in the procedure, which proved its effectiveness. Moreover, the king ordered a census, and this made it possible to perform 2 exercises simultaneously. Some time passed. The girl who was holding something in her hand ran up to our hero again and asked what it was. It was Sogo. The restless girl was going to play a song for the boy. She was telling him again to sit less with his books because he had gained weight. Soon, the nanny came to pick up the girl and told them it was time to go. Although the girls sometimes annoyed the protagonist, he was glad that she was alive and well. When they dealt with the smallpox, all the medical records were collected in one book. Then, they created another book that briefly described the methods of farming. In addition, a policy was put forward for each district, and a map was proposed. From time to time, there were protests from several ministers, but most of them were ignored. Thus, the sleepless street of 6 ministers got its famous name. It was already night. Zhang Yong asked the historian not to follow him, because he wanted to talk to his son about personal matters. Fortunately, his son was still awake. A light was on in his window. The historian heard that the boy was going to bed very late. The king was very worried and thought that such a young child should not work so hard. Hyang was sitting at the table writing something when the king knocked on the door. Zhang Yong said that he was just taking a walk and saw that his son was still awake. So he decided to come in and ask him what he was doing. As it turned out, our hero was just reading a book. It was a Western book. The book was all about alchemy, but the king didn't know what it was. Alchemy is the study of how to get gold by processing iron or lead. Medieval alchemy had a significant influence on the state of modern chemistry. Then, the king wanted to look at this book himself. He was just curious to see what Western letters looked like. Thus, several hours passed. The main character was already sleepy, but his father didn't seem to be tired at all. On the contrary, he was focused on the book. Zhang Yong said that the Western letters looked quite interesting, and wanted to show his son. Judging by the fact that this word is constantly repeated, it is probably the subject. Most of the sentences started with the same letter, which meant that it represented the initial sound. Hyang never imagined that his father was such a genius. The man was able to figure out the spelling of medieval Latin in such a short time. Unlike hieroglyphs, Western letters are all similar to each other. The king seemed to be thinking about something again, and looked at the text carefully. Soon, the king had the idea to create his own Korean alphabet. The main character was shocked by this idea because he had thought the same way for a long time. Few people know how to use Chinese characters correctly. But if Chan Yong says he wants to develop his own alphabet, many people will oppose him. The boy knows that many people are illiterate, and he can get more support if he educates them. The king praises his son for practicing his writing a lot. Hien recalls how difficult it was to write his first sentence. The prince spent more than 2 hours writing the poem, but his grandfather just laughed when he read it. It was very late, so they decided to go to their rooms to go to bed. The king was anxious for his son to turn 15 soon. The next day at the meeting, Hyang says that all 6 ministries should be qualified separately, and that each one should be carefully reported. The king asks the others for their opinions, but all of his subordinates agree. The king also agrees. The current government understands why a particular policy is being implemented, but future generations will only be able to learn about it from records. So now ministers must compile and categorize reports in accordance with the prince's order. Sunam is not happy that the crown prince is interfering with their work. At this rate, the man is sure the prince will do something for sure. The man thinks that at this rate, the situation in the royal court will change a lot, because the prince will destroy everything. But others don't think so, because the boy still has some morals. Meanwhile, the protagonist is going to fix this terrible place and start a reformation. He is not going to suffer in this life, because he has had enough of the past. Some of his subordinates think that our hero may well bring back the policy of terror. Suddenly, Mr. State Councilor Jong Hyun approaches them. This bearded man looked very stern and reserved. Many people think about politics after reading just a few works. But most of these fools don't understand anything about the world. If the prince crosses all the borders and does away with everything that has been built up over the years, there will be problems. That's why the state councilor is not going to stand aside. After a while, a man who had come a long way from the Ming Empire comes to the king. After discussion, it was decided to build a Joseon pavilion in Shandong province. The king asks if anything else happened during the embassy. The subordinate tells him that many of the traders from the empire were interested in paper from Joseon. Compared to the empire's paper, theirs is of a special quality, so they asked him to bring more next time. Chan Young thinks that it would be very good to increase the supply of paper. The main character smiles slyly because this is his chance. Then, the boy bows before the king and says that he has a request. Everyone is silent in anticipation, wondering what his request might be. Then, our hero asks him to completely eliminate the paper mill. At this request, all the subordinates fell into a stupor and opened their mouths. They didn't understand how this was possible, because the Ming Empire really needed their paper. No one understood why they would do this if they could make good money this way. The young man said that the liquidation of the paper mill was in line with his principle. The king did not understand, so he asked his son to explain again. The father probably already knew that the quality of paper in Joseon is very high, and it's all thanks to the craftsmen. But the boy heard that they are not paid enough. They say their salaries are barely enough to feed their families, so many of them work elsewhere or quit to go out and do the harvesting. The state councilor also listens attentively to the crown prince. Given the current situation, if the number of workers increases, the factories will get out of control, and this is what can lead to mass layoffs. The councilor intervenes and argues that it's all because of the laziness of the craftsmen. Those who belong to the royal workshops receive the title of civil servant and receive a good salary. This means that small salaries do not justify the laziness of the craftsmen. Officials receive many rewards from the outside. Even to the house of the chief state advisor, many people come with gifts. The man starts to defend himself and says that it's just a token of gratitude, real sincerity. If they remain indifferent to the hard work of the craftsmen, they will stop working altogether. If this continues, their paper-making industry will disappear forever, not to mention the development of technology. The king recognized that the prince was right in this situation. The advisor then asked the prince why the king had started the paper manufacturing. It was because the paper for banknotes was not uniform, and it caused a lot of inconvenience. And if they abolish the factories, they will suffer the same losses. So the subordinates asked the king to reconsider his decision. Jang Yong is lost in thought. He doesn't know what to do, but the protagonist is sure that the king knows the right answer. He believes in him. The king has a strange habit. Whenever a problem arises during a political discussion, he would throw the answer to his son. No one knows the reason for this behavior. Does he really want his son to take part in the discussion? The ministers seem to have forgotten what happened with the golden pens. After clearly setting out the quality standards, they can sign a contract with the one who fulfills all the conditions and offers the lowest price. In this way, the royal court can take taxes from the profits and cover expenses heavily. If Joseon traders start competing for a place in the market, the quality of the paper will become better, and its popularity in the empire will increase. It seems that the subordinates have nothing to say about this. Then the Minister of Taxes intervenes. In his opinion, the prince's proposal seems very reasonable. If there is a good proposal to increase profits, why not take advantage of it? The Inspector General is very much against this. For the sake of peace in the country, people must learn the way of the wise. The inspector thinks that for true prosperity, they should think about enlightening people. Another subordinate says that the inspector is only putting forward a theory. People suffering from hunger cannot understand the teachings of the sages. The inspector insists, saying that enlightenment is important, but it is impossible when the country is in disarray. A real argument begins between the subordinates, but our hero is very interested in watching it. Now everything depended only on the father. You could tell by his facial expression what he liked. A second later, the king stops the argument between his subordinates. He listened to their opinion. Enlightening the people is really important, but protecting lives is even more important. So he asks his subordinates to do it. As for the production of paper, the king agrees with the prince, but he shouldn't make such sudden decisions right away, so he needs to think about it. The king understands that the prince is concerned about the country's welfare, so he has no right to scold him or praise him. But the problem was that every time the guy speaks his mind, there is a ruckus. This is because no one understands what the boy is driving when he expresses his opinion. That is why the king orders the prince to present his political views to others now. The place for this will be the main throne room, and all civil servants and officials will be present at the meeting. Then he asks his son for his opinion. Hyang is inspired by the fact that his father believes in him and wants him to tell everyone about his political views. The subordinates cannot understand what the king is thinking if he listens to the child's political views. No matter how smart the crown prince is, he is still a child, so it will be difficult to fill the ministers. Even if the boy prepares carefully, he won't be able to do it. But the counselor says that they must also prepare. They have to study not only the scriptures, but also the national policies of different countries. Hyun has just recently turned 9 years old. Does he really need to prepare so thoroughly? But the advisor reminds them that being a crown prince is not their only obstacle. Even though these words come from the mouth of a little prince, they can be seen as the thoughts of a king. The prince may still be a little boy, but we should not forget that there is a king behind him. That is why subordinates must also prepare carefully. They must not forget how they built this Joseon. They cannot allow the return of the previous kings. Meanwhile, in the censorship committee, people think that we should appeal first. Judging by the success of the golden pens, they must recognize that the prince has unparalleled abilities. They should have opposed him when he proposed to create these pens. The news that many of his subordinates are against it reaches the king. The king just can't understand why everyone is so anxious about this. The young employees of the Office of the Inspector General and the Office of Censors are the most disappointed. This could be expected, given their experience. They say that the crown prince is a smart boy, and there are a few people who support him. But the king doesn't want to hear it anymore. He thinks that no one can be trusted. Meanwhile, the protagonist is in his room saying exactly what his father said. The boy says something to himself, and the eunuch tries to keep the conversation going, but he talks to himself. He recalls that the teacher said that everyone was very smart at that time in history, but our hero doesn't understand how he came across such fools. In addition, his father said that he had invited all the officials and ministers to this meeting. Hyun is going to show them what 21st century capitalism means. He tells the eunuch that he has to prepare himself at the Royal Academy of Painting. Several days passed, and many people gathered in the main throne room. They all came to listen to the prince's political views. Some of his subordinates even met their old friends whom they had not seen for a long time. Many of them thought they shouldn't be here because they were wasting their time listening to a child. Soon, the king entered the main throne room. Everyone immediately fell silent. The king reminded them once again that today the prince would be explaining his opinion to them. That is why he has gathered them here, to listen to the political views of the crown prince. Very soon the prince himself enters the room. He is followed by a eunuch. The subordinate carries something in his hands, but none of the people present understands what it is. Hyun falls to his knees in front of his father, and bows in gratitude for giving him the opportunity to speak in front of everyone. Now, the boy is ready to explain his political views to everyone. A second later, the young man claps his hands. Immediately after that, the subordinate opens a piece of paper with a statement about the state reformation. A second later, our hero took out a loudspeaker to make himself heard better. None of the people present understood what this thing was, because it was the first time they had seen it. The boy thanked everyone for coming here to listen to him. In a second, the young man was ready to begin. The essence of his political views was to serve for the good of humanity. As they know, this corresponds to the basic principle of the sage, namely the way of the king and the people as the basis. To realize this, it is necessary not to divide people's security and achieve peace. But there is little flat land in their kingdom and the mountains are harsh, so ordinary people have to live huddled together. That is why they should encourage the development of not only agriculture, but also the craft of trade. Therefore, it is important to make adjustments to the current system of ministries and local government to preserve their traditions. All these structures must be reformed. Therefore, in the future, they should abandon ministries and instead run legislative, judicial, and executive bodies. They should also reform local authorities, instead of shifting all the responsibility and duties to one person. They also need to introduce an education system to pull people out of poverty. It would also be nice to open gold and silver mines. The audience was shocked by this onslaught of information. They certainly did not expect to hear this from the Crown Prince. The opinion of the subordinates is divided. Some think that the prince is a real genius, and some think that he is schizophrenic. But it was too early to be surprised because that's not all. If the guy wants to take up a hobby, he will have to do a lot more. Soon, the main character finished his speech. The audience's heads almost exploded from the information they had just received. It was amazing. The prince explained that he was inspired by the sacred writings of the sages from Western works. The king himself had not even thought about much of what the prince said. Most structures work according to the old principle. The king praised the boy for his work. He tells his father a phrase he heard recently: "Don't pour new wine into old barrels." Many years have passed since the founding of the kingdom, but people are still suffering, which is why they need reformation. It was really necessary for the good of the people, but not everyone was happy with the king's decision. 3 of his subordinates almost bathed in anger. With that, the crown prince's speech was over and everyone could go about their business. The state councilor's brain almost turned to ice from such information. The man decides that he needs to file an urgent complaint because the crown prince is ignoring all values and traditions. And the king is also trying to follow the teachings of legalists, not Confucians. The censorship department had an absolutely identical reaction. Everyone was outraged. The prince's words may seem right, but this is just an attempt to suppress values. They want to stop him. And if it comes to the use of force, they will have to reconsider the pretender to the throne. Some of my subordinates think it's too much, but considering the prince's views, it's still normal. The man is about to say something else, but his friend quickly covers his mouth with his palm. He has to watch his words so that no one can hear him. But the man doesn't care. He still thinks that this child has made a complete fool of himself, and the king has listened. They should point out the mistake of the teachers who are responsible for the education of the crown prince. His discipline must be stricter, but it was too late to change anything. A subordinate shouts that it is urgent to replace the prince in order to follow the path of the king. Still, many of the ministers agreed with the crown prince's opinion. The subordinates discussed how much they liked the boy's political views. Now it seems to be easier to breathe. The man continues to praise the prince, but suddenly stops talking. In front of him, he sees several other subordinates coming to meet them. There is a tense atmosphere between them because their views differ. You can tell that these groups are not friends with each other because their opinions about the prince are different. They're going to go and file a complaint, but those who support the principles are also going to file an appeal against them. Meanwhile, the father and son have a friendly dinner and talk. The king praises Hyang for providing so many fresh ideas. Now Zhang Yong wants to implement many of them. Hyang is very pleased to hear this, but he realizes that such a policy cannot be implemented quickly. The king is worried that they will receive a lot of complaints tomorrow. It will be very difficult for the royal secretariat. The 2 subordinates look at the work they have to do and line up. They had a lot of complaint letters in front of them that had to be sorted out quickly. There are those who support the prince and those who oppose him. These letters have to be divided into 2 categories. Meanwhile, the king sits in his mansion and thinks about something important. He sees a pile of letters in front of him. He did not even expect there to be so many. He praises his subordinates for doing so much work. Finally, the king is going to look through the letters. He takes one of them and carefully opens it. He carefully reads every word while the room is completely silent. After a second, his good mood changes to the opposite, and he squeezes the edge of the sheet hard. Then he turns to the eunuch standing next to him. Zhang Yong orders him to call the crown prince immediately. Soon the son comes to the throne room. It turns out that he called him because many of the officials did not understand him at all. After that, the king turns to the state counselor. The man radiates a very eerie energy and orders the advisor to read out his complaint. Everyone immediately felt uncomfortable because they felt the tense atmosphere in the room. In order to avoid misunderstandings, the complaint should be read directly. The subordinate starts reading from the beginning, but the king is not interested and orders him to get to the point. The letter says that the political views of the hereditary principle may seem right, but they are far from ideal. Their kingdom supports Neo-Confucianism as a national ideology, but our hero and I propose to support the legislation, although its teachings are very strict and harmful to the country and the people. The prince also suggested that restrictions on illegitimate children should be lifted. If they do this, it will be a shame. Also, the more officials there are, the harder people's time is. Besides, local officials can always turn to scientists for help. These are the 3 points that the counselor considers terrible and unacceptable. This outrages the protagonist and he wants to respond to him. He starts by talking about national ideology, Neo-Confucianism. But the national ideology is the way of the king, and the people as the basis, as the sages say. And Neo-Confucianism is just a tool for implementation. It is very foolish to insist on one thing. If the way of the king is a dish, then ideology is a bowl. Is it necessary to make a distinction between tools when realizing the king's path? Are the children of concubines the only ones who use their state position for their own purposes? Blaming everything on the children of concubines is not the solution, because people from influential families have themselves made corruption widespread. Moreover, the law says that those who keep concubines should be punished. But most ministers and officials have concubines. Men really have nothing to say about this. Since the crown prince began to oversee state affairs, he has heard many people complain that they are dying of hunger. But the boy had heard little about local scientists actively helping starving people or anything like that. Not only do they not help people, but they also use the famine as an opportunity to issue loans, which require them to either sell their bodies or become refugees and leave their lands. The royal court officials and local scientists will be much scarier for the people than a tiger. Jong Hyun has no answers to all the boy's questions, but the king is also interested in this question, so he asks his advisor to answer it. The gray-haired man becomes seriously nervous, and cold sweat runs down his face. All he can do is remain silent. But a second later, the advisor turns to the scientists. They have nothing to say either. Jang Yong notices that the complaints written by other people are also similar to the complaint of the state counselor. Although they were sent by different people, it seems that each letter says the same thing. But there was one letter that was different from all of them. The king asked his son to read it. He began to read it carefully. It said that if consumption was encouraged, their society would turn into a state of luxury, and wealth would be rewarded more than goodness. The boy thinks that the person who sent this complaint should be severely punished. His subordinates were shocked to hear that the prince personally insisted on punishment. The person who wrote this complaint is trying to throw dust in the eyes of the king, and that is why this person should be severely punished for his words. The inspector opposes this, and a quarrel begins between the boy and the man. It has long been said that wastefulness is a disease that destroys a country, so they should stay away from it. But the wise men certainly did not order the nobility to suck the blood out of the people through wastefulness. The number of ordinary people who become slaves because of high interest rates is only growing. They can't just turn a blind eye. After a second, the father stops their argument. Even if the son is right, he must watch his tongue. Then, the king asked the chief censor to come forward. There was a part of the letter that the prince did not want to read. He hands the letter to the censor. Since this appeal was written by the censorship department, let the chief censor read it. Out of nerves and fear, the man clutches the edge of the letter with trembling fingers. A second later, he falls to his knees in front of the king and says that this is just a personal opinion of an individual, and does not reflect the will of the entire censorship department. The king is well aware and understands that this is the reason why the prince did not read it out. The king promises to consider the question of punishing the author of this letter. After that, everyone leaves. The inspector tries to find out from the censor what was written on that sheet, but the man does not want to answer and quickly rushes forward. A second later, the furious censor pushes the inspector against the wall and lifts him up by his coat. The man is outraged because it is because of this idiot that their lives are now in danger. This bastard is absolutely nobody so that he can open his mouth in the direction of the prince. The censor was very angry with this bastard who could get them into trouble. The inspector continues to insist on his point. How can they allow such a person to be the heir? The censor shouts loudly. Does this bastard really want to remove the prince? With such terrible, shameful behavior, he is endangering the lives of other officials and ministers. The inspector still thinks he's doing the right thing, but these officials don't understand anything. The audience just stared at him in shock, not understanding whether he was in his right mind to say such nonsense. After a second, the censor lets the inspector go. He finds it hard to believe that such a stupid person has become an official. The protagonist, of course, expected such a reaction, but he didn't think it would be so bad. He doesn't understand why the counselor treats him this way. He knows that such an incident can happen again, but it is understandable, because if he had been offered something similar, he would have reacted the same way. That is why he can understand the anger of those who do not support him. Do these fools think that they are the only ones who can write complaints? Hyang decides to write complaints back to them. He grabs a pen and begins to scribble characters on a sheet of paper. After a while, the eunuch of the eastern estate comes to the secretariat. He is holding a lot of letters of complaint. When the man hears that all of them were written by the prince, he is horrified. There were so many letters that it seems that they will definitely not return home today. After a while, these complaints reach the king. He did not even think that his son would write complaints in response. Without hesitation, he asked the state counselor to read them aloud. As soon as the man begins to read, his expression changes, and he becomes angry. Jiang Yong, meanwhile, orders the man to pass the prince's complaints on to the Minister of Taxation. The king also asks him to read it out loud. The protagonist writes that he accepts the criticism against him. Some ministers accused him of following the path of the law and cited the fall of the Qin dynasty as an example. But this empire did not fall because of the rule of law. It fell because the emperor and his subordinates abandoned the law of heaven. They tortured and killed innocent people. But it was the teachings of the jurists that made the Qin dynasty a leader among the warring states. It is said that thanks to a powerful root, trees do not fall even in storms. The only way to achieve this is to govern the country. And in order for their kingdom to be rooted in the mighty root, they must accept new ideas. The subordinates listen to his letter in silence and say nothing. Meanwhile, the king is once again convinced that his son is very smart. Jiang Yong also wants to hear the officials' opinions, but he advises them to think carefully before giving an answer. Several days have passed. After our hero spoke up, he felt much better. While walking, the boy sees 3 men. One of them is lying on the ground. Other subordinates are trying to bring him to his senses, but he says he cannot get up. But they had no time to lie down, because they had a lot of complaints about the inspection. The main problem was that the complaints never ended. And if the boy wants to win people over to his side, there is only one way out. He has to convince people of the effectiveness of variolation, because only then will they have faith in the innovation, and people will start opening up to politics. There is still quite a bit of time left. We just have to wait for the right moment. A few days have passed. Almost no one got smallpox in the regions where the variolation was carried out. Then the king says that the vaccination should be carried out in other provinces. The advisor opposes this, saying it is too early to expand. We need to be more careful because people's lives depend on it. So the advisor says that they should wait, and the king will listen to him. A few more days pass. Most people in another province have already been vaccinated, and there are almost no side effects. Neighboring regions are also asking to be vaccinated. For security reasons, the king would like to expand the region. But the advisor again opposes this, and says that the financial situation does not allow them to do so. Thus, a few more days passed. More and more regions want the vaccine to be introduced because they have heard about its effectiveness. Jiang Yong thinks that there is no need to wait any longer, and orders the minister to prepare for the national variation. But then the advisor intervenes again and says that this is impossible. Winter is coming soon, and we need to be careful with the budget. But the king doesn't see a problem, especially since people support the idea. The advisor says that the effectiveness of the procedure has not yet been proven. The counselor does not understand how cow dung can be injected into their people, especially since the procedure is not yet proven and is performed by an ordinary shepherd. The king no longer has the strength to listen to this nonsense and shouts loudly. Angry, Jiang Yong tells the fool to shut his filthy mouth. After the king shouts, there is complete silence in the back. Jiang Yong is so furious that he seems to be breathing steam. It seems that this fool does not realize that they have a real cure for smallpox, and he refuses to accept it. And Zlotnik continues to talk about the ineffectiveness of the procedure, although he himself has been vaccinated and his entire family. A real hypocrite. The subordinates fall to their knees in front of him, but the king does not even want to see them. After a second, he got fed up and decided to leave himself, and ordered them not to even open their mouths. The subordinates could not do anything in this situation. They just looked after him. Some of the subordinates were very angry with the state advisor for not watching his words. But this hypocritical man seemed to be completely indifferent to the opinions of others. Now, all they had to do was repent. After that, they would have to look for another way to introduce the variation. No one could have imagined that they would have to perform the ritual of repentance in a harsh winter. The subordinates leave, leaving the bastard alone. But the man doesn't seem to be upset at all. He begins to think. The man has lived a long life and perceives the actions of the crown prince as real terror. Yonghyun is not going to allow this political situation to continue. At this rate, they will soon face terror, so the man is ready to stop it, even at the cost of his own life. Meanwhile, the protagonist was walking the streets with a eunuch. From his subordinate, he learned that his father has now gone to see the queen. Kim Jin gets the idea to just deceive everyone, because it will be easier, but he is not serious. Don't these fools realize that there's no point in fighting each other? Meanwhile, the subordinates finished their repentance. Their knees were already hurting. Suddenly, someone called for the Minister of Taxation. The subordinate was breathing heavily and trying to stabilize his breathing to deliver a very important piece of news. And this terrible news was that the state counselor had decided to write a complaint against the king himself. The furious minister immediately ran in search of the state counselor to stop him. He seemed to have lost his mind. Everyone immediately ran after him because they had to stop this fool. At this time, the state counselor had just finished writing a complaint. They immediately start arguing, but the counselor says he has to write the complaint. Jong Hyun is going to finally put this matter to rest because he is concerned about the future of the kingdom. The man tries to stop him, but he doesn't care. It seems that the king has forgotten how to rule the country. He doesn't even mention his ministers. But no one can stop this bastard. He quickly runs to the door. The shocked subordinates are frozen in place and can only stare after him. The man asks why the inspector didn't stop this fool, but they seem to be on the same side. What the counselor is trying to accomplish is something that really needs to be followed. In his letter, he wrote that political decisions should never be taken lightly. The most important thing in politics is consistency. People will not believe if there is inconsistency. Initially, they plan to test the effectiveness of the vaccine on residents of the province and then distribute it throughout the country. But just because of the requests of a few people, the king changed his mind, and this is not consistent. Moreover, state affairs should be carried out only by agreement between the king and his subordinates. The fact is that it is difficult for a king to oversee the entire country. The monarch must consult with his subordinates. And then why do we need a royal court if the king himself is in charge of all the affairs? The advisor called it not the way of the king, but a real dictatorship. Something bad will happen to the kingdom of Joseon if a tyrant comes to power. In order to prevent this, it is necessary to maintain the agreement between the king and the ministers. So the advisor asks them to reconsider their attitude for the sake of the future of Joseon. In the end, the advisor adds that he sees no point in the smallpox vaccine, and if it is proven to be effective, Jong Hyun swears that he will pass on his entire inheritance. Finally, the eunuch finished reading this complaint. The subordinates were trembling with terror. They were afraid that the king was angry. Chan Yong's outlook really changed a lot. When he heard about the variation, he wanted to implement it nationwide, but he didn't do so just because he listened to the opinion of the state counselor. He thought it was reasonable and adopted it. And now, he had a question for the ministers. Jang Yong asks in a stern and cold tone, when was it that he abused his power? The atmosphere in the room was very tense. People were afraid to say an extra word. The king was wasting a lot of time waiting for his subordinates to come to a single decision. Do these fools not understand what power is for? Jang Yong asks if the counselor knows what to do if smallpox breaks out in an unvaccinated area. Does this bastard not care about people's lives at all? And should he make such great sacrifices? The state counselor shouts loudly and interrupts him. Of course, the victims are heartbreaking, but the advisor believes that it is much more important to strengthen the government now. He is doing this to protect national laws. How can he call himself a wise man after such a horrible act? Suddenly, they are interrupted by a subordinate who runs into the room with terrible news. He brings the terrible news that there is an outbreak of smallpox in one of the districts of Yonginpo. Then, the king orders to completely isolate the area and leave the approaches only to the island. After that, they will only have to deal with the treatment. They have already sent doctors from the royal hospital there. Soon our hero enters the room. He was anxious. His father, of course, allows him to go inside. Hien has already heard the news about the smallpox outbreak and tells him to send doctors there immediately. Fortunately, they have already done so. The boy asks why not take people from the island and send them to help the sick. The counselor is against it, but the boy goes on and says that the doctors need help anyway. But if they recruit people from the province, smallpox could spread to other regions, so it's better to call people from the island. This way, the doctors will have less work. Jong Hyun is strongly against this idea and protests. In this situation, who will be responsible for the safety of the people if someone gets infected and the disease reaches the royal court? Hyung emphasizes once again that he has no doubts about the effectiveness of variation, and if something goes wrong, the protagonist is ready to give up the title of prince. The father is shocked by his son's bold application, but he is completely confident in the medicine. And if the people of the island refuse to help, the prince is ready to go to the aid of people with smallpox himself. After this speech, the room fell silent. Without hesitation, the king ordered to tell the islanders to recruit people to help. After that, he turned to his son in a stern tone. He said that the boy could not make such frivolous announcements, because by doing so, he was derelict in his duties. Hyen thanks his father for his mercy. He managed to seize the opportunity. All that remains is to wait for the results. Some time passed. Everyone congratulated the king. The father came to his son. They greeted each other and began to talk about everyday topics. And when they sat down at the table, the father asked if the boy had heard about what happened in Kim Cheon. They say that after only a few cases, there were no more cases of infection. Jong Yong did not even expect that everything would go so well. He is proud that his son paid attention to ordinary shepherds. The protagonist felt that victory was very close. A second later, the father moved on to a serious topic. He was going to execute the state councillor. The king was also going to get rid of everyone who supported him. This was necessary for the future of the Joseon kingdom. Then, he asked his son's opinion. Hyang recognizes that these people do deserve to be punished, especially given recent events, but such a move could strengthen the monarch's power. That's why our hero thinks that they shouldn't be killed. The state councillor has been working for the nation for a very long time, and given his experience, his distrust of new treatments is understandable. Therefore, our hero thinks that the best punishment for them is exile. A slight smile appears on the father's lips at this suggestion. He promises to think about it. Some time passes. The state councillor falls on his knees before the king and asks him to think again. The man tries to make excuses and says that he just doubted the effectiveness of variolation. Two others join him and ask the king not to act rashly. The king continues, saying that if his subordinates continue to behave like this, he will think that they support the actions of the advisor. The inspector reminds him that the king should consult with his subordinates in everything, as the wise men have taught him. These words only irritate the king more. Do his subordinates really think they can control him like a fool? The counselor tries to say that this is not true. Meanwhile, a man from the Royal Bureau of Investigation has arrived. Jang Yong ordered him to imprison the chief state councillor, the legal counselor, the inspector general, and the censor. Immediately afterwards, the guards grabbed them and dragged them to prison. That was the end of the smallpox incident. The traitors were kicked out, but the main thing is that our hero let them live. After the opposition was expelled, the days became much calmer, and so spring came. The king gathered all his subordinates to announce something important. The subordinates, meanwhile, see the changes in the king's appearance and wonder if the rope is really capable of such a thing. Jang Yan says that he is going to carry out a major reform for the sake of the Joseon kingdom. The subordinates were shocked by this abrupt announcement, but the main character, on the contrary, was only happy about it. Then he recalled the events that happened a few weeks ago. The boy was sleeping peacefully in his bed, but suddenly he was woken up by his father's voice. Jang Yong wanted to come into his room to take the plan that his son had shown him during his speech. Hyang allowed him to take the plan, which was on his desk. Immediately afterwards, the father left. The boy did not understand why he came so late, but he did not care. Then he was very sleepy and immediately passed out. At the time, the young man did not realize what this would lead to. He didn't think that this visit would bring about a big change. The next day, his father came to his room to explain something to him. The next day, at lunch, Jang Yong wanted to talk to his son again about the plan he had created. And the next day, their conversations were also about the plan. Hyang was shocked that his father didn't seem to be tired at all, even though it was night. On the contrary, the further the conversation went, the more interested the man became. The father thinks that his son hasn't fully understood his plan, but that's why he understands everything. This led to the king creating a plan for reformation, and Jang Yong would have really wanted ministers and officials to look at it and give their comments. That's how the times of reform came. First, the king decided to reorganize the government. He created a new large-scale administrative model consisting of 6 ministries. After that, he decided to reorganize the administrative units. Each county had to create its own self-governing body. The king also wanted to discuss the trade industry with his son. Jang Yong understood the principle of increasing economic power, but he did not understand how trade could strengthen the monarch's position. With these words, the young man focuses his gaze on the king. Everything was quite simple. The basis of wealth is agriculture. The royal court can, on the contrary, start encouraging the development of trade and industry. In this way, it will get more wealth. In this way, the number of consumers will only increase. Hyang advises his father to look at this situation more broadly. Jang Yong doesn't quite understand his son and wants him to explain it. But after a second, the man realizes that his son is talking about trade. If they make money on exports, they will be able to avoid the restrictions on the territory. This will allow them to grow in power faster than the noble officials who are tied to the region. Jang Yong praised his son and called him a genius, but that was not the end because the king had another question. If traders start borrowing money from officials, they will be able to strengthen their positions. Of course, this is true, but they can turn the merchants' eyes to them. The king does not understand in what way. Hyang says that it is not the officials who will borrow money, but the royal court. This was a national bank by 21st century standards. This is a bank that was created in the interests of the state. The state would be the lender, and this would allow traders to borrow money at low interest rates. Sejong enthusiastically accepted this idea. As a result, the demand for officials increased. the royal court began looking for talented officials. In order to grow true professionals, Sejong ordered a policy revision and the introduction of compulsory education, even for ordinary people. The king gradually began to implement reforms, and the change in policy was closely monitored by officials. However, problems soon began to appear. It took a long time for the new policy to be approved, and it took 15 years to completely change course. Jang Yong is very grateful to his son. He will need a little more time, but now the people will be happy. For the first time, the protagonist sees that someone tried and worried more than he did. Hien has the idea that he should join the scientists, because the boy thinks that he shouldn't take on all the responsibilities. It's all for the sake of the kingdom, so the king has to take part in it personally. Hien said that this was not the case at all. You can just hand over the work to the ministers. The king asks his son's opinion on what will bring more results. Passive listening to reports or personal involvement. The king doesn't want to just sit and put stamps on things. So the king invites his son to come along. As expected, no matter how much Kim Jin knows about the future, he still can't avoid something. The protagonist was in his room when his father came to visit him. Jang Yong came to his son to ask him something. Yang was not very happy with this idea because he wants to rest. But his father promises that this time he has a completely different question. The man recalls that during the presentation, Hien mentioned a few changes. The man became very curious why the boy didn't say anything about the army. Our hero does not answer, but only smiles slyly, which surprises his father. If Hien had spoken about the army, he would have been even more displeased. Then the boy asks what his father thinks about the army. Jang Yong thinks that the country needs military reforms, so it is necessary to increase the number of troops to eliminate the threat to the Joseon kingdom. Hyang believes that now is the time to do it. The main character is of the same opinion. Hyang thinks that it is necessary to strengthen the navy. Unfortunately, the kingdom lacks strength at sea. During the battle in Tsushima a few years ago, almost half of the sailors were untrained. The navy really lacked knowledge, but this is not the only problem. Because of the size of the ships, sailors have to risk their lives crossing the sea between islands. In this case, it is necessary to increase the production of warships and start training sailors. But then an equally important question arises. Where to get the money? Then our hero has an idea. Without thinking twice, Hyang suggests digging stones. King Changyong fainted a little when he heard about the stones. He did not understand what his son meant. Soon, the royal order came. Let the skilled miners gather at the Ministry of Commerce. No one can understand why the king needed miners. Some people assume that it is to find gold. Jang Yong thinks that they need to increase their capital with silver and copper. It seems that this will be enough. But our hero's hobbies require something else. Hyang gets up and tells his father that he will need something else, namely iron, sulfur, limestone, and coal. Jang Yong understood everything except the coal, so his son explains. This is a sedimentary rock that burns better than wood, and limestone is a mineral that is needed for construction. The boy says that he doesn't know how to use it himself, so he will have to study this point. Iron, coal, and cement are the things without which the Industrial Revolution is simply impossible. Without them, there will be no progress. The subordinate says that there is no sulfur in their kingdom. It is even now being imported into the kingdom. But the prince says that you can't be sure that it doesn't exist. Maybe they just haven't found it yet. There is sulfur in the Ming Empire, but definitely not in theirs. The subordinates think it's impossible. Of course they can try, but I doubt it very much. The most serious advantage of sulfur is gunpowder. This is the most important thing for national defense. If they get it only from abroad, then someday it may become a serious problem for them. Then, his subordinates supported him. As he thought, everything became much easier as soon as he mentioned national defense. So, miners from different provinces gathered in Hanyang to renew their training. And the king created an organization called the Resources Agency under the Ministry of Commerce. Their task was to travel around the kingdom in search of the listed minerals. If they were successful, they would be rewarded. Soon, the king joins them and everyone greets him. His subordinates immediately fall to their knees and greet him. The strength and prosperity of the kingdom depends on these miners, so he has great hope for them. The man gives one of them a list and asks them to check if everything is on it. They read the list carefully. Gold, silver, copper, coal. On the edge of the paper, they notice that something else is written. They need to be told immediately if they find a black, shiny, but fragile stone. And this stone is called graphite. After a while, the subordinates bring back 4 full bags with all the necessary minerals. Just then, a delegation from the Ming Empire returns. The protagonist is very happy to see them here. This time, a gift was given to the Joseon kingdom. All the subordinates are shocked to receive a gift from the Ming Empire. The gift was a strange map, but the king could not understand what it was. The king could not understand what kind of map it was, so he asked his son. Yang made a special request to the head of the delegation. It is important for the governance of the country, because it is a map of Zheng He's great journey. Zheng He was a eunuch from the Ming Empire who led an expedition to the distant sea on the orders of Emperor Yongle. He is highly revered throughout modern China. They say that his ships reached modern-day South Asia and Africa. Cheng Yong has heard of him, but even so, he doesn't understand how these records can help the state. But the main character insists that this map is a real treasure. Even so, no one in the audience can still understand what its value is. Then, our hero reminds them of the problems that were associated with the import of buffalo horns. They are used to make weapons, but they come from the Ming Empire to the Joseon Kingdom. They are very rarely given away, and they are also tribute. But buffaloes are not only in the Ming Empire. The boy had heard that they were also found in Thailand and Vietnam. But the kingdom did not trade with these countries for one simple reason, because they simply did not know how to get there. But if they looked at a map, they could find out how to get to other countries, and then the Joseon Kingdom could make a trade deal without any extra costs. The king really thought about it after his son's words, and after a few seconds of thinking, he realized that his son was right. The crowd did not quite understand the king, but he continued to praise his son. But there was one serious problem. The empire would never give out such information for nothing. Therefore, the king immediately realizes that his son is somehow involved. It went like this. The subordinates from the kingdom came to the empire, where the emperor kindly greeted them. They brought with them very valuable goods, such as eagles. The subordinates say that they need sulfur and copper, so the emperor orders the chief secretary to give them everything they need without any questions. But that was not the end of their list. They also wanted a copy of the travels of the eunuch Zheng He. Emperor Yongle asks why the kingdom suddenly needed it. They say that thanks to this map, they will be able to learn more about the world around them and the countries that surround them. Their kingdom does not yet fully realize how big this world is. Therefore, the subordinates would like to ask for a copy of these records and hope that the emperor will not refuse them. That's how they were able to get this map. The ambassadors did a great job, but the king was still wondering how this happened, because no monarch would give away such a valuable thing. Therefore, there was a feeling that the emperor was up to something. A subordinate said that there was something wrong with the records. They had just realized with horror that it was not a copy, as they had asked for, but a real original. Everyone immediately tensed up because they thought they might get in trouble for this, and it must be some kind of mistake. No one could understand how the empire could give them the original. When the subordinate turned the pages a little, he saw that there was an envelope with a letter inside. The subordinate was trembling with fear, but he took the letter to the king. Zhang Yan opened it, but still could not understand anything. Then, the protagonist asked permission to read the letter as well. The eunuch quickly handed it to the prince. This was done legally, so the kingdom didn't have to worry about the time. It is our understanding that the emperor deliberately gave them the original. Then, our hero was going to tell his father about it. It seems that the Ming Empire decided to blame everything on the Joseon king. Then, the boy recalls the words of his historian about why this one was sent on a journey. Emperor Yongle came to power in a coup d'etat, although he had almost nothing. Thus, he tried to get as many achievements as possible, and the Great Expedition was also his achievement. The question arises, why was the expedition not repeated? The fact was that the empire's trade was directly related to tribute, but such trade with distant countries was not very profitable. If a ship got caught in a storm, everything would have to be restored from the beginning, and this was not so cheap. Therefore, after the emperor's death, these records were burned so that the new emperor would not repeat the mistakes of the past. It turns out that the emperor only had unnecessary problems with this map. His subordinates think that if it takes so much money, maybe they shouldn't bother with it. But the crown prince says that everything will be fine, because they are not like the Ming Empire. In terms of trade, the whole empire trades with tribute, but the kingdom sometimes follows an equal exchange. No one in the room understands what the guy means when he talks about an equivalent exchange. Unlike the empire, which prioritizes tribute, their kingdom will exchange basic necessities. That is, they will focus on sales. The royal court will guarantee the safety of traders. They will collect taxes. Thanks to this, they can import many essential goods at a low price, and the royal court will take control of pricing. The subordinate is not sure that there are necessities across the seas, because most things are already made in their kingdom. Then the protagonist asks if any of them have heard of pepper. The subordinate is surprised to hear this and then remembers. They had forgotten about pepper. These people have no idea how terrible food is without pepper, but it is quite expensive to buy it from the Arabs. The boy says that, of course, there are some risks, but if they don't try it, they will not get anything out of it. Smuggling might spread, and people will have to pay even more. This will increase the level of corruption. The richer the Joseon kingdom is, the better off people will be. Hyang asks the Minister of Taxation where the things he asked for are. They were already in the archive. Our hero asks his father if he can bring some things to the estate, and he allows it. There were still less than 20 such chests in the vault. In fact, it was even better than the Crown Prince expected. It was the first commodity called sugar. In the Joseon era, sugar was a very valuable ingredient. It was quite difficult to get sugar cane, so sugar was considered a luxury item for a long time. Sugar is very expensive, and here there were 20 chests of it. Even though the prince is an heir, it was too luxurious even for him. The protagonist asked the Minister of Taxation what the price was for all these chests. The man was very surprised by what he saw on the sheet. The purchase of sugar cost them 20 silver coins of 999 pieces. Everyone began to think that this was some kind of mistake. They asked the Minister of Taxation how much sugar was purchased. As many as 800 kilograms of sugar were purchased. You couldn't even buy a small crumb of sugar on the market for that kind of money. How did it happen then? If you read the old records of the Joseon era, you will find out that the kingdom was isolated. The kingdom of Joseon did not even know that the empire had already begun to grow sugar cane. And there was already a lot of sugar. That's how the boy managed to buy sugar at a low price. Jang Young was very proud of his son and his knowledge. This is what you would expect from an heir. The subordinate was against the idea because they already had honey and syrup, so he didn't think there was a need to rely on sugar. But it is also quite difficult to produce honey. A misunderstanding arose between the men, and they began to argue. The protagonist did not interfere in their argument, but silently watched it. Then he turned to his subordinate and asked if he had ever bought sugar. It turns out that almost none of them had ever been worth sugar. He turned to the king and said that he would like to ask him for something. Since they have received so much sugar, the boy offers to share the reward with the ministers and workers of the estate. The subordinates were shocked by the crown prince's kindness. Our hero thinks that they should be praised for their service. Thus, the estate workers received sugar. Very soon, all the ministers agreed to the trade. The young prince comes to his father because he called him. When the boy sees that the king is eating sugar again, he starts scolding him because he might get diabetes. Suddenly, the news comes that the ministers have arrived. A second later, the ministers enter the room. Hien looks at them carefully and realizes that he has never seen them before. When they sit down, the king says that many places of power are now empty, and that is why they need new people. The king asks the ministers to introduce themselves because the prince does not know them. These men were the king's right, left, and chief advisors. Hien was very surprised that this was true, but the boy was very happy about it. It's really hard for our hero to believe that the time of the Sejong Avengers has already come. Meanwhile, in the study room, the Eastern Mansion, Hyang tells the eunuch that they urgently need to go to the royal tailor. The crown prince was very eager to meet Sir Jang Yong-sil. The boy came to the Eastern Mansion, but the person he was looking for was not at the royal tailor's. Yong-sil was now at the water clock. So the eunuch said he would call him to the Eastern Mansion. But our hero said that he shouldn't do that, so as not to distract the man. He decided to go to him himself. Soon, the main character was already there. This water clock looked much bigger than the boy could have imagined. Suddenly, next to him, he saw a bearded man muttering to himself. It was Jang Yong's right-hand man. He immediately greeted the crown prince. The boy noticed that his subordinate was looking at his watch very excitedly and asked what was wrong. It turned out that the king had ordered him to make a more accurate watch. Although the man understands the principle, it is quite difficult to make the calculations. So, our hero suggests that Counselor Chan make the clock smaller. The man has already thought about it, but it seems to him that it is completely impossible. It turns out that the boy tried to make a drawing and asks the man to look at it. At first, the man does not take the little boy's words seriously, because creating a watch is a complicated business. But he is shocked when he sees the drawing of the crown prince. He should have used a pendulum, not water, and wheels. He is surprised that such a small boy could come up with such a brilliant solution. Hien lies a little and says that he was inspired by Western books. The man isn't sure he can pull it off, but he promises to try. After that, he immediately runs off to do the work. But suddenly he stops abruptly because he forgot a very important thing. First, the advisor must fulfill the king's order, and only then do it. The protagonist says he will take care of everything so the man doesn't have to worry. Hyang promises that he can be relied on, and the counselor should go and do it. Soon, the crown prince arrives at the king's estate. Our hero came to the king and said that he had a request. Everyone immediately fell silent in anticipation, because they already realized that the prince was up to something again. Then, the protagonist asks the king to give him assistance. The prince wants Jiang Cho from the Ministry of Public Works, an official named Jian Inji from the Hall of Honored Guests, and Jian from the Ministry of Law Enforcement. In addition, he wants the master of the artillery cell, Zhang Yongsil from the Royal Atelier. The subordinates are very surprised by this request, but the king does not understand their surprise. The people asked by the prince are the main masters of their departments, and without them, many problems will arise. So the king asks the prince to explain why he needs them. Hyang would like to work on inventions that can enrich the kingdom of Joseon. The boy would really like to help the kingdom. He has a lot of blueprints that are in the Eastern Mansion, but they are only the basis. The young man needs accurate calculations. That is why he needs officials. If these people help our hero with the developments, they will give wings to the Kingdom of Sleep and give a boost to the army. People still couldn't understand what the prince was trying to achieve. The next day, all the people our hero asked for gathered at the Eastern Manor. Jung-in had already heard that the right-hand advisor was making watches and was inquiring about it. The clock was drawn with a daytime format for counting time. It seems that this might confuse the people. The prince enters the room and says that from now on there will be no division between day and night. It will be much easier to put nighttime on a single time zone. The ministers and officials agree but still don't understand why they were called. Our hero says that they need to solve some problems first. After that, he shows them some documents. The men look at the prince, who did not explain anything to them. These were simple calculations that the boy asked them to solve. It seems that the tasks here were quite difficult, especially since they did not have calculators. Some time passed. The main character took their sheets to check their work. The results were quite bad. The highest score was 70 points. The boy decides that he needs to introduce Arabic numerals and spread the learning of math. The boy is too busy to teach these men, so he needs to find someone. Thus, a month passed. The new version of the clock was already in the king's hall, and everyone admired it. It was a new clock that replaced the water clock. These can be placed in the offices of ministers. The king likes this clock very much and tells the minister to install it in the mansion and in the minister's offices. His subordinates admire the crown prince because he has created something incredible again. But it turns out that this was only the beginning of the horror. The subordinates quickly ran to the king's hall because they were late. But the king was already very angry. It seems that the subordinates were very late because the king pointed to his watch. A lot of time had passed. The subordinates sincerely apologized to the king for being late. Since the introduction of the clock, everyone had become more strict about time. And now everyone was more careful about their work than before. Everyone kept a close eye on time and tried to submit all the work on time. And the subordinates who were always late were very harsh on the person who invented the clock. Father and son were walking down the street when the king praised and thanked the boy. Thanks to our hero, the royal court has been revitalized, and now they spend much less time wasting time. The main character says that he has created many more interesting things. The father patted his son on the head and said that he was really proud of him. Then Jang Young asked what his son would need to turn his ideas into reality. In response, the boy gave a sly laugh. Hyang gave him a puppy dog look and said that he just needed a small personal office. Our hero needed a place where he could work on his inventions. Without an office, it was difficult for the boy to work on his clocks. And because of the large number of drawings, he sometimes slept on the floor. The young man began to be capricious and say that if he had a personal office, he would be able to make even more discoveries. Jang Young could not make such a frivolous decision. He had to talk to the ministers first, and then he was ready to give his son an answer. A few days later, the Department of Science and Research was established. Everyone was shocked by this. Soon after, the subordinates entered the room, which was very small, so they were surprised that it would be an office. Although the office is small, it is just the beginning, so no one will look down on them. The boy invites his team to go inside. Now he is going to explain to them what they are going to do here. He is going to explain to them the layout of the Science and Research Department. This department was created for the kingdom's prosperity through time. The boy will be in charge here, and there will be 2 additional departments. The first is the Department of Basic Scientific Knowledge, which will deal with theory, and the second will deal with practice. Now the minister has made everything clear. The Department of Theory will be headed by the Minister of Public Works and Sir Chung In-ji. Sir Lee Chung will be in charge of the Department of Applied Sciences, and Royal Counselor Chan will supervise masters from other departments to provide the necessary conditions for research. Now the prince is going to tell us what exactly they will be doing. The Department of Theory will study metallurgy, chemistry, the basics of architecture, and so on. The Department of Practice will conduct research based on the data obtained by the Department of Theory. The man is surprised that metallurgy and architecture will also have to be studied. Hyang says that if they know any officials who are good at arithmetic, they should be brought to him. And if that's not enough, he orders them to bring representatives of the Hui. The Hui are traders from the Eastern Empire. If they come here, it may cause the minister's displeasure, but such people are simply necessary for research. It is said that Muslims came to Korea's Palu Island during the Silla period. They are good at arithmetic, so they will be useful. The man asks if the practice department will just have to wait for the research to be completed. Then our hero asks the minister to go outside with him. This man used to be involved in military affairs. Therefore, the protagonist gives him the task of improving firearms. For a former military officer, this offer was just great. The subordinate bows and says that he will fulfill this order at any cost. But first, he had to find someone who knew a lot about firearms. There is a general, Cho Hye-sang, who serves in an artillery unit. He is now in charge of military affairs. Then our hero wanted to go to him right away. After that, they went to the Ministry of Military Affairs. A former general and expert on firearms, the head of the artillery department, Cho Hye-sang, came to see Hyang. They greeted each other kindly. For some reason, the old man looked at our hero very sternly. This heavy and concentrated look made the boy feel uncomfortable. But a second later, a sincere big smile appeared on his face, and the man thanked him for his kindness. The former general got down to business and asked what brought the crown prince to his ministry. When they sat down to talk, Hyun asked for help with his new inventions. The boy says he would like to modernize the weapons of the Joseon kingdom. Their army is not even comparable to that of the empire, and they are much weaker in battle. Moreover, the national capital is too small, so they cannot increase their troops. To solve this problem, they need to improve their weapons first, and then expand their troops. The ministers listened to the boy with interest. Hyang was not referring to the kingdom's spears and swords. He was talking about firearms. The minister did not understand how these weapons could be improved, but the protagonist already had a plan. It looked very cunning and insidious. The protagonist will tell you more about it when the plan is ready. First, he would like to learn more about the firearms of the Joseon kingdom, and that's why the boy wants to be demonstrated. But first he needs to get the king's permission. Hyang comes to his father to talk about it, but the man doesn't understand why it's necessary. But it was not just for fun. The boy wanted to learn more about their firearms to improve them. In this case, the king allows the weapons demonstration to begin. Jang Yong suggested that they also hold a demonstration of cavalry and soldiers. Thus, 10 days later, a parade of military forces was assembled. We should use this as an opportunity to showcase the Joseon army. They decided to start with the cavalry and archers. Hyang looked closely at the spear and noticed that it was much shorter. A second later, the army commander ordered them to start shooting. A second later, the archers started shooting. Their arrows clearly hit their targets. And after that, horses with riders ran to the target and stuck their spears into them. The boy does not understand why the army slowed down, so they simply lose the momentum they had gained with such difficulty. The main character sighs and realizes that they still have a lot to learn. After that, they moved on to the gun demonstration. Our hero was very excited and looking forward to this event. He couldn't take his eyes off it. The biggest gun was an air gun, followed by a ground gun, and the last one was a handgun. A second later, the firing squad caught fire. The gun quickly ejected a missile. As soon as the projectile reached the target, there was a strong explosion. The projectile could have traveled as far as 1.5 kilometers. Then the father asked what his son thought about it. But the prince did not answer right away, because he was thinking deeply. After that, our hero said that it was very wonderful and praised the generals and the military. A second later, our hero asks his father for permission to talk to the soldiers. The king immediately realizes that his restless son is up to something again. After a while, the crown prince comes to the soldiers to talk to them. Hyang notices that the soldiers are wearing different clothes, and this surprises him greatly. He asks them about it, and it turns out that they make their own clothes. Now everything became clear. In this era, soldiers made their own clothes. But he decides to think about it later, because now he is interested in firearms. The crown prince was very happy to see so many firearms in one place. The young man never thought he would see these weapons in person. Such a joyful reaction scares the military a bit. Previously, the boy had only seen such things in museums. The quality here was superior. He noticed that they used to use wooden guns without mounts, but that would change soon. This is what a standard cannon looked like. They used reinforced wood to make it. Thanks to this, they are getting better. But there is still a lot to change. The main thing is to start somewhere. Then, the prince decides to look at the other cannons for now. The boy asks what the punching power of a hand cannon is. The soldier says that their enemy wears either leather armor or brigantine. If they are hit with such a gun, they will all be killed. Soon, the protagonist finished inspecting the firearms. It was quite difficult because it was hard to find the problem. After a while, the king thanks everyone for their work. As a reward for their work, the king prepared drinks and meat for the soldiers to eat. While everyone is rejoicing, the crown prince is deep in thought. The boy is outraged by something and says that he is going to die of curiosity. Then he turns to the soldiers, who do not understand what he wants. The boy calls the soldiers to come with him because he has a question. They obediently follow him, and the prince apologizes for taking them away from his father's meal. In fact, the soldiers were angry about it, but they did not show it, and were ready to answer the prince's questions. Hyang asked what problems they faced when using such guns. The young man rephrased the question and asked if it was convenient to use these weapons. The soldiers fell silent because they needed time to think. In general, they were comfortable using the weapons, but there was one difficulty. Most guns are used by attaching the handle, but even the strongest soldiers find it difficult to fire more than twice. There was also a problem with distance and accuracy. As the distance increases, the accuracy decreases dramatically. The center of gravity was moved forward. Maybe the soldiers had difficulties because of the weight. The gun weighed about 2 kilograms and was about a meter long. The boy was shocked to learn that all cannons could have different lengths. It was given out as a tribute, so there were no measurement standards for its manufacture. It seems that the soldiers did not care much about the location of the center of gravity. This cannon consumed approximately 37 grams of powder. The protagonist was shocked to hear this figure because he thought it was much less. Then, the crown prince began to think. That was the end of his questions, so he let the soldiers go. Before he left, Hyang praised them for a job well done. The soldiers could not understand why the young prince was so interested in everything, but they blamed it on his age and the fact that he was just exploring the world. But now Hyang understood exactly what the problem was. It was already evening. The main character was going about his business. Although it takes 2 people to operate a cannon, our hero had heard that he could do it alone. If necessary, the shooter can fix the cannon under his right armpit and light the wick with his left hand. But this is inconvenient. That is why 2 people usually work together. But the problem is that this requires a lot of soldiers. Now everything became clear to the crown prince. He had to deal with the cannons first. The main problem with the cannons was the amount of gunpowder they used. When Kim Jin went to the United States in his past life, he met a lot of military men. He even managed to make friends with one of them, and then he showed him his collection of weapons. His old friend even knew how to make bullets. He was a true professional in his field. But the man used little powder for 1 round, about 30 pellets. The weight of the threshold is measured in pellets. 30 pellets meant that only 2 grams of powder were used. The main character was very impressed by this information. It really fascinated him. With 1 nanny, he would produce good power. In this era, people hadn't invented sights yet, so it was better to shoot by eye. But for this, you need to shoot either close or use a lot of powder. But because of this, soldiers can be killed by recoil. Hyun begins to think about what he should do. He speaks out loud so the audience can hear it all. First, the prince decides to deal with small problems and then take on bigger ones. Now he is going to the Ministry of Military Affairs. Meanwhile, the former general had a training session here. He sat down while reading something. The crown prince was very surprised to see this practice. They greeted each other. The main character had a quick question. He wanted to see the wick. Soon enough, an old man brings the wick, but he doesn't understand why the prince needs it. But that was not all. The boy asks to light it. A second later, a bright flash appears at the tip of the wick. But immediately after it appeared, Hyun blew on it and extinguished it. But that was not the end of it. The boy wants to look at all the wicks that are here. And when other wicks are brought to him, the boy does exactly the same thing. Everything was just as the crown prince thought it would be. The thing was that the fire was blowing through the wind. Before, no one complained about this, and they just lit the wick anew. However, it is very inconvenient to do this on the battlefield, because every minute counts. He asked me to tell the artillery department to prepare wicks of the right thickness. The former general was surprised that such a young child had come to this conclusion. Meanwhile, Li Chong met with the Minister of Taxation. They had not seen each other for a long time. The minister hadn't seen the prince for a long time, but that was because he was conducting a very important experiment. The boy had spent the last 5 days reading books, and he had even received mercury. Soon, it was time to leave. They said goodbye. Meanwhile, the main character called all his assistants. The Minister of Public Works was in charge of aligning their calendars with the Empire's calendar. The results are expected around winter. Hyun is very unhappy when he hears that they will finish in the winter. Our hero wants everything to be ready for the harvest festival. The boy orders them to hire someone else to finish faster. But it's unlikely that anyone will go to a place where working overtime is normal. They can mention the prince's name when they are looking for people to work. Then, Hyang turns to General Choi Hae and Lee Jong. He wants to entrust them with an important job. The men immediately began to feel a little nervous about this responsibility. Our hero started looking for something among the documents and soon found a letter. With it, they could change the course of the upcoming battles. When the aides looked at this drawing, they were delighted. The drawing depicted a weapon that the crown prince had invented. The aides looked at the drawing with delight, scrutinizing it carefully. With it, they could change the course of future battles, but the boy needed help with the production. The men looked at the drawing carefully, trying to understand how it worked. One man had a question about what it was. He pointed to a certain place on the drawing. If you pull the trigger, the mechanism will immediately start moving. But how do you use the wick? But our hero did not answer this question, and the royal advisor Chan himself came to the conclusion of how it works. The man had very clever ideas indeed. Judging by the advisor's explanation, this is just a brilliant invention. If they create this weapon, it will help save more time. Hyen thinks that they need to calculate the time of the shot, but the drawing shows neither a wick nor a powder magazine, just some unfamiliar design. How to put the powder in it? The crown prince just laughs slyly and is about to explain to them how to do it. The boy takes out a drawing and begins to tell her about the structure of this weapon. The assistants listen to his every word with interest. The protagonist shows them exactly where the gunpowder is placed. It turns out that you can simply pull the trigger. But there was a problem with the gunpowder they were using. Producing gunpowder is a very complicated business. It is quite dangerous, and it is not easy to store it. If you grind the ingredients too much during mixing, you can have an explosion. And if it is stored incorrectly, the mixed ingredients will separate. If they try to use what the prince suggested, they could get into big trouble. Hyang recognizes that General Cho is right, but the prince has a solution to this problem. The boy had a bowl of powder in his hand, but they didn't know what it was. You could say it was homemade gunpowder. Hyen would like to continue, but this will suffice for now. Hyen called it silver powder. The boy did not use silver to make the gunpowder. It was all saltpeter, mercury, and alcohol. The men were still in shock at what the boy was saying. Judging by the faces of the assistants, we can conclude that they are very curious and want to try it too. At first, the man is quite skeptical, but then he is shocked. He picks up this unknown thing and asks what it is. It meant that they could actually use what the crown prince had created. Seriously, it was just a rough model based on a drawing. The assistants didn't even know how to react to it. The old man wanted to try to hold the thing. He picked it up just as the boy had shown him. The men were delighted with it. It looked just incredible. If they use this weapon, they will not need several fuses. Just one will be enough. It is very difficult to aim with a single fuse, but this thing on top looks like a sight, and the long shape of the weapon makes it easier to hit the target. Then Lily Chan had another question. When he saw the blueprints, he realized that this was not a molded weapon. This gun was created by hot metal processing. The men were shocked that the boy was going to use iron for this. That is why they had to warn the artillery department in advance. Thus, several weeks passed. Everyone gathered in the king's hall. Zheng Yan hadn't seen his son for a long time, and he wondered what he was doing for so long. Suddenly, a eunuch reports the news that the crown prince has arrived in the royal hall. His subordinates are eagerly waiting for him. Soon the boy enters and greets his father. The king immediately asks what the prince has been doing all this time. Hyang was just about to report on his latest development. Then the eunuch approaches the prince and gives him a book. It was a report on a new achievement of the Joseon Institute of Science and Technology. Then, the crown prince gave the book to his father. After reading it, the king did not immediately believe that everything written here was true. Hyang assured his father that it was all true. The king was shocked that the boy had developed his own method of switching to the new calendar. The person who was responsible for the predictions at the eclipse ritual was severely beaten. And this happened only because the kingdom's calendar did not match the empire's. They made the necessary calculations to update the calendar. Zhang Yon was well aware that this would help them greatly. There was also a drawing that was related to astronomical observations. It seems to be a device for observing the sky. But our hero does not answer this question directly. The boy says that he will prepare a separate report about this device later. Sky observation could become a serious diplomatic problem in the relations between the Ming Empire and the Joseon Kingdom. They decide to talk about this topic when the issue is resolved. With that, the meeting was over. The king was a little upset because he did not remember the part that was most interesting to him. Then, the king asked where the report on the military was. The boy said that they were already working on it, so it would take some more time. Everyone was already waiting. The protagonist wanted to ask to allocate some more budget for this development, but his father wanted to see something first. Hyang never contradicted King Sejong's words. The same was true for Cho Hye and Li Zhong. No matter how much the king scolded them, they would never open their mouths. Night fell. The king was wondering whether he should wait for the report or go and visit his son right now. Suddenly, in the middle of the night, the crown prince came to see him. Zhang Yong curiously asked what brought the boy here at such a late hour. It turned out that the protagonist had another request. He needed military officers and soldiers. Our hero was sure that he needed these people because they wanted to test new weapons. When the king agreed to this, the boy was very happy and thanked him. The boy told him again that they were running out of money, but the king would not hear it, so he threw him out. A few days later, the officers and soldiers were introduced to the Hall of Studies. Very soon, the soldiers were transferred to another location. Despite the fact that their location was surrounded by fences, security was reliable. Every Wednesday afternoon, no loud explosions were heard. And inside, Kyung hung a sign that read Zone 51. The king did not know what this sign meant, but after they put up the sign, everyone started talking about a turning point. The subordinate did not know what it meant, but he knew that this phrase came from the West. After this zone was created, Xiang started waking up from 6 to 7 in the morning. After completing the heir's chores, he would go to the research room, the artillery cell, and to Zone 51. Moreover, the boy began to ride a horse to save time. Everyone around was very attracted to the boy's activity, but it was also a little scary to imagine what our hero could have delayed. The subordinates could not wait any longer. They thought it was necessary to check what the prince was doing, and whether he was spending the budget for a reason. It turned out that the king was thinking about it too. A little later, the prince came to the throne room because his father called him. The king and the ministers are already very eager to see the progress of his inventions. Hyang says that this matter must be kept secret for now, because it affects the national security of the kingdom. Jang Yong is well aware of this, but explains that he cannot release the budget just like that. That's why he is going to check his son's work. Then, the king asks how much he needs to prepare. The boy sighs heavily because he realizes that there is no other option. Heian says he needs 5 days to prepare. The 5 days passed very quickly, and the king came to inspect them. He concluded that the study had grown a lot because there were many new officials, but they didn't seem to be looking any better. Then, the protagonist invited his father to come inside. In the corner of the room, he sees some objects. The prince explained that they were scaled-down models, and they didn't function. Jong-yong was a little disappointed because it was not enough for the budget he had allocated, but the boy assured him that this was just the beginning. A second later, our hero opens the door. There are many different models on the shelves. The king is delighted with what he sees and wants to know what they are. Jang Yong is eager to find out what all this is for, but his son asks him not to rush. Everything here is very secret, so officials must wait outside. Only the ministers will go. Everything they see on the shelves now is the work of the Research Institute. They all did a very good job, even though they were very tired. The king took a long stick and asked what it was for. It was called a slope meter. This device is used to measure vertical and horizontal slope. The iron ball should stop in the center. This device will be very helpful in the construction of buildings. The most important thing is to make sure that the foundation is level. This device can be used when building a ministry. But it was too early for that, because this object was only for demonstration. Then, the king starts looking at the items on the shelves again. The king comes across a model of a ship. His son says that this is a model of the coolest warship. It is a Western ship. It is modeled after a similar example. The king is shocked that such huge ships are built in the West. And the main character adds that he doesn't need any messengers, because he moves with the power of the wind. The main weapon of this ship is cannons. With the right calculation, the ship can be equipped with about 80 cannons. The king is shocked by such a large number. Chang Yong is very pleased with the work of his son and others. Suddenly, his father's eyes catch on another model on the shelf. He picks it up and thinks it's an ordinary plate, but Hyang assures him otherwise. The protagonist explained that this thing symbolizes an iron ship. The idea of the iron ship came to Hyun a few months ago. His assistants thought it was impossible because iron would sink. Hyang said it was possible, but they just hadn't figured out a way to do it yet. So he ordered a eunuch to bring a bronze bowl and a large basin of water. Here he proved in practice that the bronze bowl would not sink in water. The assistants who saw this were greatly shocked. If the bowl is empty and the surface that touches the water is large, the iron will float. The aides were shocked at how smart the crown prince was. Had he really read about this in books? It meant that if they combined the irons, they could create a whole ship. But there was a problem. The assistants doubted that it was possible to combine the iron layers so that the water would not leak. This was the task the crown prince gave his assistants. Now the king understood why the plate was needed. The minister doesn't think it will be easy to create an iron ship, so they need to come up with a way out. They know the principle, and now they just need to find a way. Jang Yong thinks it will take a long time, and he doubts he will ever see the ship. Hyang doubts that even he will be able to see the ship. After these words, the king begins to doubt that it is necessary to continue this research. But our hero insists, because it is necessary for the future of the Joseon kingdom. Jang Yong has nothing to say to his son's words. But despite this, the boy's crazy ideas have always been good for him. The king agrees, but says that they can't just invest money and time without thinking, so he asks the prince to prepare a clear plan. Then the king asks what that thing was in the very corner of the shelves. The prince called it a heron's ball. This device was created long ago by a famous Western scientist. If they manage to create a ship of iron, another problem will arise. The larger the ship, the harder it is to move. That's why the protagonist wants to start another research with the ministers. Then, the prince ordered the eunuch to bring the device he asked for. After a while, some incomprehensible devices appear on the table for the ministers. The boy explains that he wants to use water and fire as a driving force. The ministers don't understand how the boy is going to do this, but they watch carefully. A few seconds after the prince poured water inside, the balloon began to spin. The ball spun like a wheel, and with each revolution it accelerated in speed. The force of water and fire can move even a heavy cauldron lid. Yihen would like to call this thing a steam engine. This is how movement happens when you use only a small amount of water and fire. We should use it on the ship when it is ready. But the main character says that this mechanism can be used not only on ships. He suggests adding this mechanism to a propelling cart. When the ministers heard this, they were a little shocked. Jang Yong didn't quite understand when his son told him about the idea of creating a propulsion cart. The king thought that for such an engine, he would have to put a lot of water and firewood in the cart, and then there would not be enough room for luggage. But the steam engine has a lot of power compared to its size, so you can move several carts instead of just one. Then, the protagonist is going to show it off in person. A second later, he opens the door. Then, the king and ministers find themselves in a spacious room filled with some inventions. Their eyes literally run away from the variety of models they see in this room. It was the development of a model railroad. Now the boy is going to show them the power of a steam engine. He orders them to prepare a locomotive. It was a steam engine combined with wheels. Soon, the main character began the demonstration. He set fire to a piece of wood that was inside the locomotive. The ministers and the king opened their mouths in anticipation, and in a moment the locomotive started and moved forward. Everyone present was pleasantly surprised by this invention. It was really incredible, although it is still just a model. They will do their best to study it and make it practical. It will be possible to travel from the southern part of the kingdom to the northern part in one day, and then the kingdom will once again have an incredible future. Because of the high mountains, people cannot leave the place where they were born, so they live their whole lives in one place and die. If they create a locomotive, this problem will be solved. The ministers were delighted with this. It was as if they were in spring. But there is no guarantee that the research will be successful, so the father is now thinking about whether to invest in it at all. The protagonist seems to read his mind. Seeing the doubts in the king's eyes, the crown prince asks the aides to give him the plan. The assistants begin to pull books from the shelves. Soon, a tall stack of books appeared in front of the king. It was a comprehensive national development plan. When Jang Yong opened it, he was shocked by how much text was written there. The plan was based on the geography, economy, population, and resource distribution of Joseon. It was compiled into 42 volumes. Nevertheless, it seems to be something to think about. He asks the advisor to address the ministers. Now the institute had a problem of lack of talent. Most of the officials could not get enough rest. When Hyang asked the eunuch about the truth of his words, he simply started crying instead of answering. They had a lot of work to do, but very few people, so there was almost no time to rest. Rumors spread that the work was very hard, so no one wanted to come. Every time the number of officials increases, new work begins. It has been more than 6 months since this institute was created. It also creates many subjects and performs many tasks at the same time. Because of this, the king concludes that his son has been working very hard, so he only praises him. Yu, the man, decides to help them with the problem of the shortage of people. This research is likely to require a larger budget. Therefore, he thinks that this is an issue that needs to be discussed carefully. The main character understood this perfectly. Jang Young is sure that his son hasn't shown him everything yet. As expected, a large budget was allocated, which means that good results should be expected, and they should be grateful at least for that. The main character is going to follow the order. Hyun and Jang Yun were busy riding horses. The rich like it very much. But the king was still trying to find out what Zone 51 meant. The protagonist tries to change the subject and lies that he just likes the way it sounds. It seems that they have already arrived at the place, but there were guards blocking their way. Only those with a pass could enter. Hyang told the king that it was okay, because even the prince could not enter without a pass. This is because safety is of the utmost importance here. A second later, the protagonist pulls out a token from behind his collar, which was a pass to the zone. Immediately after that, the guards take a strange pose and allow you to pass. After that, they open the gate and they go inside. Zhang Yong admitted that the security here was really top-notch. This was necessary to prevent the leakage of confidential information. The king was increasingly wondering what was going on here. 2 more men stood in front of them and greeted them. Zhang Yong praised them for their work. Although the uniform is slightly different, it has its own values. The man asked what they were doing here, and was told that they were developing and improving gunpowder. In addition, they are engaged in the improvement and development of artillery barrels, developing weapons and tactics. The king says he would like to see what they have already done. The guards say that now Zhang Yong will have to get off his horse and walk. Everything here was very serious. When they go inside, they see an open field with absolutely nothing. Zhang Yong looks around in surprise, expecting to see something. Somewhere in the distance he sees tables with plates on them. The king thinks that there is gunpowder there. It really was. They had developed a more powerful gunpowder than the one used in the kingdom before. This gunpowder is a little bit earthy in color and has been used since the beginning, and for convenience it is called GAP gunpowder. And now he was showing YL gunpowder, an improved version of GAP gunpowder. It's darker than gunpowder. The former general is going to explain the difference between the two. They mix the raw materials well and accelerate with water to make the consistency thick. After that, it is dried, crushed, and filtered through a sieve. Up to this point, everything is the same as with regular gunpowder. And then, the filtered powder goes through a process of mixing with graphite. Graphite is the same stone that the prince asked the miners to use. It has many advantages. When mixed with gunpowder, it prevents the powder from getting wet and friction. In addition, there is something else. It is about removing gray. The king is surprised that without sulfur, the powder can explode. The usual removal of sulfur creates a characteristic that is both an advantage and a disadvantage. This was all because the gunpowder is not ignited by a conventional wick. Now the former general is going to show how to light the fire. The king sees a lot of things on the plate. Zhang Yong doesn't understand what they are, but it is explained to him that it is a capsule. It contains gunpowder made by the crown prince, but the king thinks that using other gunpowder is too much trouble. The former general thinks that he would rather demonstrate everything to the king than explain everything. So they go to some other site. It was very spacious. And at the very end, against the wall, there were scarecrows. A second later, they started a demonstration, and the former general called the soldiers. Serious men with guns came forward. The ministers watched the new soldiers with admiration and surprise. A second later, the soldiers put the powder in the right place in the gun. After that, they took up their positions, taking aim. A moment later, a stern man loudly ordered them to fire. The bullets flew out of the gun with lightning speed and went straight to the target. The explosion was very strong, so it really surprised the ministers and the king. They had to admit that it was really exciting. Now they saw with their own eyes what an incredible force it was, even though it was a long distance away. Now the king realizes that the lack of grays was not a problem at all. The problem was the range of the weapon compared to the bow, but it is so powerful that it really is the most powerful weapon. They would like to name this weapon Hapshikan. The king wants to take a closer look at this weapon right now. But first, the former general wants to show the king another kind of gunpowder. Next to it is a silver piece made by the crown prince and used to make explosives. It was tatatavtovlvt gunpowder. Then, Zhang Yong asks what explosive oil is, and the general is going to show him in practice. Soon a soldier brings in some small chest, then open it to show what is inside. The king might get hurt, so the general asks him to step back a bit. After a second, the man opens up this small bottle and pours the liquid on the ground. As soon as the liquid touches the ground, there is a big explosion. The king and the ministers were now very frightened, but fascinated by what they saw. The power of the explosive oil was also twice as strong as the gunpowder that had been used in their kingdom before. The father praises his son because he has really created something incredible. But given the current situation in Joseon, this item cannot be used yet. It is too sensitive to shock. And if the containers collide with each other, they will explode immediately. The king is shocked at how powerful this item is. The general added that the tatatavtovlvt gunpowder compensates for all the shortcomings. It was a mixture of cotton powder, explosive oil, and glycerin. The cotton powder and glycerin neutralized its properties. And it got its name because the prince thought that thanks to his father, the soldiers were able to use the gunpowder comfortably. The king realizes that they have done a really great job, and now their kingdom will become even richer and stronger. Before mass production of such a gunpowder, it is necessary to find out its price. The crown prince says that it costs about 30% more to produce than regular gunpowder. Although it is expensive, it would be better to produce it in bulk because it can be used in smaller quantities. Zhang Yong is of the same opinion. He wants to start mass production right now. But Hyang has to disappoint them by telling them that mass production is not possible anymore. This is because gunpowder requires high-purity nitrate and sulfuric acid. But now it is difficult to obtain large quantities of nitrate and sulfur in Joseon. But this was not even the biggest problem. In the case of explosive oil, there is also a key ingredient, glycerin, which is made from pig and cow fat. At the moment, they have no petrochemical industry. To make glycerin, pork fat could be the main solution. But the percent of fat in pigs' bodies is a maximum of 15%. Even if not all the people in the kingdom eat 3 pigs a day, they still won't be able to get the right amount of liquid. The protagonist is indignant and starts screaming, but the eunuch has sticks in his ears for such a case. Hearing about this, the king is very upset because this gunpowder was really incredible. In despair and sadness, he says that he would rather not have known that such a wonderful thing could be made. But his son tries to cheer him up and says that this does not mean that they should give up. They can't give up on national defense. Zhang Yang has lost some faith and thinks that they can't do anything if the kingdom is in such a shitty situation. Father is very powerful, so they will definitely be able to come up with something. Even now, all the ministers and officials and craftsmen are trying to find a solution to this situation. Hyang believes that survival is a test and losing is death. That is why the crown prince is not going to give up. This speech encouraged his father. He recalls his oath in which he promised to do his best for the kingdom. The man is even ready to risk his life for the success of these reforms. The ministers are moved by this speech and say that they will follow the king, supporting him in everything. Their love for the kingdom and their faith in the best woke up again. Their morale was high. After a long time passed, the ministers spoke in unison. A man audited Area 51. The aides were eagerly awaiting news about it. Zhang Yan promises that he will not stop supporting them in the future, so he asks them to find their way to mass-produce gunpowder. The king wants the Joseon army to use powerful weapons as soon as possible. Zhang Yang can't even imagine how many sleepless nights this has cost these unfortunate workers. Now the king asks General Cho to explain the process by which the weapon was invented. In order to make a barrel by forging, you need to use a special anvil. You have to make iron out of the anvil. Suddenly, a eunuch comes to them holding a box with things ordered by the crown prince. After that, the protagonist ordered them to start working. Mr. Yoon was in charge of rolling the iron plates. Mr. SEO was responsible for inserting the iron rod. Hyang gave the job to absolutely everyone. Once the fence is fully installed, it needs to be filed to make it smooth. The main character skillfully commands others and tells them how to get the job done faster. Thanks to their hard work, 5 prototypes of the weapon were made. When it was done, it was time to test its real performance. First, they had to test how much gunpowder it could hold. Since they had previously tried 1 nanny, they would now try with half. When they filled the guns with powder, they were ready to fire. The gunpowder and the eel powder shoot 1.5 nyan without any problems. Given the purpose of the weapon, there is no need to increase to 2 neon. Then this time, they will reduce the amount of powder and find the optimal amount. They decide to use a distance of 40 paces as a standard. Their guns could hit the target even from 40 paces away. Looking at its power, it seems that you can kill from a long distance. This time, the assistant suggests that they see if they can do it from a distance of 50 paces. 2 capsules of gunpowder were enough to pierce a target at a distance of 70 paces, which was really incredible. But the former general says that this is only half of the possibilities. The general fired it about 20 times, but not a single shot hit the target. The direction in which the projectile flies changes every time, so there is no accuracy. In principle, the protagonist expected it to be so. The boy is thinking about whether to shed some light on this situation. The boy suggests that they try shooting without cleaning. All they would have to do is fit the bullet into the barrel. Hyun asks to try it. The man doesn't understand why you need to ask a question if you already know the answer. Instead of just telling him, it was much better to think about it and try it himself. The former general checked everything, as the crown prince said, and there was a problem with the gun because of the powder residue. Hyang interrupts the man and tells him to think about it again. On the battlefield, the cavalry will come quickly, but there will hardly be time to clean the barrel. But the aides still didn't understand what they were supposed to do. The prince is thinking whether he should step forward now. Suddenly, the former general had the idea to dig a ditch. If you look at that ditch, just as water flows through the ditch, so do flashes of gunpowder, so the principle is similar. If you cut a long groove in the barrel, won't the fragments fly out along the groove along with the flame? So the men decide to try it, but the soldiers do not understand how they are supposed to cut a groove in the gun. After the craftsmen stayed up all night thinking about it, they created a tool to cut the grooves. But in the next experiment, they faced a new problem. Everyone was very excited about the results. Every number of grooves has its pros and cons. Up to 6 grooves, the drop in power is small, but there is a lot of residue. With 9 grooves, less debris is collected, but the power drops dramatically. They all actively thought about a new good method for this problem. The main character, meanwhile, wonders if the assistants will understand what they need to do this time. Suddenly, the right-hand advisor comes up with the brilliant idea of twisting the grooves. The main character was pleased that they had come to this conclusion on their own. Then, the boy approached the official Chan and asked him to explain his idea in more detail. If you turn the path along the movement, its length will increase. Then, even if there are 6 grooves, the length will be long enough for the garbage to come out. And since the grooves are twisted, the power of the powder explosion will not be wasted. Everyone was excited about what official Chan had just come up with. After that, they started doing a lot of experiments, and finally managed to find the optimal shape that provided the best performance. The work was in full swing, and everyone was trying to record the results as soon as possible. If everything goes right, these people might even surpass the Nobel. Our hero treats them as his slaves and asks them to come back to Otto when they grow up. The work was in full swing, and everyone was busy doing their own thing. The official is looking at some records and cannot understand how this could have happened. Suddenly, General Cho approaches him and asks what happened. The captain asked him if he hadn't twisted the grooves as official Chan had ordered. Perhaps that would have improved the accuracy a lot. General Cho thought about it too. It was good that productivity had improved, but they were frustrated that they didn't know why. Another aide approaches them and suggests that it is the grooves that make the bullet spin. This man is a former weapons manufacturer, and whether you attach a feather to an arrow, you have to push it in a little bit, and when the person shoots, the arrow will spin. Then it will fly straight. Soon the drawings and notes reached the king himself. Now he understood why the crown prince and his ministers had remained silent until the end. A second later, he ordered the merchant to bring the furnace. As soon as he brought the oven, the king threw all the records into the fire to prevent information from leaking out. The crown prince had worked very hard. Now that the king thinks about it, he wants to ask the 2 guards who can often be seen in Area 51. The general confesses that there is something else he could not show the king. Then, the soldier pulled out the same unknown thing, and the general is going to show what it is this time. The soldier took a revolver out of his pocket. Of course, Zhang Yang didn't know what it was, so he wanted to take a closer look. The man examined it in his hands, and came to the conclusion that it was a rather strange thing. The king was also very surprised when he saw 6 holes. This meant that this weapon could fire 6 shots in a row. The ministers could not believe their ears when they heard this. How was this possible? Zhang Yang expresses his desire to see how this thing works right now. Then, without further ado, the former general pulls out a revolver and starts firing shots. The man fired 3 shots in a row, and they all hit the target. None of the people present could take their eyes off what they were seeing. One of the ministers wanted to see what it looked like on a mannequin. The man immediately ran to the dummy. He could see holes in it. With this kind of power, enemies within 30 paces will know what hell is like. Zhang Yang again praises the workers for the tremendous work they have done. Judging from the expressions on the officers' faces, the left-wing advisor's confidence must also be evident. But that was not all. The king wanted to talk about armor. Yang interrupts him and says that he has another firearm that he could not show. This time, what the boy wanted to show was an incendiary bomb. Upon hearing this, the king and ministers immediately went to fetch the prince. The demonstration of the incendiary bomb required a large open space. The king was a little scared at the thought of what kind of bomb it was that needed so much space. They even cut down a lot of trees to prevent a fire when testing this bomb. In front of them was the bomb they were talking about. They called it a grenade. The ministers thought it was something like a hand bomb from a dynasty. They said it looked like a kaltram made by General Choi. But is there anything special about using a wang? The boy assured me that the cliché is the same everywhere. If a ship is a turtle at sea, then on shore it is a hand bomb. Heian was very worried. Is it better to make Mark I or Mark II? When the boy explained to the officials what this meant, they began to think about which one would be better for development. The subordinate wanted to say something, but Chan quickly shut him up. The man apologizes for being rude, but asks for at least a minute. A second later, our hero starts to quarrel over the fact that he has to think about it at all. Heian decides to give up and says that they will do MK21. The boy came up with a great idea, and the officials used it to go about their business. This hand bomb was personally designed by the crown prince. From idea to form. The king was already very interested to know what this idea was. The protagonist is going to explain everything personally after the demonstration. Soon, the soldiers begin to prepare for the demonstration. It was very dangerous, so he asked everyone to hide behind this wall for a while. Meanwhile, the soldiers had already prepared everything to shoot. And as soon as they heard the command, there was a big explosion. Zhang Yang looked out from behind the wall to see what was about to happen. but he was very surprised to see that nothing happened. The general assured him that he should wait a little longer. And then, just a second later, the bomb exploded, and there was a strong flash. The ministers did not expect to see this, so they immediately began to squint. When the explosion was over, thick black smoke rose into the air. It seems that the king was a little sick after such a loud explosion. Jang Yong assured them that everything was fine, and he was just very surprised. The minister was still trying to understand how this was possible. The man could not take his astonished gaze away from the place where the bomb had landed. The king and the other minister were also trying to understand how this had happened. It seemed unreal. If this was a real battlefield, this weapon would have no equal. After the demonstration, the king asked General Cho to explain how the explosive worked. Its shell was made as thin as possible. It was made to withstand the internal explosion while remaining stable during the launch. After that, small beads of cast iron were applied to the inside of the shell, resulting in an increase in the number of fragments, increasing the force. Finally, the power was maintained by eliminating the process of mixing the earth with the threshold. The general replies that mass production would be possible if they had enough gunpowder. But the minister does not believe this a bit, because he realizes that to make such a bomb you need a lot of people, and they are currently short of personnel. This is true. But when the crown prince created this bomb, they all worked on it together. Chan brought the bomb blueprints that the prince had made to his friends. They looked at it and scrutinized it with their eyes. No matter how long they looked at it, they still thought it was a rather strange shape. It looked like an ordinary nut and bolt. They made it into a half-sphere so that it would be convenient to put the material inside. If you turn one part in the direction of the thread, the sphere is ready. They can also learn the concept of bolts and nuts. When they moved on to the demonstration, they realized that it all worked. If this bomb has such power, it would be nice to put it into action right away. General Cho suggests using the bomb now, but Hyang says it's too early. There are still many things to be tested. The thinner the shell becomes, the more powerful the bomb is. Therefore, our hero suggests that the thickness of the shell should be gradually reduced first. As a result of the experiments with reducing the thickness, the minimum thickness that can withstand impact and falling is 30%. Now the boy suggests filling it with gunpowder and experimenting. This proposal makes everyone very scared, but they cannot object. This time the thinnest shell was 30%, but the blast radius was very large. Because of this, there is a risk of harming the allies. So the prince suggests exploring the issue of increasing the lethality while reducing the blast radius. The aides did not understand how they could reduce the blast radius while increasing the lethality. None of them knew the solution. Hyang realized that this task was too difficult for them. The crown prince comes to them and asks if they have made any progress. The assistant says that he is still thinking about it but has not come to a decision. The boy suggests applying a thick layer of dirt to the inside of the bombshell and filling it with iron balls. The assistants begin to sincerely thank him for such a brilliant idea. After that, the protagonist leaves and asks them to work harder. The assistants began to think that the crown prince knew the answer from the very beginning. Then they start quarreling and don't understand why the guy didn't tell them everything at once. But the prince's goal gave the craftsmen the opportunity to think and research on their own, so that they don't just listen and follow, but understand the principles themselves. Thanks to this process, there are no difficulties in mass production, because the craftsmen know their job and can be trusted. During the demonstration, the king had his doubts because the bomb did not explode immediately. This was because the bomb had a mysterious feature hidden in it. Zhang Yong did not understand anything when the general said about the mysterious number. The advantage of such a bomb was that you could control the time of the explosion. The time of the explosion could be controlled by wrapping a wick around a wooden cylinder. If this is true, then only they will know the time of the explosion, so it is definitely a mysterious number. In fact, this feature was also present in the bomb that King Moonjong created. The son approaches his father and says that he has shown all the weapons. But the king is very excited about the idea and wants to see something else. Soon, they come to the son's estate to look at some inventions again. The boy is surprised that the king is not tired at all. The king notices that the soldiers here wear different uniforms than the soldiers in Joseon, and he asks for an explanation. The clothes have been improved to avoid inconvenience when using weapons, and the clothes are painted green and yellow. This was done to make it harder for enemies to see the location of their troops. That is why the clothes are dyed in the color of the environment. This uniform is also under development and will be put into practice only after a long time. But the crown prince says that this is not the end. The armor is also still being improved. First, Hyang wants to show the armor that is currently in use. These things were very familiar to the king, but the problem was that it was difficult to wear it properly. Everyone here is well aware that soldiers should have their own armor, but because of this, the quality of the armor varies greatly, and because of money problems, Many people are not wearing good quality clothes. It sounded very sad, but it was true. I made this red armor for you all by adding iron bands inside the outer shell of fabric. But there were also problems with these clothes. The manufacturer needed a lot of effort to make it. It takes a lot of time to produce such armor. The price of materials was also very high. Although this armor looked stylish, the front and sides were open, which was a problem when fighting with cold steel. And because of its heavy weight, it was difficult to wear for a long time. All the weight was on the shoulders. Jang Yon listens carefully to his son and realizes that this is indeed true. But the king believes that it is impossible to improve the situation. But Hyang has invented an armor that can solve this problem. A second later, he breaks the seal on the development of the new armor. The ministers were shocked to see this. Heian tried to develop new armor, but all his options required a lot of money. The boy tried to simply skip a part of the armor, but he could not do it. Then he decided to combine Western armor with theirs. Our hero drew a drawing, but he also thought it was a terrible hybrid. To provide the upper body, a single plate was installed on the back and front. The problems of the armpit were also solved by attaching a round iron part to the protective part. Additionally, the armor was divided into two parts, upper and lower, so the weight of the armor is distributed throughout the body. Soldiers fighting with cold steel will wear full body armor, while the modified upper armor will be used by commanders and artillerymen. The king immediately wanted to hear the opinion of those who had already used it. They say that fear disappears when parts that were previously open are closed. This is the first time Chan Young has seen something like this, so he is now in a stupor. Although our hero made it himself, he was also very surprised. This armor will be very effective because it will save time and money. But the minister still had a question. He wanted to know what the plates were made of. Were they made of iron plates? In this case, it would be very difficult for a craftsman to make iron plates one after the other. If they are made incorrectly, the price problem will definitely be big. Hyang said that the minister was right, and the prince had such worries too. But the protagonist says that I plan to make a print. The minister doesn't understand what he's talking about. This was the main reason why the guy had to use a full-fledged chainmail. The press is supposed to help mass production. Heian says it's better to see it with your own eyes. Later they will prepare a demonstration to show it. There are still parts that the guy can't show them yet, so we have to wait. An hour has passed. The ministers say that there were no problems with the ledger. Zhang Yong praises General Cho for his work. Thanks to his hard work, the kingdom will become even more prosperous and stronger. It seems that everything was over, and the minister hoped that they would now be allowed to go home. But it was not over yet. The king wanted to see the process of making firearms and armor right now. The minister tries to talk him out of it. But the king thinks that if he leaves again, they will be very much out of the way of state affairs. After that, the king turns around and leaves. Soon after, the king arrives at the arms factory. At first, the protagonist wants to show his father how a long gun is made. At that moment, the blacksmiths were working with hot iron. Others, meanwhile, were working with small parts. Jang Yong was fascinated by the cohesion of their work, and the fact that everyone was responsible for their work. They tried to divide labor in this process as well, because it was really effective. The prince realized that the king was very interested in seeing the press with his own eyes. Then, Hyang called a subordinate to give him a loudspeaker. After that, the crown prince orders his subordinates to make the armor right away. The assistants immediately set to work. But the ones who had just made the armor were the ones who were going to make the weapons. This was because they did not have enough craftsmen. Jang Yong was very unhappy about this. The ministers realized that the situation was becoming more and more alarming. Most likely, the king would take some measures. A second later, our hero shouts and orders everyone to start making. The king carefully watched their every action. It was incredibly interesting for him to watch absolutely every action. A second later, the long-awaited press that the king wanted to see worked. This produced very smooth and beautiful armor. Cheng Yong immediately recognized that this method of manufacturing was amazing. With this method, mass production could be arranged. After a second, the king asks if they produce gunpowder here, because he wants to see how it is made. Heian says that it will be difficult to show the production of gunpowder now, because it is complicated and still dangerous. The minister suggests that the king should call it a day and go back to the estate to take care of his health. And when the king allows them to go back to the estate, the ministers were very happy. But that was not the end of it. He gathered them all in the hall and began to discuss the weapons they had seen today. The ministers, of course, began to praise his son's inventions. Jang Yong was very inspired and full of energy after today. It would be great if they could set up mass production. But the subordinate says that there are many difficulties in mass production of weapons. First, there was the issue of people. There are very few craftsmen who know the finer practices. There was also a problem with the supply of materials. For example, materials for gunpowder were very difficult to obtain. Initially, the idea was to call craftsmen from all over the kingdom. Xiang thinks that there is a very high probability of leaking confidential information. This problem can be solved by limiting it to details before processing. If you take it as respect, then there may be quality issues. Then Zhang Yong simply says not to take it as respect. He orders you to buy what you need from a reseller. This will enrich people's lives, and at the same time, the artisans will consider their work as black. But they still had the problem of pork fat. Zhang Yong racked his brains about how to solve it. Ministers and officials watched as the king tried to think of something. Then, Zhang Yong turns to his subordinates and says he would like to hear their opinions. He hopes they can come up with a good plan. It was already night. Yang was sleeping, but his mind was occupied only with work. The boy was mumbling the names of some substances in his sleep, and the eunuch could hear it all. Suddenly, Hien jumped up and grabbed his head. It was already morning. The boy immediately ran to work, where General Cho happily greeted him. The crown prince also greeted him kindly. Hien said he thought he had found a way to solve the problem. To his surprise, General Cho said the same thing. The two of them begin to argue affectionately about who will be the first to announce their solution. General Cho says he is sure that it would be interesting to use soybeans. They both agreed on the idea, so they decided to start experimenting right away. Their family has long used various vegetable oils, so soybean oil would be enough to make glycerin. The man asks if he can conduct a demonstration shooting, and the prince allows it. Very soon, the general picks up a rifle and puts on a helmet. At this level of production, this will be enough. They immediately want to tell the king about it. Thanks to this, mass production became possible for them. But this was not the end. There were still other issues to be resolved. For this supply of soybeans, they used soybeans from fields managed by nobles. The reason for this was that the soybean residue left over from the oil production had been tested and found to be suitable as feed for cows and pigs. With this amount, it will be difficult to meet the demand. In addition, the population also makes extensive use of pork fat, cow fat, and soybeans. So if large quantities are collected correctly, people's lives could be complicated. Although it was for national defense, they could not ignore people's lives. With that, their conversation ends, and the crown prince goes about his business. The boy made a very good move. Soon after, the king called a meeting and said that the crown prince had come up with a plan to supply glycerin, and would soon explain it to the minister. The solution the boy found was to use soybean oil. Hearing about this solution to the problem, everyone was delighted. They are trying to encourage farmers who have moved to the northern border to create soybean fields. If this happens, people's lives will stabilize. The boy realizes that using the northern border to grow soybeans can solve all the problems. In addition, the king orders them to buy pork and cow fat at normal prices. Zhang Yong praises his son again and says that he has made a great contribution to their development. The protagonist is modest and says that he could not have done it without his loyal assistance. The king believes that this is the first step toward strengthening the national defense of the Joseon kingdom. That's why they had to act very wisely and take their time so as not to make any mistakes. His subordinates promised that they would follow his orders. There is a theory that the name Duman means a river that is full of soybeans, so the northern border is a great choice. The lord is told the news that an emigrant has arrived. He orders him to follow the instructions and then provide him with a place to stay. Boor's husband was fuming because instead of decreasing, the amount of work had only increased. Meanwhile, the men were grilling meat. They did this in order to collect a lot of fat. They were frying the meat and eating it at the same time. The subordinate is not sure that it is possible to eat such strange things here. Now the fat is only delivered to the military. But if they take care of their battles, they will be able to eat it too. It was night. Hien read a letter saying that there was a shortage of gunpowder again. It seems they hadn't used the northern valley enough. But the main character had an idea. What if they did it in the south? After the stubborn old officials left, the pendulum of power swung sharply in the direction of King Sejong. Now the king could gradually create the government he wanted. It was summer. Our hero was already 10 years old. Given Jongseo's age, they would like to know who would become their son-in-law. Hyang was a little surprised when he heard something about Jongseo's older sister getting married. Zhang Yong already wants to know something about his son-in-law, and his subordinates say they will do as he says. In the real story, Jongseo's older sister, who was supposed to die of smallpox, got married. This gave me a strange but pleasant feeling in my chest. The evening came. The girl argued with her father and said that she did not want to get married. She wants to continue living with her father and mother. Chen Young says it's natural to meet a partner and start a family with them, but the girl is not attracted to this. She cries and wants to be with her family. The king devalued her feelings and did not understand why she was raising such a voice about it. Jongso could no longer hold back her tears. She burst into tears, ran away, and shouted that she hated her father. The father was shocked by the girl's reaction and her harsh words. The queen reassures the man and says that she is still a child. The woman tries to calm the girl down. Jang Yong did not know what to do in this situation. The next day, the crown prince was walking with the eunuch. Hyang noticed that the ladies of the court were very busy, but he did not know why. The eunuch thought it was because the eldest princess hadn't stopped crying since yesterday. And recently, the eldest princess asked him to give something to our hero. It was a letter. The boy reads the letter carefully. It seems that he has to go on a secret mission, so he tells the eunuchs to get ready as soon as possible. This task requires them to be as secretive as possible, so he tells them to hurry. Meanwhile, the king gets the news that the eldest princess hasn't eaten anything this morning either. Jang Yong is very worried about his daughter and a little indignant at her behavior. And despite the fact that the princess has been persuaded for a long time, she still refuses the offer. This girl was causing a lot of trouble for the king. The crown prince orders his subordinates to introduce him. The court ladies tell the princess that our hero has already arrived. A second later, the door to the room opens, and the boy goes inside. As soon as he entered, he began to praise his sister. But she was not in the mood at all. She playfully asks if the boy has brought what she asked for. Because of her request, our hero went quite far and worked secretly to avoid being seen by his father. He brought her some sweets. Hyen offered to find a suitable adult to marry them. If she doesn't, she will be called an old maid. Jongso orders her brother to shut up because she's doing all this for him. But the protagonist does not understand at all what his sister's marriage has to do with him. Even if she gets married, she has to leave that damn guy behind. She was so dreamy that she accidentally crushed her candy. Hyang comes out of her room and wonders if he should go to Yu's because he still has a bag of sweets. The crown prince decided to go to Yu's after all, and came just as he was studying. The brothers greeted each other. The protagonist started a conversation and asked how his brother was doing in school. The boy called himself stupid and said he wanted to become smarter. Hyun did not understand why his brother was behaving like this. He remembered that his sister had asked to see Yu today. She had heard that his younger brother was cleaning for the ladies of the court and treating them badly. Yu treats them like servants and doesn't have much respect for them. If the girl has nothing more to say to him, he is going to leave. Jongso got very angry at such brazen, horrible words. She says that a boy should be polite even to his officials. Brother Yu, when he saw how angry he made his sister, almost burst into tears when she yelled at him. She orders him to apologize to those he has offended. Brother Yu says he is too busy studying to follow his older brother's lead. Hyun is very annoyed by his brother's behavior, but he doesn't show it and tells him to go study. Our hero thinks that the boy could be a little more obedient. The sister gets married, and everything goes wrong again. Since he didn't give the sweets to his brother, he gave them to the lady's subordinates. He just had to wait. The boy is sure that when his older sister gets married, his time will come. The evening came. The officials in the throne room are arguing about something. The topic of their argument is retail. Chan Yong has no more energy to listen to their shouting and orders them to be quiet. He doesn't understand why his subordinates haven't resolved the issue yet, if it's been days since they ordered the plan and prepared for it. And now they are all standing in front of him and can't even report properly but only shout and argue. The subordinates immediately bow down and start apologizing for their mistakes. The king, looking at their results, decides whether to kill them or not. The officials promise that they will do their best. The king is especially disappointed in the monks. He put a man in this position, trusting the minister's assessment. The subordinates can only apologize and say that this will not happen again. Soon, the king calmed down and said they could move on to the next point. The subordinates slowly got up and tried to remember what the next item was. The king was very irritated by this irresponsibility. If he had to tell everyone, shouldn't he have made them ministers and magistrates? His subordinates were worse than the crown prince, who is now only 11 years old. Could they be trusted with such a responsible job? Meanwhile, the official was sitting behind some documents when suddenly an official from Yusan came to see him. Soon, the guest goes inside. After that, the gray-haired man sits down at the table opposite him. Yusan can't lie and has to say that the official looks very tired and unwell. But the official Usan did look very tired. There were bruises under their eyes. The official asks his subordinate to bring them a table with alcohol. The old man has come here to talk a little, so alcohol is just what he needs. The old man is worried if they will be able to cope if 2 days pass, and there is still no solution. They didn't want to experience the king's key anymore, so they had to try. The men were so angry they wanted to hit him. It was already deep into the night. Chonso was sitting and reading something. Suddenly, someone came to the girl. It turned out to be the king himself. It had been several days since the girl had stopped eating, so her father was very worried about her. Jang Yon thought that his daughter might be in pain. The princess was completely under the covers and looked a little funny and cute. Suddenly, the king saw something at her table. The man smelled the food and realized that our hero had been secretly going for food for his sister for several days. Jang Yan tells him what he thinks about canceling her wedding plans. Hearing this, Jong Seo joyfully rushes to his father and begins to hug him. But the king reminds her that she must keep her body in good shape as a princess. After that, the king and queen go back inside. The man thinks that the ministers will be happy that they will have less work. Jong-seo is not yet tall enough, so he suggests that they wait a while longer for the wedding. The king says that the other night he fell asleep and had a dream. It was a terrible dream. Jang Yun dreamt that Jong-seo had died of an illness. Even after he woke up, he could not calm down. Perhaps he also lacked the courage to let Jong-seo not marry. The morning came. Jang Yun was busy reading important documents. As the king read, the throne room was completely silent. The man had a good look at the plan, and he had to admit that it was better than before, but it was still not enough. Especially the plan of Yufanu, who does not understand politics at all. Yufanu's idea was very old, so he criticized their plans and ideas until the evening, and at the end he ordered them to redo everything. Finally, the king let them go, and the officials gathered around the table. Unfortunately, the officials had to admit that each of them had shown themselves to be fools. They were all very upset because they had put all their energy into this plan, staying up all night working, but it was all in vain. Antitrust is a policy that prevents monopolies in the production and sale of specific goods. Initially, Toho took advantage of this, and local officials colluded with the traders. Who suggests sending an official from Hojo for this purpose? Did he really mean the 8th province of Joseon? To manage the monopoly, it is necessary to destroy at least the administrative agency of Joseon. There are a lot of places in the provinces of Joseon, so, if that happens, the government offices in Hojo will become empty. But if they decide to leave it to the traders, they will all be fired. After that, the room fell into a deathly silence. For the bearded man, there was only one way to solve this problem. This boy's name was Yu, and he was the prince of the Joseon kingdom. In the 3 years since he had come to the estate, this was the biggest crisis. The brother met with the protagonist, and he asked how he slept today. Jong-seo didn't understand why Yu was standing there and not greeting them. These words snapped the boy out of his thoughts. A second later, the young man says hello to his sister and brother. Suddenly, the girl asks if there was anything that was bothering the boy these days. Hyun says that in their time, studying can be called work, so he praises his brother for his diligence. Our hero asks him to tell him about the art of swordplay later. Jong-seo mentions that the crown prince has to attend a meeting today, so I remind him to hurry up. The prince has already heard the news that his sister's wedding was cancelled, so he is happy for her. After that, the children say goodbye, and each goes about their business. The girl hugs her brother and says that he hasn't spoken to her for a long time, but the boy is trembling with fear. They look like a cat and a mouse. Jang Yong found out that Hojo was directly involved in reselling, but he could have been so lazy. To make up for the lack of people, it would be very good to conduct a civil service exam. The official is confident that the king will be satisfied afterwards. But the king says that something is still missing. Then, the father asks the crown prince for his opinion. Hyang thinks it's a good idea, but it will take a lot of time and money. He thinks that this problem can be solved by introducing Confucian students. My father is a little surprised to hear about such an unusual proposal, but his subordinate doesn't like the idea because the students haven't even passed the main exam yet. If they send such people to a government position, it could be a mistake, because they will give jobs to incompetent people. But our hero objects and says that these students take many exams every month. Besides, their grades are given in order. They have to choose the best students. Those who pass the exam will become excellent officials with practical experience. Even if someone fails, they will become an experienced official when it comes to the budget. Jang Yeon is proud of his son's work. Then the king turns to his subordinates and asks if anyone has anything to say against it. None of the officials are going to argue with the prince, and they recognize his words. He orders them to create a monopoly office under Hojo's direct control. Night fell. It was a chance for the officials to relax. They were going to get very drunk. Even when Bearded was serving King Taejo, he had never felt as disappointed as he did today. He was referring to the days when the captain was fired and had to wait for reinstatement. The man is about to leave after speaking at today's meeting. When he looks into Chusun's eyes, he thinks he hears that voice. Is this man even worse than their crown prince? The officials were very angry and blamed everything on the rich people. Many ministers and officials were gathered in the throne room, even though it was just a regular daily meeting. There was an order for all high-level employees to attend today's meeting. It seems that a serious matter has arisen. The king called them together to say that an urgent message had come from the Ming dynasty. The protagonist immediately became more attentive when it came to this. The third Ming emperor, the death of Emperor Yongle. Jang Yong asked if anyone knew about the new crown prince. But none of his subordinates could provide him with such information. This made King Changyong angry again. He ordered the creation of a sympathy group, and those who were good at visual inspection should be included. The eunuch told the protagonist that the king was in the next room. Hyang immediately comes to see his father, who has arrived in Young. It was very unexpected, so the boy is a little shocked. Although Hyang is not an envoy, he cannot afford to miss this opportunity. When the Joseon pavilion is finished, it will not be so congested. This was all understandable, but Zhang Yang gave his son a letter and told him to buy books related to this. The king does not want to give this task to his subordinates who are going there as envoys, because they will make a fuss and do it wrong again. When our hero opened the letter, he was shocked by what was written there. Hyang wanted to ask his father and find out a little more about it. Zhang Yang told him that these were all books on phonology. Hyang asked his father why he needed these books. The king does this because he is upset. All the people of Pyeongtaek are rice thieves just because of the name. They need new people, but it's not easy to find them. Although there are many smart people, there are probably some people who are buried without even knowing Chinese characters. If we can create letters that even such people can easily learn, more talented people will appear in the world. All the letters in the Book of Soybeans have their own sounds, and the king thinks letters that mean sounds rather than meanings will be easier to learn. Our hero is going to firmly remind the delegation that this list should be a higher priority. Meanwhile, in Sungyunggwang, a man was shouting and calling for Kim Hyun. He wanted to know where the student was going. Kim Hyun was sitting on a tree branch. He was very annoyed by the man's shouting. The man was trying to find out why Kim Hyun didn't show up this morning, because they had received a really important order. The student says that he is no longer interested. He quits studying Confucianism and returns to his hometown. Even if he fought for first place in this exam, it would be useless. The man was already 26 years old and had a 6-year-old child, but he could never even come close to passing the second exam, let alone the main one. It had been 8 years since he had taken the exam, but suddenly the ink tile just broke. The man took a spare one, but it was also broken. That's why he failed, because he couldn't fill in even half of the paper, because he didn't have enough ink. 5 years ago, during his other attempt, he was hit on the way to the exam room and lost consciousness, never making it to the exam. And when he finally passed the exam, he was quarantined due to dysentery, so he could not even see the exam room. 2 years ago, they were quarantined together because he also contracted dysentery. It was both funny and sad at the same time. Someone must have stabbed him. Now Kim Hyun is going to go back to his city, write poetry, and live without poverty. Then a friend says that Kim Hyun just applied, but he doesn't understand what it's about. At the meeting, they are told that the staffing issue is still relevant for good work. The man urges the students to follow his commands. The students are wondering whether they should accept the job offer in Joseon because a great opportunity has arisen. Even if you take the job now, it's only a low-ranking official, so why go to work? If they were born as boys and dreamed of entering the civil service, they should aim for the 6th rank of the civil service. The satisfied man wants to go and tell Kim Hyun about it as soon as possible, because he's gonna love it. But Kim Hyun doesn't care about that. He just wants to go back to his hometown. They managed to gather 103 people. The capacity of Sungyunggwan is 150 people, and the others did not come. The reason why they were studying at this university was because they wanted to get a specialty. Jang Young was not satisfied with this answer. The king did not understand how those who aspire to become government officials could have such narrow views. Another official says that he does not have enough experience, but Jang Young shouts and interrupts him, because the breadth and narrowness of views is not a matter of experience. It's just a matter of qualifications. Do they really mean to say that the government should be filled with such people? The official immediately falls to the floor and asks for forgiveness for his mistake. How could a father tell them to seriously employ someone like that? The official says that the students first received 3 months of training on trafficking, and now they are going to teach them. Looking at the seating plan, Jang Young thinks that there will be a shortage of people in each class. They select officials with good grades, but give false grades. He looks at the results in the retail store for a year to figure out whether to raise or lower their level. Coral recalls saying that if they were hired in a retail store, they would have to work there for at least a year. This was because there was a possibility of corruption. That's why you can't work at the same site for more than 2 years. Then, students will be able to fill the void left by the authorities. The students will be assigned a job depending on their grades during the training period. Then, Zhang Yong asks how many ranks they plan to make for the students. Their ranks will start from the 9th and end with the 7th. The king, hearing about this, orders to raise 2 ranks to the 6th. The subordinates were going to obey this order, but the 6th class of Jian is higher than that of Changwon. Was the king really trying to accomplish what he intended in such a short period of time? Zhang Yong doesn't respond in any way. He just remains mysteriously silent and reads a letter. He orders me to be promoted to the 6th rank, and to follow Hofan's plan in all other respects. When the students heard about the 6th rank, they were very surprised. If the students work hard, they will be able to obtain a rank equivalent to the manner exam without having to take the main exam. Kim Hyun was over the moon when he heard about it. He thanked Yoon for telling him about it. This was his chance. Finally, a ray of opportunity had come into his life, which had been full of failures. The man was able to get into a government position, and if he tried hard enough, he could get promoted. If this really happens, those whose goal was to pass the university entrance exams will be devastated. The main thing for interns is not to get upset until they become full-time employees. Hopan came up with a pretty good plan. Thanks to the king's mercy, the students would be more enthusiastic. The son definitely knew how to say nice things, and he even managed to embarrass the king a little. It was all sincere. Moreover, Hyun was glad that his father came and told him about it in person. But it was all a policy that our hero created. There were still 4 years left before jihad. The king sighs heavily. He really wants time to pass faster. 3 months have passed. Until yesterday, Kim Hyun was a Confucian student, but now he is an official in Hojo. Kim Hyun thought that everything would be fine, but for some reason he was imprisoned, and he did not understand what was happening. Kim Hyun, a Confucianist student, was temporarily appointed as a 7th-ranked official. Their job was very responsible, so they had to fulfill all their duties to the best of their ability. Until recently, Kim Hyun was an ordinary Confucianist student. But as of today, he is a 7th-ranked official, and he will do everything in his power. These 3 months were very difficult, and only 20 people out of 100 passed the final test. A friend called Kim Hyun and told him to hurry up because Yoon was late for his first registration. Yoon was also assigned to Panchoks. Even though his rank is lower than his friends, he was also assigned. Now it was time to go because they were already seriously late. It is said that the Confucianist student who had taken the first place in the grades was promoted to the 7th rank. But if the work of the participants is well evaluated, next year they may even get the 6th rank. If he is a real man, he will definitely be able to pass the civil service exams. Meanwhile, the officials in Panchoksa were working. He was in charge of the province, whose population had increased since the census. There were a lot of people here, which surprised the official. These people really don't even know how angry heaven can be. At that time, the king ordered a household survey to be conducted to determine whether vaccination should be started. Since the census was conducted regularly, the official thought that there would be no serious problems. When the king read the survey results, he was a little shocked. Jang Yong didn't understand. Has he really gotten that old? Do people really think they can just have children and not work at all? Jang Yon asks the crown prince to check what the population of Joseon was before the census. Before that, 1,900,302 people were recorded. But according to the census, the population was more than 4 million people. Hyang says that vaccinating once will be enough. Then Zhang Yong asks his subordinates if he is just getting older, or if people have started having a lot of children. The officials had nothing to say. They just looked down at the floor. The king was disappointed that the officials did not know the answer to the question, so he asked the crown prince the same question. The protagonist thinks that the reason for this is that the previous census was wrong. But Zhang Yong knows that the regular census was not overlooked. So how could this have happened? Hyang is sure that there is no official so incompetent that they don't know how to count, which means that someone deliberately made a mistake. Officials receive contributions based on the number of people, so they would have entered less than the actual number of people in the family register and paid less taxes. And whatever was left would have gone to the local governor. It would be easy to collude with local village officials, who have been responsible for the lowest level of governance in the region for generations. The officials just listen to him in silence while cold sweat drips down their faces. From the very beginning of Joseon, the number of people was small, and even for such a small number, taxes were lowered, so spending was lower. In fact, the population was large, but less than half of them were registered in the family registry. Even though the people didn't pay a lot of taxes, they still lived in poverty. Zhang Yong lost his temper and could no longer control his anger. He abruptly tore up the document. The king, outraged, orders these bastards to fix it, to create an accurate family registry and land register right now. As soon as the official mentions this, a chill runs through his body. Since that day, things have become much more serious. In one of the documents, they state that the population of this area has increased 8-fold, and they want to find the official who was responsible for it. Suddenly, Panso's friend runs into the official and says that the staff has finally arrived. Panso immediately runs out to meet them because he is so happy to see them. These people were temporarily assigned to Hojo. They came from the institute. Panso ordered that each of these newcomers be assigned an assistant and put to work immediately. After that, he gives them a little tour and shows them where their places are. They immediately give the newcomers a lot of work to do, documents that need to be completed today. The newcomers were definitely not expecting this. Panso comes to see the king. He says that the census will be finished soon, but there is a problem that he wants the king to pay attention to. When organizing the family registers, they found areas where the population growth was too high. The population growth was 8 times higher there. It was very bad. Zhang Yong called a merchant and told him to go to Daejeon. If the local officials did not respond to the investigation, they were allowed to use force. After a while, they traveled to the right province to investigate. Suddenly, Kim Hyun opens his eyes abruptly and shouts that it is too late. His friend even fell out of his chair because he screamed so suddenly. Another official tells him that it is not too late because he has not left yet. Finally, night falls. The whole sky is covered with stars. Kim Hyun barely made it to his room because he was so tired. The journey to this place took 4 days. The next morning, Kim Hyun and Yoon were very tired because they hadn't slept well. They felt like walking zombies. The men met an assistant who looked full of energy. A month has passed since the newcomers arrived. Although their faces suggest that they have been working here for a long time, the official can't really recognize them yet. Yoon and Kim Hyun did not understand what the assistant meant. The newcomers hadn't even had a funeral yet, and the assistant was looking forward to it. Lee Bang was in a hurry to see official Yoon because he had very important news for him. Lee Bang says that the inspection raided a village where the numbers on the list were very different from the last census. But official Yoon did not understand what this had to do with them. Suddenly, another official walks into the room looking for Yoon. Everyone has already heard about this news, so they must find a solution to this problem quickly. The official Yoon says that it is better to talk about such things inside, to be away from prying ears. Many people from Chungcheong province are said to have been transferred to Hanyang. Inspections are being conducted in 8 provinces of Joseon, so they still have time. They need to submit written applications and somehow prove that the population has grown so quickly. Official Yoon asks if anyone has any ideas. They could say that there are more slaves who have forged documents, and that refugees have settled in their village. Yoon would have liked to send a message to the official Ryu, but he doesn't have to worry about it anymore. But it was a pity that things were much more complicated than they seemed. Kim Hyun and the others had to get ready for the ceremony. They had to provide them with alcohol, food, and kisen. They say that if you don't go through the initiation ceremony, it will be very difficult to get into the state of the state. Suddenly, another official came to them and told them to get to work. After a while, they came back to the official, Fanso. They brought another explanatory note. An employed worker saw the newcomer and scolded him for not doing anything. He hands him the documents because the man was just about to take them to them. These were applications for population growth that had been published by 8 provinces in the country. They were to compare it with the last census and find any unusual details. Kim Hyun begins to think that they are mocking him because he hasn't performed the annual ritual. It was already evening. The assistant brought the newcomers more applications for tomorrow. After that, the man gives Kim Hyun a piece of paper and tells him to come to this place after work. When the assistant leaves, he winks at him goodbye. Night falls. There is no one on the streets except for the 2 men. Kim Hyun and Yoon tried to find the place that was indicated in the note. Finally, they arrive at the right place. When the men knock on the door, a stranger peeks out of the crack. Kim Hyun says that he came here to introduce an official from Hojo. After that, the suspicious stranger opens the door with a strange smile. He asks what kind of celebration they want to organize. He thinks the officials are here for a ceremony. Finally, Yoon and Kim Hyun realize why they are here. The stranger arrogantly says that they can do absolutely anything, even a dedication ceremony. But this requires not too much, but not too little money. The stranger can connect them with a good family, and the men can get married. Then the ceremony will be very cheap. Kim Hyun refuses, because he already has a wife and children. And Yoon says that he cannot make such important decisions. Then the suspicious man says that they will give him 30% bonuses for 3 years. Official Yoon was not happy because it was too much. One initiation ceremony is 30% 4 times. If they are not satisfied with this, they can prepare everything themselves. If you don't do a good job with the ceremony, many will resign. Kim Hyun says that this is too high a price for him, because he has just started working, and hasn't even moved his wife and children to this city yet. Then the stranger asks for 20% for the new year instead of the first bonus, and Kim Hyun agrees. Kim Hyun is ready to do this, because the bullying from the elders can become even more serious, so it's better to do it quickly. The old man tells them not to worry about the price, because it's his duty as an elder. They sign a contract. In a few days, the elder will send someone to the state government, so they will see them there. The men just need to check everything out quickly. When the men leave, someone approaches the elder. The elder says that his pockets always fill up when a man sends him someone. It is better to take care of everything without regrets. 5 days have passed, the valley of Mount Inwan Susondong. Although it was night, people here were just starting to have fun. Everyone was dancing, eating, and drinking. Those who had been working here for a long time allowed themselves to mock the newcomers. They would draw on their faces and ride them. They did not spare the newcomers at all and even threw them into the water. When official Fan heard that they were holding a ceremony at such a time, he was outraged. They say that there were more than 20 people there. He ordered them all to be brought to his courtyard. As soon as these fools arrived, the official began to curse at them. Didn't they know that the king forbade the initiation ceremony? It turns out that the newcomers were simply set up. Now they had to be punished. Zhang Yong, meanwhile, had already found out about it and was very angry. No matter how busy the inspectors are, they will not ignore this incident, and everyone will be punished. Pan Seo ordered the newcomers to leave and reminded them that they were all on probation. Zhang Yong was so furious that he ordered the head official to be brought in right away. The other official advised the newcomers to take a weekend off while they could. Suddenly, some people in black uniforms enter the courtyard. No one expected to see them here. It turns out that they were a detective agency. The king ordered to arrest those who were at the dedication ceremony. They will all be punished. When everyone heard about it, they immediately tensed up and realized that they would not be left without problems. They all ended up in a cell. There were rumors that if you were taken to the department, you would never come back. Kim Hyun was crying and begging to be listened to because it was a misunderstanding. He was new, so he didn't know about these rules. He is joined by an official who shouts that his cousin is the prime minister and he wants to contact him. At this time, the officials were apologizing to the king and asking him to enter their situation. It's true that they made a mistake, but sending them to the department is too harsh. Last year, Zhang Yong banned the practice of meeting and punishing the guilty, but they still did a very unpleasant act, which means that the punishment was not enough. This time, the officials were sent to distant provinces. Most of those who attended the ceremony were newcomers who had just joined them. This was what made Chang Yong angry the most. The king does not understand how the newcomers could disobey his orders. The official says that in addition to the negative consequences, the ceremony has a beneficial effect, but it cannot be dealt with quickly. An equal relationship between supervisor and subordinate is good, so he wants to ask who is in charge. Their boss is Buljae, and above him is Chwaran Yi. Is this really the equal relationship we were talking about? The official apologizes again. He just hopes that the king will be able to admire his stupid subordinates. But the king does not want to hear it. They must use this occasion to show what kind of discipline they have here. Hyang asks if he can express his opinion about this unpleasant situation. Zhang Yong invites him to come forward and speak to the officials. As soon as our hero goes inside, he bows before his father, thanking him for this opportunity. The crown prince recalls his past life. When he was a freshman in college, he also suffered at first because his elders bullied him. The king is waiting for his son's opinion on this situation. Apparently, Hojo officials have enough time to deal with the visits. Pan Seo confirmed that they are indeed still short of people, and this stupid act was committed by a small group of officials who forgot about their duties. It seems that these bastards who disobeyed their father's orders are very hard workers. Zhang Yong looks at his son with curiosity and asks him to explain why he thinks so. If they decided to hold the ceremony, it meant that they had enough time to do it. Then, the king agreed that the newcomers were quite talented. The eerie atmosphere in the room made my skin crawl. They had to hold out, because in any case, it was better than being fired. The boy goes on to say that this time the census and land register are not yet finished. The officials, having heard this, perked up their ears, preparing to listen to what he would say next. In addition, letters are coming from many regions where population figures are contradictory. The boy suggests entrusting this matter to competent people who have plenty of time even to conduct ceremonies. Organizing a census and land register will take about 5 years. Chan Yong is not comfortable with this, and he is giving it only a year. All those involved in this incident should urgently start systematizing. The king also ordered that 80% of their salaries be deducted while they are engaged in systematization. Hyang suggests quarantining the new members separately as part of this punishment, and doing so for a month. Do these newcomers really like his son so much that he protects them? Most of them most likely just didn't know the rules and had to accept them because of pressure from others. If the king gives them a chance, they will prove themselves. The king agrees and is going to reduce the sentence to 3 months. Soon, these people were taken away from the department. They had bags on their heads and their bodies were completely tied with ropes. Kim Hyun was simply afraid to even imagine what would happen to them. Does Captain Yongachan know about this situation? Finally, the man sits down on a chair, but his body is filled with incredible fear as horrible thoughts enter his head. Kim Hyun thinks that he has made such a terrible mistake that he will now be tortured. The man confesses to his guilt and says that he was in cahoots with the traitors. They were to receive grain and a piece of cloth at the ceremony. The frightened newcomer says that he is ready to accept any punishment, but the main thing is that he is not physically touched. Soon, the bag is removed from his head and he sees other newcomers, each sitting at a table. The main character recognized that this was an amazing story. Several days have passed. Today the king and his subordinates prepared a place to satisfy the nobility. It was amazing because just a few days ago the king had yelled at a subordinate, but you could tell from the king's face that he was still in a terrible mood. The old man bows low and confesses that he does not know how to get the king's favor. In order for their people to live as they should, they need to fight against misfortune. The man hopes that now they will be able to forget about all the bad things and drink to their heart's content. As the organization of the census is almost finished, they move on to work on the quick resale of the offices. Fancio had a hunch that this would be the case. He just dreams of handing in his resignation. Jang Yong thinks that this guy and Buljae should be severely punished. Suddenly, a eunuch came running to the king with some serious and urgent news, but he was breathing heavily and couldn't say anything. But from his attempts to say something, the prince and the king realized that the guests seemed to have arrived. The crown prince is now about to leave and meet with the interpreter who accompanies the delegation. Given the gravity of the situation, the king hopes that everyone understands that they could not wait any longer. Chang Yang turns to his guest and asks what he thinks of the new emperor. It seemed that the new emperor had a very mild temperament. His voice is relaxed and soft, and his actions are very deliberate. Most of the subordinates were happy with the new emperor. When Emperor Song was absent due to the war, he was in charge of state affairs, and they are said to have been going well. When the king heard about this, he thought it was very good news. He asked to call the accompanying philosophers here. Soon, 2 more guests came in. The king ordered them to come a little closer. He asked if they liked the new emperor, but the men just looked at each other. They said that his appearance was very impressive. Even sitting on the throne seemed to be very difficult. Maybe he was in mourning because he was tired. It seemed that if you looked into those eyes, the whole day would be bad. And it seemed that the corners of his mouth never lifted because of the weight of his cheeks. Jang Yong listened to this, thanked the guests for their work, and said they could leave. The news also came out that the new emperor's health was not in the best condition. Because of his large size, it seemed that he even had difficulty breathing. Then the king recalls the words of his son and realizes that if he had not taken care of his health then, he could have become like that too. If everything is true, as the delegation says, it means that the reign of this emperor may be quite short. It is also said that the taxes collected by the Ming court are increasing due to the frequent movement between Joseon traders and the empire. But the king is aware of this. The things that go to their government have also increased a lot. Also, the new emperor says that the merchants of Joseon should be left with a profit. There are a lot of pirates in the sea now, so they need to build a water base quickly. In this way, the kingdom will be saved, and the navy will be involved in the fight against pirates. Hearing about this, the officials were very happy. Thanks to the navy, security will be very good. But suddenly, the king shouts loudly and orders everyone to be quiet. The joyful atmosphere in the room disappears in an instant. Jang Yong begins to worry about whether he is ruling the kingdom correctly. And in a moment, the king cannot control his anger and shouts loudly. He turns to his left advisor and says that he has made a serious mistake. The left-hand counselor does not understand why the king is treating him this way. Right now, he would really like to hit him and go away, but now he has to think about his children. The daughter who married Captain Seo has no children yet, so she is just watching. Therefore, the left-hand counselor cannot say anything bad and simply asks the king to be merciful. The angry king walks away and says that the meeting is over for the day. They can all go. It turns out that it was already dawn outside. The officials just watched him go. The left-wing counselor is not going to waste time. He seizes the opportunity and gets out of here. The advisor looks up at the sky, breathes calmly, and tries to calm his nerves. Suddenly, the king approaches the subordinate. Is it really time to leave? 30 minutes have passed. Jang Yong says that it's time to go back and suggests that we do so. Captain Hopan came to the backyard of Chogwian. He was looking for the head of the trial. The door to the room creaked open. Official Pan came here to ask for their opinion. They kindly invite him to sit down at the table. As they already know, the Ming Dynasty delegation arrived back about an hour ago. The head of the delegation presented his report. Then the old man told him everything that had happened there, in every detail. At the end of it all, the king got very angry and walked away. It seems to the official that he just wants to retire in peace. The head of the trial listened to him carefully and realized what was going on. He invited him to leave with him. Now they will go to the one who knows the answer for sure. Namely, to the crown prince. The protagonist thanks the interpreter for his hard work and advises him to go and rest now. The young man sees the deputy director there and does not understand what is happening in the laboratory. The boy is surprised to see official Fan there. The official has come here to find out the prince's opinion about the advice of the Chief Justice. Our hero begins to wonder if something like this happened in the estate. The father has a reason to be angry. The official who was now sitting in front of the prince was responsible for the finances of their country. Obviously, an official should do everything right, but he doesn't even know what the problem is. Pan's son immediately begins to apologize and asks for mercy. It was quite simple. The Ming Dynasty naval base that was built next to the Zhoushan Pavilion was causing a lot of problems. The old man didn't understand why, because he always thought the dynasty was protecting them from above. Although the movement of Japanese pirates has decreased, the threat has not yet completely disappeared. The Navy has begun to reorganize itself for training. The official thinks that these costs can be covered by the taxes they take from the leadership. Sooner or later, the CEO will ask the prince to increase the percentage of taxes, but they don't know exactly what these taxes will be used for. This will put a lot of pressure on the kingdom's finances. This is no reason to be happy. That's why the official needs to send someone to the leadership right now to get the information. Now they have no excuse to stop the construction of naval bases. They can prepare ahead of time if they study the costs that are being used by the power of the dynasty. Immediately after their conversation, the man decisively goes to carry out the order. Official Zhang thinks that very soon the ministers will start arguing with the crown prince's opinion. The king was so angry today that his subordinates wanted to resign. But the protagonist doesn't see anything wrong with that and thinks it's quite productive. What Hyung said was really right. One comment, one improvement. Everyone expresses their opinion and moves in the right direction. The official is eager to see the kingdom that the prince will create. But then he feels sad again because he remembers how long it has been since he has seen his wife and children. Hyang suggests that the official look at the things that people brought back from the Ming Dynasty. Meanwhile, the official, Fan, had returned to his workplace and was outraged to see no workers there. But he simply didn't notice the official Jae-sung. He simply did not notice him. The old man was very happy because he finally got the answer to his question. All of a sudden, official Yongsan walked into the room. Since they are all gathered here, the old man wants to tell them what the answer is. But official Jongsung joins them. Now that everyone was finally gathered, they were ready to listen to official Pan's story. The official told them about everything that had happened today and added that he had found out the solution to the problem they could not solve. Everyone was ready to listen to him carefully. It was already night, and they were still discussing it. Now it was clear why the noise had been made, but it had already happened, so now they had to pay more attention to it. And it was all thanks to the insight of the young crown prince. It was already nighttime. Hyang came to see King Changyong. His father immediately asked if he had gotten the books he had asked for. Fortunately, our hero was able to get them. Changyong was eager to see them. The king carefully turns the pages of the book in his hands. Hyang watches how carefully his father touches the books. He is very concentrated now. It feels like he has embraced all this energy around him. It seems to really give him pleasure. The king was so focused that he seemed to forget that his son was there. And when he came back to reality, the main character had already quietly fallen asleep on the floor. So Jung Yong picked him up to carry him back to the room. He whispered softly that he wanted his childhood to last longer. Some time passed. The organization of the documents was finally finished. It had been a terrible and tiring 3 months. Another official approaches them and tells them to stop shaking. Suddenly, horses passed by quickly. Jang Yong ordered the eunuch to call for Du Sung Chi, but then the king changed his mind and told him not to call him, but to tell him that all high-ranking officials should immediately step aside. All the military from the north said that this was much more convenient than before. In the north, we need to solve the problem of strong winds. An order was issued to all the ministers above the level of leadership to come to the estate immediately. Hearing about it, the prince lets them go. His subordinates had already prepared everything to take the boy away. It became clear that his father's order was urgent, but Hyan did not know what had happened. After a while, they arrived at the place. Mr. Park did not know the details himself, but he was told that an urgent message had come from the north. The protagonist immediately felt that they would not do without bloodshed. The eunuch had prepared an official uniform for the prince, so they had to leave quickly. Other subordinates told Hyang that they would return to Pyongyang. These people used to send chills down our hero's spine as soon as he imagined the hell they had gone through. The mere thought of war instantly puts you on martial law. One should never forget that the Joseon kingdom was built on blood. Meanwhile, Jang Yong gathered everyone in the central building. The reason was that they had received an urgent message from the north. The audience wanted to know what this urgent news was. Jang Yong asks his subordinate to give the ministers the contents of the message. As they all know, since last year there has been a lot of noise about the aftershocks in Gyeongju. They say that the commotion was caused by a large tribe moving south into Gyeongju from the north. This large tribe also moved south under pressure from Daldang. It is said that there are about 10,000 of them. The first tribe had about 10 to 15 people, and this is almost 15,000 people. It turns out that the number of cavalry ranges from 10 to 30,000. It was thanks to their powerful cavalry that they were able to conquer the Central Plains. According to history, the Jin dynasty fell because of the invasion of the Yuan dynasty. If someone could have united these separate peoples, a strong nation could have been born. But no one benefited. The tribe had to be constantly managed. There is no way that people did not know about such a large-scale movement. The leader was Li Manju. What worried Jang Yong the most was how the Ming dynasty allowed the tribes to move. One of the ministers suggested that it might have been a mistake on the part of the Ming dynasty. The situation was critical, so the king asked for a good solution as soon as possible. King Taejo's presence and influence were very great. In his past life, he read about it in King Taeho's records. Song's influence was very strong. These dots are all the tribes that were under his influence. The names of all the tribal leaders were written down one by one, and the guy was creating a country with the Jurchens, not the Joseon dynasty. He thought every time that he should have studied history better. Nevertheless, it is useful to know so much about the preparation for civil service. Hyang tried to look at the records to verify this information. Only a tyrant like Yong Sang-gun could have done this. The problem was that after King Taejo, direct interaction with these people had been greatly reduced. Judging by what is happening now, it seems that the influence is still weak. The protagonist gets a little frustrated when he thinks there is no way to solve this. Hyang asks his father if he can give his opinion. Our hero thinks that they need to act according to the standard, not come up with tricks. Their only dynasty was the first to strengthen the country's potential and reform the military system to ensure internal stability. Does the crown prince think that this is the way to go? Hyang is very sorry, but right now this is really the best decision they can make. Jang Yong thinks about it for a moment and admits that it makes sense. The boy's wisdom even scared his father a little. Now they are in a situation where it is difficult to use strategy, so any trick is a fluke. The officials are delighted with his thoughts. Strategy is more valuable when it is appropriate. You can be wise but still lose. The official couldn't help but shout loudly that he agreed with him because he was so excited. Jang Yong did not react to this, but remained silent. Immediately afterward, the man fell to the floor and began to apologize. Jang Yong ordered to create a plan to reform the military system and report back to him immediately. His subordinates said they would fulfill his order. Evening came, and everyone went about their business. It was clear from my father's face that he was up to something. Jang Yong can't stop laughing when he remembers Jasan's flushed, shy face. The king never thought he would see something like that in the old man. The king thought that he could ruin everything if he was in a hurry. A strong army is necessary to avoid being drawn into the political strife of neighboring countries. Hyang was delighted that the king was looking so far into the future. The protagonist was really fascinated by the king. 5 days passed in this way in the Gyeongjong Hall. The king was enraged by the officials' reports, and in his anger, he overturns the table with the letters and orders everyone to be killed. Jang Yong breathed heavily, trying to pull himself together. The officials were shocked by the king's reaction. The king could no longer hold back. His face was flushed with anger. Although he wanted to kill his worthless subordinates, he did not have such physical skills. The officials and ministers could do nothing but apologize again. But the subordinate went on and said that he believed this was the best solution to this situation in Joseon. If this is done, the State Council and the Ministry Office will be abolished as of today. Hearing this, all the subordinates could not believe their ears. Instead, they will create a new organization to take over the responsibilities of the existing State Council and Ministry. At this point, they should abolish the existing job title and decide on a new one. Eastern, Western, Central, Southern, and Northern. If so, Saban is better, because this situation in Joseon is unpleasant. The number of personnel remains the same. Now that a new organization and new positions have been created, Joseon should be better. We should have changed the name, the form of the organization, and simply changed the personnel. This is a whole plan to reform the military system that was put forward by the gentry. Are they really going to come up with another reform plan and say it's better? Jang Yong has ordered everything to be removed. He is going to do it himself. The official wanted to ask for mercy again, but the others quickly shut him up so as not to anger the king. Jang Yong looks at them with a murderous look that makes the blood run cold, and it seems like his heart is about to stop. After a second, he turns around and walks away. If the official had asked for mercy, he would have been killed for sure. You have to stop doing this out of habit. It was already night. The king was in his room thinking about some documents. Jang Yong was making some notes. This may be enough, but the man thinks there is a better way. After consideration, the chief minister ordered the document to be amended. Since this is the king's order, it must be prioritized. This was the third time, and this time there will definitely be no problems with laws and procedures. But the king has definitely noticed something. By expanding finances, the firepower and the navy will be strengthened, and this will ensure control over the sea. Unexpectedly, Hyang comes to see Jang Yong. As soon as the protagonist sees his father, he starts to worry. His face looked very tired due to lack of sleep. When Jang Yong asked the ministers to give him a reform plan, they all came up with some nonsense. So he decided to do it himself. Hyang reminded him that rest is very important for health. Only when he is healthy will Joseon be able to flourish. Jang Yeon is sure that his son came for a purpose. The heir apparently had some idea about the Jurjin, so he decided to come here. The king waited with interest for his son's words. Even if Li Man really did receive the support of the royal family, it would cause a stir around him for a while. This was their chance to restore relations with the Yain tribe. Hyang's friend says that this tribe still has a lot of influence among those who founded Joseon. So the boy suggests inviting the tribe to the estate and calming them down. Jang Yong does not immediately answer this question. He needs time to think about it. The crown prince insists that they must find out if the tribe knows about their kingdom. It turns out that the king thought so too, and has already ordered the royal ancestors to watch the movement of the Yain tribal leaders. Since the prince had already arrived, my father suggested that they look at the reform plan he had made. They sat like that until late at night, and finally Hyun finished studying his father's plan. The protagonist was delighted with the plan. As always, his father was on top of his game, but this meant that the budget for the prince's research would become smaller and smaller. But if Hyang's opinion helps to reform the military system, then perhaps the budget will expand on the contrary. The king asks the eunuch to send a message to the Tonggung estate to send clothes for the crown prince, and he also asks them to bring more tea and sweets. At the beginning of the Joseon dynasty, the 5th rank was created by King Sejong after he overthrew his nephew and seized the throne. It was gradually improved, but to no avail, so it was completely destroyed during the Japanese invasion of Korea. This also happened because the king had greatly reduced the military budget. When the military system was revised at the beginning of the Joseon dynasty, it retained its position. In doing so, he narrowed his point of view. If we think back to the Imperial War, it will become clear that it is difficult to effectively defend the homeland by relying only on conscripts. That's why Hyun won't be able to see it even if he dies. They even have a system that consists of an archer, a spearman, and an archer. But was Lee Chang-yong a governor? This is the bad consequence of memorizing everything. But suddenly the main character remembers something. The god King Sejong is his father, so even if the boy gives him a clue, Jang Yong will understand. The minister and his deputy are in charge of the military budget and personnel. Jang Yong thinks it would be better to share the responsibility. In this case, there is a high probability that the official will completely ignore the bureaucrat and do everything himself. If this happens, it will be the second coming of the military regime. In fact, there was already such an organization, the Japanese Imperial Army, and since there is no guarantee that all their future generations will grow up to be great kings, it is better to be cautious. Now that the whole army is under control, the father suggests looking at the local army. In this way, the local forces can be divided into civilian and military units. Thus, it was already morning. It was time to go to breakfast. On the table were documents about the North Korean Army General Staff and the Training Academy. Lee Soon-ji is sitting in his room, minding his own business. He has a warm smile on his face. Suddenly, a man bursts into his room, and Lee Soon jumps up in surprise. It was his father, who began to scold his son for doing nonsense instead of studying. The stern man yelled at Lee Soon and ordered him to put away what he was hiding. A second later, the boy shyly took out a book from under the table and handed it to his father. The bearded man became very angry when he saw that it was an arithmetic book. Lee Soon said that it was more complicated, but using indicators saved him a lot of time on calculations. But the harsh man doesn't like it because he thinks that a Confucian scholar can't be engaged in such nonsense. Since he walks with losers on the street every day, he only wastes time on calculations. His father does not believe in him at all. Lee Sun defends his friends because they are not losers. They are merchants whom the country has recognized as honest and sincere. A scholar should value Confucian scriptures and strive to study them. A man doesn't understand why he should waste his time talking to traders. But it's not games, it's arithmetic. And the traders are also people of this country. Their taxes fill the country's treasury. If the boy fails the exam this time, he will go for an interview. His father is not going to stand for this anymore. The king doesn't understand why they are looking for him if all the ministers have already gathered. As a result of the reform of the military system, a new system of duties and positions was created, so all groups are short of officials. If they had asked the king to tell them about it, he thinks he would have already sent them some document, but he is glad that this is not the case. The official believes that now is the time to look for talent, relying on past experience. Since this is not a regular exam, a special exam should be held to increase the number. Zhang Yong understands this, so he tells his subordinates that they don't have to continue. The primary exam for junior high school students is already underway, and they may have already started giving out grades. The king would like to discuss the schedule with the ministers. Only those who read the scriptures well are eligible for selection. The number of successful applicants has increased by 50%. The official is shocked at how far ahead the king has thought of everything. Do his subordinates think his opinion is unfounded? The schedule and content will be discussed at the next meeting, and they have to choose talented people who can work well. And since they are all here, the king would like to hear their thoughts on the plan to reform the military system. Meanwhile, a woman was praying for her son to pass the exam. A second later, she yells loudly at her husband for walking around, which may prevent her prayers from being answered. Soon, Li Sun returns home. His parents immediately come to him. The boy can barely get words out. His face shows that he is very tired. His father sees this and tells him to go and rest. It seems that this exam was very difficult. Since it was special, there was little time to prepare. But as soon as the boy enters the room, he immediately throws himself into his hobby and feels better again. Meanwhile, at the meeting, our hero had a request for the ceremony. The boy would like to add arithmetic to this exam. This is because very few officials can do complex calculations. But the official is against it. You can't include arithmetic in a class that takes scholars who have studied the scriptures. The protagonist seems to have expected this reaction. Zhang Yong was silent for a few seconds, thinking about it. Suddenly another minister addressed the king and said that they needed people who understood arithmetic. Also, since most of the new employees were Confucian students, math suffered a bit. The same goes for mutual respect. Because officials lack arithmetic skills, they often stay up all night to organize documents. Criminal investigators need arithmetic skills to analyze crimes, and military aides also need to be good at arithmetic to keep military records and accounting books. Everyone has a different point of view on this. A king asks if there was ever a problem of lack of people in their kingdom. The official said that it was not a lack of people, but a lack of budget. For example, a research center needed at least 20 people. It was all because the level of talent was different. This was the truth. Those who were not good enough to become a master were likely to have grown up on miracles. Then, the king turns to his left advisor and asks about the Jiang tribe. This tribe was still against adding arithmetic to the exam. The man, as a Confucian student, could understand them perfectly. The main problem was the budget. After making the calculations, the king turns to the crown prince and says that he will not be able to allocate so much money for his studies. The protagonist obeys his father's words. They will increase the number of people taking the exam. Have the officers agree on the number of people needed for each group. The king hopes that they will give up their greed and gain reconciliation. Hiang realized that it would take a trick to find the best friend. Meanwhile, Li Sun's parents received a visit, and it seems that they were from the estate. His mother and father were very happy to have such guests. The man almost burst into tears of happiness because he received the news that their son had passed the exam. In honor of this, he wanted to make a holiday to have a good rest. But the boy was not very happy about it, because he would have to say goodbye to arithmetic for the duration of the preparation. The competition to select candidates with good grades will be very fierce. There will be a lot of pressure on Joseon. The crown prince says that he is going to raise the level of competition to the surface. To demonstrate this, he asks the bachelor to go with him to the exam hall. If the prince does well, it doesn't mean he'll be promoted to a permanent position. But Chong thinks that this might cause complaints from others. Hiang would like to suggest that a person from each group be sent as a permanent examiner. Their goal is to recruit the 5 students with the highest scores in arithmetic to the institute. Bachelor Chong promises that they will make it happen. Today, he is here for an important task for the crown prince. About 100 people who have passed the test go to take the test in front of the government building. Seats are allocated in order of the number on the card. If someone takes multiple cards, it will be considered an attempt to interfere with someone's exam. The number plates are distributed to avoid confusion during identification. After all cards have been distributed, the number will be checked. Entrance to the exam will be possible only after the review. There were a lot of people here. The guy could barely breathe between them. Soon, they were told to stand in the rows in front of the line because the distribution of cards with numbers began. If you don't get the lowest number, you can lose a few coins when you read the questions. The crowd of students rushed forward to get in line. The man sees that a real competition begins between the participants from the very beginning. Suddenly, two men faced each other and were aggressive. The guy saw his chance and realized that he could use it to pass. But suddenly, the bachelor shouted loudly and said that they would hand out the cards in the order they were standing now. The students did not seem upset about this at all. The young master praised his subordinate, who had been badly beaten up in that crowd. Even with such efforts, the subordinate managed to get a room for his young master. But it seems that he did not quite like the number. It was a number that could not be divided. In 89 cases out of 100, the boy saw nothing at all. It felt like he was just a small stone on a big rock. The examiner comes in. He speaks into a loudspeaker and says that if the 80s and 90s can hear him well, they should raise their left hand. They could hear him quite well, so they raised their hands. But no one understood what this strange thing was that the man was talking into. The young gentleman has no time to think about it. He is going to do his best. Before starting, the man is going to read out the words of the Prime Minister. Lee Sun was still very eager to find out what that thing was that made the sound so much louder. They are told the rules, and told that if they are caught cheating, they will be disqualified from the next attempts, so they have to pass this test honestly. This exam will take place over 2 days. Today they will be given 2 questions from the 5 books and the 4 books. And tomorrow's questions will be on arithmetic, a special subject for this test. Absolutely everyone present was shocked that now there would be arithmetic. The stern man says that if anyone doubts their abilities, they can leave the room right now. After that, everyone in the audience immediately fell silent. Candidates who have no objections have to leave in groups of 5 under the guidance of the examiner. Lee Sun's turn was not soon enough. That's why the farther back you are, the harder it is to pass the exam. But it was too early to be upset because there was still an arithmetic test to go. The day of the arithmetic test came. For this test, the test sheets will be issued directly, so the candidates have to wait in their seats. They can start solving problems after listening to the instructions. This guy thinks it would be really good if it was something more interesting than... There were tasks about the math domain. The participants had a time limit of 2 hours. Lee Sun-ah liked this test because it was quite interesting. But his life depended on it, so he had to calm down. It was already evening and he returned home after the test. The boy says that it was very difficult, but he did his best. And then the boy says that there were questions on arithmetic in the test, and the king added them on purpose. Hearing this, his father was shocked, and his mother thought that the gods had helped him. Fortunately, there were no problems with the test. The smallest form was an arithmetic test. Fortunately, it was closer to the man. The bearded man stands up sharply and grabs the sheets, but he is quickly grabbed by the official sitting next to him. Minister Fan had told him to prepare for this situation. But the man did not think that Bachelor Chong would be like this. He could never have imagined that a minister of such high rank would be sent from Hojo to a permanent position. But the bachelor was glad that someone of even higher rank than him had come. This strategy would work better if the opponent's rank was higher. A few days before the second exam, Minister Fan came running to the estate. He had run very fast, so he was tired and breathing heavily. He had news. If it had to do with the appointment of a permanent officer, they already knew about it. He talked about a document that contained a list of all the examiners who would write, grade, and control the test questions. Since this time the test will be in arithmetic, more people will be added to the group. But the official can't understand the fact that he is in this group. Nothing can be done about it. The Crown Prince's intentions are to ensure that he has the best team of inspectors. The official thinks that this is an encroachment on the king's authority. The minister backs him up and says it's not a matter of ethics. Then, the mustached man thinks about it. Meanwhile, a subordinate tells the king that he would like to see the prime minister. The king allows them to come in. The 2 men enter the hall and bow before the king to greet him. Li Jik came here specifically to see the king. Zhang Yong thinks that he came because of the selection of permanent officials. It was true. The subordinate says that such behavior is against morality. In fact, the king is also well aware of this and says that they are taking everything into consideration. In this case, the man hopes that the king will refuse this order. If all the members are excluded, and even the bachelor, will there be a cadre appointment? That's why the king wanted to make the proposal to his minister. But in fact, it was the protagonist's proposal. Obviously, those who passed the test would be included in the selection process for evaluation. But if you include a bachelor in this position, it's a completely different matter. There will be a lot of complaints that the prince is using his authority to take over the talent. So the boy suggests that one person from each dynasty should be appointed as a permanent officer. Jiang Yong thinks about it and asks how to do it. The official is very surprised when he hears about this idea from the king. Then there will be 7 permanent officers in total. But other subordinates think it's a great idea. Then, the king gives his order and wants them to fulfill it as soon as possible. The subordinate again said that it was the best decision they could have made. It was the only option. Besides, there was no way to contradict the king's proposal. The bearded man is sure that as soon as the minister hears about this proposal, he will take it in his arms. Li Zhou has always been under a lot of pressure when it comes to the distribution of personnel. And in fact, it is the dynasty representatives who are supposed to distribute the number of people on site. The official suspects that this is all the work of the crown prince. If they are not careful, all the outstanding talents will be taken away by the crown prince. Meanwhile, our hero met with the bachelor. It seems that his proposal was accepted after all. Chong still can't understand why the higher the level of the opponent, the more profitable it is. If they make a mistake, the operation could fail. Since they have already told me about the appointment of a full-time bachelor, people from the dynasty will be appointed to positions similar to him or slightly higher. The higher the rank, the more checks are done in practice. Even if they personally look at the test paper, it will be difficult to judge arithmetic competence. Therefore, they will only be required to focus on the candidate's arithmetic skills. Chong should master the arithmetic answer sheet faster than the others. This was all clear, but the man did not know where to go now. The bachelor shouted at the official, who grabbed his arm and said that this was reckless. If they take away the most talented people, what will they do with the rest? The bachelor says that the lab needs someone who is good at arithmetic, but the official says that everyone needs people. The audience begins to quarrel with the bachelor and say that he is a terrible person. Then Chong says he will take 5 sheets from the top and 5 from the middle, but the others were against it. They also need people who are good at arithmetic. Then, the man says he will make his choice after the officials make theirs. In order to make such an important decision, the officials had to consult with each other first. A few minutes passed, and the bachelor asked if they had finished their discussion. Finally, the discussion was over. They had satisfied smiles on their faces. The evening came, and the bachelor came to the crown prince. They cheerfully high-fived each other because their plan had worked out just as they had planned. Although the regular officers sent from each group were constantly checking, Chong was able to find 5 people who scored high in arithmetic. It was now night. The woman prayed to God and asked for rain. Li Sun was still awake. Instead, he was solving problems. The list of people who had passed the exams had not yet been announced to everyone. There were so many people here that Li Sun could not go forward to see the list. Soon, officials came into the courtyard and prepared to hang the list. As soon as the students saw it, they were immediately excited. They ran in a crowd to the board to see who had passed the exams. But Li Sun could not see anything because there were too many people. Suddenly, he was above them all. But he did not understand how it happened. It turned out that it was his subordinate who lifted him up on his shoulders. The subordinate wanted to help the young gentleman. Even though it was hard for him, he waited for the guy to see the results. The subordinate was swaying so much that the young man could not see anything. The examiner said that now those whose names they hear should come forward. Just now, Li Sun's name was called. Immediately after that, the guy came forward and was told to stand here. As a result, 10 people came forward, and everyone looked at them in surprise. Those who had passed the exam were ordered to go inside and undergo an identity check, and these 10 had to follow the examiner. The news reached the king that only 185 people had passed the exam. At first, they increased the number of people, but the number of those who passed was much lower than they thought. Those who had passed only the first 2 exams and not arithmetic were banished. It takes too much time and money to teach people the basics of the industry and then put that knowledge to work. These were talented people, so they should use them for the sake of the state as best they can. Initially, they will be graded based on academic performance, and then they will be sent to the dynasties according to a list. Jiang Yong asked if the distribution among the dynasties was peaceful. The minister happily reports that everyone has achieved good results. The king asks what they will do if people say they are going to Shungyungwan. If they had an idea, they would know that it is much more profitable than being in Shungyungwan. And since the future work of Shungyungwan will change, they plan to evict all the dorms at this time. Meanwhile, the examiner says that after the students finish the course, they will be hired. It's impossible to get to Xingyungguan because this year the work there has changed. All Confucian students will be fired. Previously, if they did not pass the civil service exam, they had to enter Xingyungguan. Under the new rules, some of those who wanted to become a government official could go there. Others were appointed to a low-level government position. In other words, if they are not hardworking, they will never be able to become a leader. They'll be lucky if they don't get fired. Some guy shouts and asks if he can't just go to the university and take the exam. The man was outraged by this stupid question because he had just explained everything. In order to achieve great results, you have to take a public office. And a second later, the examiner shouted that this fool was expelled and no longer studying here. The man was very angry, shouting and telling this fool to leave. The student was outraged by this attitude and began to threaten his status. The former minister of Confucianism was his great-uncle, and the man who is now sitting in the throne room is his cousin. But the examiner was completely indifferent to his connections, because this guy was nothing in himself. The man certainly did not expect to hear this in his address. Suddenly, another official ordered him to go to Sahomba and bring someone from the Song family. The examiner was outraged by this because he thought he could expel anyone he wanted. A second later, people from the Song family arrived. He knew that something like this would happen, so he placed his people here to be his ears and eyes. This is a powerful institution that can agree and even impose rules on personnel and legal reforms. No one was going to take pity on this student, no matter how much he begged. The manager was very strict with the students. He would not forgive them for their mistakes. The news of the morning's incident had already reached Mr. Sa Hong Kong. They received many notes from those who were on site at the time. The man said to forget about it because the black fire dragon of the golden handle senses negativity. The king was shocked that someone who had only recently passed the exam could be so arrogant. His subordinates, of course, listened to his anger and agree with every word. Yang Yi ordered them to check the relatives this student was talking about and determine how serious the crime was. His subordinates were going to immediately carry out his order. Li Sun was very curious about where the students who had passed the exam were going. It turned out that they were going to the Tonggong Hall. They were terrified at the thought, because they had just passed the exams. The man said that they were all being sent to a research institute under the jurisdiction of the Crown Prince. The students were greeted by Zhang Zhou, who was the deputy director of the research institute. It was immediately apparent that the students' eyes were sparkling with expectations and desire. But he knew very well that this would soon change, and they would be very tired. First, the man told them to come in and take their seats. As expected, as soon as Li Sun entered, he smelled a smell. The guy had bathed heavily, and there was some kind of pleasant shivering inside him. When he was a kid, he used to go to the attic where his grandfather's complicated things were. He remembered finding an arithmetic book there. At some point, things that he didn't really understand went through his head like lightning. This experience was similar to the one he felt when he first encountered the mystery of arithmetic. Now the man is going to tell them everything. He asks if anyone knows Chonchuksa, and Li Sun raises his hand. The guy says that he learned about it from talking to traders. Unfortunately, no one else knew about it. Li Sun calmly introduced himself in front of everyone. This boy's scores on day 1 were close to terrible, but he took first place in the arithmetic exam. This student studies Chonchuksa with other students for the sake of repetition. Very soon, the real professional training will begin. The man gives them a month and a half for the students to return home and say they have passed the exam. After that, they will work hard for the state. Since Li Sun was only good at tasks, his father was worried that he would be transferred to a strict department and do unpleasant work. But even if his son doesn't make it through the main departments, he will have to support him. The father thinks that even if his son succeeds, his long tongue can get him there. Soon, their son returns home and his parents are happy to see him. First, Li Sun offers to go inside, and then he will tell them everything. It was nighttime. The guards were patrolling the streets. The boy told his parents where he was going to work. They pay a lot of attention to people with math skills. As soon as the parents heard about it, they jumped to their son to hug him. Everyone was very happy. Meanwhile, the main character was looking at the test results. It would have been really nice if the father had spoken in person. The next morning, Hien comes to his father to talk. The crown prince confesses to his father that he hasn't slept all night. Zhang Yong did not understand why his son was doing this. He expects him to have something to say to him again. The boy says he would like to ask something urgent about the results of the test. It was only morning, and the son was already asking his father for something. The king is ready to listen to him. At the same time, a subordinate was making drawings and notes about new devices. Suddenly, a capacious man comes running into the room where Master Chan was, saying that the prince was looking for him. After that, the man immediately went to the crown prince. The boy says that last time he received the results of the test. It was the first inspection since the organization was founded. Hyang was furious because all the results were wrong. He orders him to work the night shift tonight. Chan was shocked that the prince was not acting like his usual self today. He was too serious and cold. Some time passed. The main character led his subordinates. They meet other subordinates who are not even late for the meeting. Everyone greeted them kindly. He warned his subordinates that they would work together with the military captain and the masters. The official was upset when he heard about it, because he thought he would definitely be fired. If you think about it, everything was clear from their first meeting. It seemed as if the prince could see him clearly. The official tried to pull himself together and not get upset, because it was too early for that. The boy thanked his father for listening to his request. As soon as the subordinates see the king, they immediately fall to their knees and bow before him. The king knows that these people have demonstrated great abilities over the past year. Lee Sun went outside because the weather was very nice today. His subordinates asked him if he slept well last night. The guy asked if anything happened to the babysitter tonight. He had a 3-room house with an extension that his parents gave him. A subordinate who has been taking care of him since childhood. He will move forward from this place. Soon, the students come to the official again. A month and a half has passed. They are all so happy to meet him. Suddenly, they hear a child's voice. The crown prince himself came here. As soon as they saw him, they were very surprised. The main character was proudly walking forward, with a confident smile on his face. As soon as he arrived, all the students bowed to greet him. Then, Ars turned to Hanyun. Then he walked over to Park Jo-hoon. The boy approached Mr. Chan and said that he had a request. The boy asked him to draw a picture of the successful candidates who would come to the laboratory tomorrow. He was not supposed to think about the picture. He was supposed to think about analyzing their faces, focusing on their features. Our hero took this risk because he remembered Mr. Chan's sharp gaze, and it really worked. Now he knew all the students by name, even though he hadn't met them. Suddenly the boy smelled a pleasant odor. Hyun walked over to Lee Sun. Finally, our hero smelled the smell he remembered on the day the successful candidates were announced. Hyang praised him, because the boy's results at the exam were amazing. Even Bachelor Jong himself admitted that the questions on the exam were very difficult. The protagonist once again realized that this smell was very familiar. Soon, when the crown prince met everyone, he said that he believed in them and that they would succeed. The prince decides to start drawing up a study schedule right away. Jong will definitely fulfill it. The name Lee Sun seems very familiar to the boy. Perhaps he is a historical figure. Bachelor Jong leads the students into the classroom where they will be working for a while. 3 people sit at each table, and Lee Sun is told to sit at the last table. Now they will not be students, but interns at the Joseon Science Development Institute. Bachelor Jong will oversee the discipline, and the interns will refer to their disciplinary officials as professors. In today's first class, Jong will introduce them to a professor who will teach them the basics of Jeonchuk. A second later, Ha Hong-do walks into the room. He was a stout, bearded man. Everyone was very surprised by his dark skin color. The bachelor started shouting at them for their behavior. They will give points for the attitude towards professors, so those who score too many will be expelled. Hearing this, the interns immediately started apologizing. The bearded man introduces himself. He seemed to be an Arab, but he would be their professor for the duration of the training. He would teach them Arabic numerals. Lee Sun realized that this was the man who had invented the arithmetic test questions. The evening comes and the class is over. A student approaches Lee Sun. This guy's name is Park Jae. He offers to introduce himself to him. Soon after, Kim Jong and Park Tae join them and join in the conversation. Park Jae complains that he hates the topic of Korean-American family history. Today was the first day of school, so all the students were motivated, so there shouldn't be any problems. Ha Hong noticed that student Lee Sun is very talented and they will definitely get along. Since his skills are unrivaled, the other students gather around him by themselves. It would be great if they helped each other. There will also be those who will be jealous. The professors promised that they would keep a close eye on this and help the students. The next day, classes continue. Ha-hoon had just given them a test on Jeonchuk. The students sighed with relief. It was definitely harder than the first exam. But Kim Cho solved everything thanks to a student who answered their questions well every day. The results are not even known yet, but everyone is already very excited. Ha Hong says that Lee Sun did a great job because he helped everyone. Someone starts to envy him. Ha-hoon says that the classes are not over for everyone. Additional classes will be held for those who wrote 40 points less. When everyone heard this, they were very upset and excited. We had to do our best. Classes would start in the afternoon, and it would be much harder than Jeonchuksu. The professor had his doubts at first because he didn't speak Korean well, but Lee Sun understood him perfectly. He and Professor Ha greeted each other without words. Numbers and symbols are used everywhere, not only by Koreans but also by the people of Seokmok. This is the final exam result for Jeonchuk-woo's class. Hyang looks at the grades. Ha-hoon said that it was much harder than the exam, but there is no one who scored below 40 points, and it's all thanks to Lee Sun. In that case, The prince wants to increase the intensity of the training and raise the difficulty. Suddenly, Zhang and someone carrying a lot of books walk into the classroom. The students look at what is happening in the classroom with interest. It has been a long time since the first day. Zhang tells them to take turns to take a book. They have collected data on the damage from last year's flood. First, they will test their ability to interpret the data. The students have to find errors, write them down, and write a report about them. Lee Sun realized that first he had to change the general statistics and perform the backward calculation. But some of them found this task very difficult. It made his brain boil. Park Jae was very nervous because he could not figure out how to do these tasks. If he plans to hold a public office in the future, these skills will come in handy. It's only been an hour, so don't give up. Lee Sun prompts him. He needs to convert the sum of each field and count down. It's also important to focus on the small numbers, not the big ones. Soon after, Lee Sun goes to the professor and says that he has solved it. Professor Zhang is going to look at his answers, so Lee Sun can sit back down. But instead of going back to his seat, Lee Sun started helping his classmates. Now, Professor Zhang understood why everyone else was paying so much attention to this student. It was already nighttime. They were discussing the results of the 3 months of training. Hyun thanks them for their hard work, but the officials ask him not to thank them for it, because they are doing it for Jeo Guayong, and it is important to them. The boy asks if they solved problems in academia and how they conducted professional training. Zhang said that even during his studies, Lee Sun was the best at arithmetic and also provided help to those who needed it. During school days, no one could keep up with Lee Sun. Thanks to his help, those who took extra classes finished everything on time. It was really amazing. It turns out that only the appointment process remains. Students can go for an internship to gain experience in different departments for 3 months and be accepted for an official appointment depending on their abilities. There are still 3 months left before the internship. This is a time-honored procedure. Our hero was a little distracted and said the word out loud, so the officials were surprised. Hyun explained that it meant that the trainees had to accompany each other for 3 months. Then the officials decide to use the word internship as the official name. They would have to give the students a rank and an official position. Zhang wrote about this in the report, but the decision is better left to the prince. Of course, they'll give the newcomers a tour of the different departments, but there's no reason to open up Area 51 to everyone. He decides to choose the 4 students with the best grades. Our hero gives Lee Sun the 5th rank, and when the king sees him, he thinks it's too much. The king thinks it's too much because those who get the best grades get a lower rank. But the main character assures his father that his skills are enough for this. If the boy wants to give him such a high rank, he has to bring results that can prove his talent. Right now, Jang Yong can only give him the 6th rank. Hyang tries to insist, but Jang Yong is not going to listen to him anymore. Jang Yong knows that his son is very smart and capable of achieving his goals. But the most important thing in everything is justice and truthfulness. If the king immediately gives him such a high rank, others will not recognize him and will be jealous. So the king has no choice but to give him the 6th rank. Now the crown prince understands what his father said. Jang Yong is glad that his son has realized this. A king should care about more than just his people. Still, Lee Sun was given the 6th rank. Lee Sun was placed in the first group, and he took on his first role in Area 51. It was the first day after receiving his rank. Lee Sun asked the professor where they were going now, but the man said that he was no longer their professor. Now he was just a researcher. Senior researchers can be called simply senior, regardless of rank or title. Status and birth within the group were not taken into account, so everyone had to be respected equally. Students would have to prove their worth based on skills alone. Zhang said they were now going to Zone 51. The Crown Prince was already waiting for them to show them everything in detail. This place is their hope for a bright future. As soon as the students saw Chan, they began to bow and greet him. Without this badge, they would not be able to come here, so he asked them not to lose it. Lee Sun held the badge in his hands, which turned out to be bigger than he thought. In this space, Hyang lays the foundation for the Joseon he dreams of. So now the Crown Prince invites students to do it together. Lee Sun noticed that there were a lot of guards here, and he was curious about what they were doing. They went through the gate. There was a lot of free space. The students were shocked when they first saw what was happening. A soldier was shooting with a rifle. But that was not all. They could also hear the sounds of explosives, so it scared them a lot, and at the same time surprised them. Hyun looked at the boys to see their reaction. Everything here was exploding and making noise, and the main character kindly welcomed them to Zone 51. The students met Haisang, who will be looking after them in Area 51 for 3 months. National defense is the strength of a nation, and its foundation is weapons. Students have to quickly understand the weapon system. The students started working, and when they got a break, they were very happy, because it was even more difficult in Area 51 than in the laboratory. A month has passed since they started working here. The elder Jong overheard their conversation and said that if it was hard for them, they could leave. The man says that they are only waiting for those who have passed the exam and want to be here. Instead of forcing themselves to work, they can leave. The students do not respond to this, but only scratch the back of their heads. Elder John says it's very important to find joy in your work. If they do everything right, the Crown Prince in heaven will reward them. Suddenly, the official is called by researcher Lee Sun. It was surprising to them that Lee Sun still looks more or less normal. He is trying his best every day. The students didn't like him because he was jealous and better than them. The day passed very quickly. The boys asked Lee Sun where he was going. He just noticed that they were also working in the lab today. He was quite nice to them. These bastards were constantly trying to hurt him because they were very jealous of his success. They kept insulting him and asked if the blood of ordinary people was as red as theirs. Lee Sun turned to them and replied in a harsh, eerie voice that he hoped the day would come when he could show them. Meanwhile, an official came to Xiang with a request to remove Lee Sun from his internship and make him a full-time employee. The decision regarding the researcher Lee Sun-ji was left only to the Crown Prince. So Zhang came to him. It is indeed true that Lee Sun is different from the others. The basic training period is 3 months, and only a month has passed. Should we break the tradition? Lee Sun's abilities are better than most, but because of the probationary period, his work opportunities are limited. The Crown Prince thinks that we just need to guide him in the right direction. He tells him to do what he thinks is right. The next day came. Everyone was gathered, and the elders were going to reorganize the researchers. 2 students noticed that Lee Sun hadn't come yet, even though he was usually on time. The older one asks them not to worry, and says that from today he has been given another case. The scoundrels are only happy about this, because they will not see someone they envy so much. In fact, each of them considered himself the best researcher. The guy wants to use this opportunity to prove that he is better. But when this guy comes to give his calculations, he is stunned. He sees that Lee Sun is sitting in the manager's seat, so he is very shocked. The guy tells him with a happy smile that he has been appointed a researcher as of today, and his first task is to see the results of the calculations. Hearing this, the guy almost choked on his envy. He could not believe it. Now the fate of this bastard depended on the guy's decision. Now he is going to check how well the calculations were done. The guy looks at them carefully and sees that there is an incorrect calculation. But the guy finds a mistake in his calculations and starts explaining where it was. He begins to humiliate him and says that he doesn't understand how he could pray over something so simple. Lee Sun starts to get back at him and humiliate him for his mental abilities for the mistake he made. Suddenly, the official Zhang comes to this shouting and screaming to see what is going on. The elder Zhang, having checked his calculations, also begins to mock him for failing to complete such an easy task. Night has fallen. These bastards are discussing how Lee Sun got them. Someone thinks that they should at least appeal, or complain to the king about it. Even if they do, they simply have nothing to write in this appeal. Thus, the 3 months have come to an end. Now all the students will be officially hired. These are the first newcomers to their lab. The process of their appointment should be recorded in detail, and used as an example in the future. They have already published the list of committee members. Heian is just delighted with his employees. The performance over the last month has been very good. It seems to have happened after researcher Lee Sun was officially appointed. It seems that researcher Lee had a hard time working before that. It is said that Lee Sun has a sharp tongue, but the difference in the results was still obvious. There are times when you have to be a little harsh with your subordinates, so they are positive about Lee Sun's methods. Hyang agrees, but it's important to make sure it doesn't go too far. Lee Sun can be cruel, but he gets along well with the Crown Prince and the King. Now our hero says that they, together with the newcomers, must bring their old projects to life. And the first thing that really works perfectly is that they need to design their own calendar. It seems like more than 6 months have passed since the exam. The guy talks to local traders and helps them with calculations to kill time, but his father scolds him for it. All this time he spent here was just amazing. Every day was good. Lee Sun began to scold those who did not greet him. Didn't they know how to do that? The boys had to learn to just ignore him because they couldn't do anything about the prince's favorite and deputy. The guy sighs and realizes that now is not the time to dwell on past grievances. If there is a meeting of officials in this country, then the province will hold a special meeting on personnel. New people were added to the special event. It was a rather unusual proposal, but the officials told him not to worry because they were happy to have someone as knowledgeable as Lee Sun. Moreover, an official like Zhang, who had no previous position, compared to 2 professors who could barely speak Korean, is not that unusual. The Crown Prince asks Lee Sun to stand up to greet all the officials. The boy thanked them for believing in his abilities. He will do his best to improve their kingdom. They have a free place, so they can focus their attention on a long-awaited project. They want to develop their own calendar. Our hero plans to do his best to adapt the calendar of the N dynasty to theirs. The Crown Prince immediately realized that the point was that they needed their own calendar. Since the calendar had to be calculated every year in advance, there were bound to be more mistakes. The officials apologized and hung their heads because they were powerless in this situation. Heian told them not to apologize because it was not their fault at all. The protagonist regrets that he didn't study enough earth science in his past life. Hyun brought Hassan to them, whom he had mentioned earlier. They greeted each other. The Ming dynasty calendar was also based on the astronomical calendar that was created in Persia. All the books in this room were dedicated to the calendar. Lee Sun picked up a book and began to look at the arithmetic formulas that were used to replace astronomical calculations for their country. He really liked it because it was a real paradise of numbers. Astronomy at this time is a very important discipline for calculating time. The stars give the king power, so an accurate calendar is essential. When the main character returns home, he sees that the light is still on in the room. This means that someone else is still there. It turns out that it was Lee Sun. Hyang quietly approached him from behind to see what he was doing, which scared him. Our hero heard that the guy was transferred to the calendar group along with the trainees from the academy, and they are full of enthusiasm. The guy says that at first he tried to rebuild the rheumatic formula, which is based on past records. According to the calendar, the vernal equinox and the datum are swapped to calculate accurate readings. In fact, our hero doesn't understand this equation at all because this math is different from the one he used in his past life. Lee Sun thinks the problem is that it's too complicated. The variables can be manipulated. An entry can be added or deleted from the Ming dynasty calendar in the traditional way. But then the calendar changes won't matter. Even if you do this, errors will still occur because the Ming dynasty calendar is the main one. The calibration takes place every year and is repeated every 2 to 3 years. So the guy thinks it makes no sense. These formulas are attempts to recalculate astronomy. If the movements of the sun and moon are expressed as a shape, you can get a more accurate calendar. But the boy sadly says that he lacks the knowledge to find a solution to the problem. Then, Heian suggested a change in thinking. He thinks about changing everything from start to finish. After that, the protagonist says he's hungry and asks if Lee Sun wants to eat. But the guy doesn't care if he doesn't eat. But our hero is not going to watch his subordinate starve, so he orders him to follow him. This space was open to researchers at any time. The court ladies brought them some tea with sweets. The boys really liked this sweet and pleasant smell. It was sweet rice bread and tea with honey. As soon as Lee Sun took a sip, his receptors exploded in his mouth. It was just amazing. The king also loves this tea. The guy admits that this is the first time he has had something like this. It was already quite late, so the people in the eastern estate prepared it especially for him. After that, they all go about their business. It was a special treat for the useful workers. Once you taste it, you can't refuse it. Lee Sun can't believe that the prince cares so much about his subordinates. He thinks that there must be a system of movement of the sun, moon, and stars around the earth. To a certain extent, the guy understands the system, but he doesn't understand why the errors still appear. If this continues, the guy thinks he will go crazy. Suddenly he gets an idea. He realizes that the center of rotation may not be the earth. The guy made some notes from night to morning. He realized that the center of the world is not the earth. Because of this, everything fell into place. Meanwhile, the prince tells the official that there has been no news for 7 days. There are very strange rumors that this newcomer Lee Sun has gone crazy. He hasn't left his place for several days. Hearing about this, the protagonist is very surprised. The gossip about him going crazy turned out to be a lie, but he received many offers to resign. Because of his passion for work, the guy stopped sleeping at night. The older man tried to bring him back to his senses and told him that no matter how much he was focused on work, he had to think about others. But as soon as the man touched him, he just fell on the table. The fact that the boy did not leave his office and did not sleep made him look very pale and tired. Fortunately, the boy was just sleeping. He was very tired. The man wanted to see what the boy had been doing all this time, that he hadn't even gone to bed. Everyone was shocked when they saw his calculations. It was a revolutionary formula. Suddenly, the crown prince approached them. The official told them about the mold invented by the newcomer. The protagonist had seen it last time, but he had trouble understanding it. But Hyang was able to recognize that it was a calculation of the distance to the stars. Lee Sun may not have realized it yet, but the parallax is a witness to the heliocentric theory. More precise observations may be needed for specific calculations, but his findings are very surprising. Li Sun is a real treasure. Xiang ordered that the boy be carefully transferred to his bedroom and that a doctor be sent to check him out. He also asked to check whether the left and right counselors were doing their job well. But what had just happened should be kept secret. The official was thinking about the formula that the guy had invented. There was no problem with it. It would be understandable if there were mistakes in the design. It meant that everything they knew so far was wrong. He met the Crown Prince. There's nothing like a walk to clear your head. He recently recalled their first meeting to discuss the calendar revision. Back then, they were arguing whether the sky or the earth was rotating. The deputy head believed that the earth should be inside, not the sun. It was so obvious that the boy forgot. He didn't know how to fill in the heliocentric system. I think our hero saw something about it in a book, but I don't remember it. It was a theory by a man named Copernicus that he made as a result of observations. Since the man understands the formula, it is difficult for him to accept the fact that the words of the wise men were not true. This was nature, and no one could change it. They were finally able to read the will of heaven. And now, based on this, they must fulfill the will of the saints. It is important to focus on the basics. Only when the basics of government are understood can solutions be found. Now, it is time to start working. 1 month has passed. Hyang sees Li Sun holding something in his hand and thinks he bought it at the market. The prince ordered his subordinates to take it away quickly. When the boy saw it, he opened his mouth in surprise. The boy said it was a real traditional medicinal candy that would give him strength. Li Sun was delighted and immediately put it in his mouth. Now it seems to him that all the power from this candy has gathered in him. Then, the protagonist is about to go inside to get started. The man asks Mr. John if he has heard anything lately. It seems that the new guy has been promoted to a high rank by the Crown Prince. The rumors have been circulating among the staff. Zhang Yong asks everyone to be quiet because the researcher is about to begin his report. A second later, the researcher Li Sun comes to them. He's ready to give his presentation. Zhang Yong has heard rumors that the guy is very good at arithmetic. He lets him start his speech. When the ministers hear that the speech will be about the new calendar, they are shocked. Li Sun is ready to tell them about a new method that their research team has come up with. He was very nervous. Heian was very curious if they could convince the Confucian scholars with the help of arithmetic. Li Sun finished his report. He was very excited and was waiting for comments from the ministers. The room was completely silent. Everyone was still in shock from the young man's story. Then, Zhang Yong asked the ministers what they thought about it. There were no flaws in Li Sun's explanation, so the minister thinks that the amendments should be applied immediately. But another minister warned that he also had some concerns about it. Xiang guessed it wouldn't be easy. It was quite expected. The minister is outraged that they say the earth revolves around the sun. This logic contradicts all the principles of the world. The main character was furious and did not understand this cunning old Confucian at all. The part about the world being a sphere and the world revolving around the sun should be removed. Heian is shocked that the minister has made such a radical decision. Is he not angry at all? They argue that the world is flat and China is in the center. So if people find out about this, they will start to nitpick and make demands. He realized that the world is not flat, but he didn't say so out of respect for the leadership. The sun is stationary, but the earth is moving. This is a completely new view. These researchers, who are just starting their journey, were able to prove everything. Confucius said that teaching is everywhere, and it has no age, superiority, or height. Since it is claimed that the earth is moving, this is the heliocentric theory. For the first time in a long time, the official had a passion for learning. Despite how sad the situation is, it is quite normal to make such an assumption because it will attract attention. The minister proposes to emphasize this as a law of nature, but this requires more solid evidence. Hyang is going to gather more evidence to support their theory. Zhang Yong asks what scientists should do in the meantime. They will develop the idea that it is just a law of nature, and it does not deviate from the four masters. Then, if everyone has their own task, all they have to do is work. The responsibility of the Minister of Justice and the Minister of Foreign Affairs is very important in this matter. After the meeting, the ministers were outraged that it was very difficult to convince the leadership of this. Yo Fan thinks it makes no sense. Someone overheard the mustached man saying this. Yo Fan breathes a sigh of relief, because he thought that the left-hand counselor had heard him. He thinks that the modern calendar is very good to use. The official shouts at him and reminds him that there was a lot of bloodshed because of the difference in calendars. The man sternly tells Yo Fang to behave competently. The men look after him and wonder how people have changed lately. Yo Fang cannot understand their leadership at all. The same goes for the two counselors. The bearded man was furious because he could still hear the minister's words. If the seasons are not respected, people will starve and then criticize the king. In this case, He would reprimand the officials involved, and all would be punished. A moment later, the official turned to these fools. He was very angry. He kept shouting, "If they say something behind his back, let them do it at least quietly." It was not their task to convince the ministers and the Ming dynasty. They just needed a more accurate calendar. There is no problem with the theory and formula. The problem was only with the pattern. The ministers listened attentively to the crown prince's speech. Hyang asks the deputy what he thinks about creating an arcane sphere with the sun in the center. The prince asks to simplify everything for accurate observation, and he will find a site and a budget. It was already night. The two officials walked secretly down the street, hiding from the guards. Finally, they came to the right place. Everyone was waiting for them. He apologized for being late, but the man understood the guest, because it was difficult to move around at night. With everyone already gathered, the special meeting could begin. In the beginning, their gatherings were just a regular get-together with a glass of alcohol and a pleasant conversation. They also thought about what the king was trying to achieve. They thought that the end of the monopoly had come because the military system had been reformed. This method was very difficult for the Christians, so it seemed better to combine the two methods. The king thought that this sounded good, but first it had to be discussed and implemented in some cities to test it. And when the men gathered at night to discuss the day, they were shocked that they were not criticized today. After that, they decided to meet and hold such meetings regularly. This time, Zhang Yong was very concerned about the military, especially weapons. Then the man said he should go to Area 51. The inspection period has expired and security is high, so it will be difficult. The minister suggests linking the visit to the work of the military. The left-wing advisor also holds the position of military inspector. After a while, someone arrives in Area 51. The crown prince and the general did not expect anyone to come here. It was the left advisor, accompanied by the commander-in-chief. The general came to the military administration, although he did not really plan it. Xiang thinks he should take this opportunity to see if he can push the fieldwork log. The principal approaches the commander-in-chief and the left advisor, and then tells them to go ahead. Today's reason for their visit was because of these papers they handed to our hero. It was none of their business, but it is good that they are taking the initiative in military affairs. I think it is better to see this process in person. Last time there was only a demonstration. If the officials see it in person, they will understand exactly how important the workers of Area 51 are. So, after a while, the boy gives a tour, and then the officials leave. When they gather again at night, the mustachioed man is shocked to see some letters on the table. They were all requests from the crown prince. He had dealt with the captain during a routine inspection at the beginning of the year, so this was his first meeting with the crown prince. In other words, the protagonist is as difficult to deal with as the king. These two were able to understand our hero's intentions. Their will is in his hands. After a while, the king called them together to discuss reforms, especially the military. He is upset that things are going too slowly. A leftist advisor and minister would like to say something about this. He says that it is not logical to change the weapon system of all units now. We need to make small units of riflemen. Hyang thinks this is a good option if you combine it with the reform of the military system that he talked about last time. Historically, they have been passive in fortifying local forces because of the risk of resistance. After the reign of the kings, centralization intensified. King Seijo usurped the throne. As a result, the trend continued for many years and made the kingdom a weak nation. The boy is not going to watch it end like this. If his subordinates take the initiative to strengthen local forces, he will support them. Before that, it is necessary to codify legislation that will decentralize power and will be able to promote mutual economies. In addition, the unit will initially be deployed to the northern part of the country. If the commanding authority is given to a central, rather than a local inspector, it will be possible to foresee any trouble that may arise. When creating several units, it is necessary to calculate the required number of soldiers and weapons. After that, the deputy shows the king reports on this matter. The biggest problem is the supply of iron, the main material for firearms. They announce the start of a new report on social cooperation. They are mobilizing Christians near the iron sites. Some are used to make agricultural tools and things for the home. Zhang Yong thinks this is not an effective way. We need to look at ways to ensure a steady supply by setting consistent standards and quality. After the meeting, the officials were very happy, because now there are fewer days when they are criticized. Then they realized that they need to draft at least one more document. It all worked out thanks to the crown prince's man. It seems that the subordinates finally began to read the scriptures carefully and think. It will be very interesting for the prince and the king to check them in the future. As long as everything is calm, they can pick up the pace. The officials, meanwhile, were about to go home to get a good night's rest. A century later, a single sentence crossed the Dumaj River and landed on the Korean peninsula. It turned into a term used to describe a level of profession. Now the man realized where these people live. A boy approaches this subordinate to answer his questions. The peasant says that he saw the mansion where the gentry lived, so he decided to bow down. Seeing the burn on the man's hand, Hyang thought that he was an artisan who was entering military service. It was true, and the man did not understand how the prince had found out. The prince ordered the eunuch to call So-ri and tell him to take the man under his care. The man was very grateful for this. Hyang hoped for good results in the future. Today, the conversation with the martial artist began. In the morning, the boy will finish his work in Area 51 and go to see it. After the last inspection, the military masters who got on the train were transferred to Zone 51. Also, with the consent of the officials, many martial artists were transferred to different departments. There was still a great shortage of martial artists. Jang Yong will order the selection of 5 candidates for the position of martial artist. The crown prince must be consulted before the exam. The subordinate replies that he will definitely follow his orders. Thanks to the left advisor and the military judge, something happened. After that, the king ordered to use the spare weapons and equipment they have, but it is important not to forget to replenish the personnel. As a result, the measurements begin in the classrooms of scholars, Christians, and traders in the 8 provinces of Joseon. A tired man was doing his work when he heard someone looking for Tok-chil. He thought that the older man had come to ask about making a hoe, but it was not so. It turned out that someone from the government had come to see them. Tok-chil says he can fix broken farm equipment using his dexterity, but the official had seen the man's work, and that would be enough. There is no one left among the weapon makers in the military town, except old men who are about to retire. At first, he asks him to move to the military city and work there for 3 months. Thus, the desired world gradually became a reality. Some time passed. The work was in full swing. Suddenly, the official ordered everyone to stop because the time was up. He ordered them to engrave their name and number on an iron plate and then give it to the supervisor. Meanwhile, the crown prince, who was a little late, joined them. He asked with interest how the meeting was going. Everything was going very well. Since these people learned their skills in local military camps, there would be little difference in skill. It was the turn of the next masters, and they were told to get ready. Suddenly, one of the masters saw a boy who had already met with him in the morning. Hyang ordered him to pick out those who were completely useless and choose the best of the best from these ranks. The prince thought that the king would not stop selecting martial artists for the time being. According to the commander, the number of martial artists increases slightly every year and does not exceed 300. So I want to increase the number to 600. The man learns that the boy he met in the morning is the crown prince. As soon as our hero looks in the direction of this master, he immediately falls to his knees and begins to bow. For some reason, the master is trembling with fear, but the prince simply tells him to work hard. Seeing this behavior, Xiang turns to all those present and says that none of them are humble and submissive. People who are going to be engaged in metallurgical technology simply cannot call themselves humble. Suddenly, the protagonist had a great idea, and he immediately ran off to remember it. After hearing that the king had ordered to look at ways to ensure stable supplies by setting standards and quality, the employees could not leave the Ministry of Finance for several days. Everyone was very busy working. It was important to get it right. The work was in full swing and in full swing. The gray-haired official was very angry because his subordinates simply could not do what he asked them to do. Now Jang Yong would look at the report that the head of the Ministry of Finance had prepared. Despite the planning, the budget is still a big problem. They announced the start of the new Social Cooperation Order. To solve the budget problems, they decided to move away from volume. Yang Yi says that to solve this problem, it is necessary to solve the problem of tax collection first. To solve this problem, they need to deal with the currency, but they are not ready for that yet. Jang Yong realizes that these are really serious problems. He recalls the morning when his subordinates started waking him up. Jang Yong was very tired. It seems that before he could fall asleep, it was already morning. The fact was that the crown prince said that he had to see the king urgently. Jang Yan was very sleepy. He was waiting to hear why his son had called him. A royal meeting was scheduled right at dawn, so the boy asked for a meeting. The king wanted to know what had happened as soon as possible. It turns out that it was his own response to the supply and demand of iron. But before that, Heian had a question. Does the king think there is a noble person among ordinary people? Chanyong fell into a stupor and finally woke up. The king asked his son to get straight to the point. Hyang thought it would be better if the government took over all the production, buying, and selling of iron. Now Chanyong understood why his son asked about the commoners. Now the standards and quality of the iron given to the people vary greatly. Creating a state-owned enterprise to unify and manage these procedures. This seems like a realistic solution in the king's mind. If the son woke his father from sleep, then most likely he already has a specific plan. Of course, the protagonist already had a plan, and he was ready to stay up all night. The government takes full responsibility for the mining and smelting process to produce high-quality iron. But the officials did not like the idea that the country would be directly involved in trade. But the king had already made up his mind. It would be unfair to produce iron and sell it to the people at very high prices. In the areas where iron is produced, prices are low, and in the areas where there is no iron, prices are very high, and this makes life difficult for people. After the king shouted at them, the officials immediately fell silent. If they understood everything, the king suggested that they test it in practice. A few days later, the ministers responsible for creating state-owned enterprises gathered for a meeting. The atmosphere in the room was quite unfriendly and uncomfortable. The prince felt it too, and thought that something had happened between his subordinates. Suddenly the official, Yong-san, turned to our hero. The official says that the prince shouldn't attend this meeting because he's already working all the time, but the boy says he wants to be here. They all know perfectly well that there are problems with the current method of iron distribution. Landowners must receive iron according to their land area and pay a tribute for it. The price of iron varies depending on the distance from the iron production site, and poor landowners have to sell their property to pay the tribute. They are aware of this problem, so a system of blacksmiths' associations was introduced, in which iron was sold only from iron production areas. Landowners have to walk long distances. It is said that in many cases the term of military service is extended to cover the amount of the contribution, and all the information about this was in these reports. Yang thanked everyone for their hard and fruitful work on this investigation. The officials also thanked the Crown Prince. The responsible ministry for the establishment of the state-owned enterprise will be the Ministry of Justice. The inspector continued his explanation and said that after the last work under the leadership of the king, a national survey was conducted jointly. In the vicinity of the iron-producing areas, private iron miners thrive, run by private landowners who are not affiliated with the government. Landowners who work within the municipal government system and are also effective in doing so. They also have extensive connections in different regions. People who followed the iron law bought it and donated it. Now the situation has not changed much. They don't know what to do if the government owns the mountains and mines. They can't adjust the price of iron that they supplied to the private sector. The government takes over the work that the steel plant does. Officials do not understand how this is possible. Does he really mean to say that he is going to give government jobs to private owners? But Yang says he doesn't have that kind of power. It would be better if at least a few responsible people belong to the government. If Hyang says that he should be given a government position, then these old men 6 will probably start to pick on him. The official says that the government recognizes how superior this technology is. That is why our hero wants to invite the masters to the capital and hold a competition. One of them will be awarded the title of People's Master of Ferrous Metallurgy. This contest will be called Show Me the Iron. The judges should mainly consist of field commanders who have a sense of military discipline. Some time ago, a commander came to the official and said that he had a cunning fox here. It is not known whether everything will be fine, and how the conversation will turn out in the end. Official Yan says not to worry, because looking at the conversation with the judicial inspector, it seems that all this has already been discussed with the king. The first criterion for choosing a railroad master was related to steel production. Hyang suggests starting by looking for large private workshops that operate in areas with relatively high taxes. After that, he will ask Hojo to send a list of civil service seasons over the past few years. It took less than an hour for the official to send the invitation to cooperate to the lower and upper class. But not even 10 minutes later, Hyang returned to the official, Cho Jang, to ask if they had heard back from Hojo. The eunuchs run after Hyang and offer to call someone else for this task, but he is going to go himself. And when the protagonist came to solve this problem personally, everyone did the job very quickly. The king was right when he said that to do good work, you have to be part of it. Now they were building very actively. Our hero tastes a sip of tea, but he doesn't like it because it was too bitter. It turns out that this tea was designed with the guy's physique in mind. Now he will drink it every day. The crown prince was going to listen to his father. Some time passed. Today was a very important day. He drank the same tea in a gulp for his father. Even though the tea was very bitter and tasteless, the boy continued to drink it anyway. Almost a month passed after the boy first expressed his opinion. Thus, 3 candidates were selected for the title of the first national steelmaster in Joseon: Toksu, Park Tae, and Manjok. The crown prince was invited to a royal meeting dedicated to discussing the future of state-owned enterprises and the country's economic development. One of the advisors asked him, "It's been a month, so how is the creation of the state-owned enterprise going?" The prince answered on behalf of his father. He briefly outlined further plans. to invite an experienced master to Hwaseong and organize a public competition between the best specialists. Left-wing counselor Huang He intervened in the conversation, noting that there seemed to be too many craftsmen and asking whether it was realistic to carry out such a selection. The father agreed with the advisor's remark and passed the same question on to the prince, waiting for a more precise answer. The prince explained, "In fact, there are not many craftsmen. The sample was taken only from those regions where puddling iron is stably produced in the appropriate season." In addition, he instructed officials to carefully inspect the craftsmen on site. After the inspection, it became clear that there were very few specialists in puddling iron. In addition, the smelting technology is extremely complex, and the master's apprentices are scattered across different regions, far from the very sources of iron production. Given the level of skill, influence of the candidates, and the situation in the regions, only 3 finalists were invited to Hwaseong. The father smiled inwardly. It was immediately clear whose child this was. It was not for nothing that he was his father's son. The guy added that the venue for the competition had already been determined, right in the middle of Area 51, which surprised those present. Father knew about this zone. It was no ordinary place, but a special territory with a high level of security, where even the king could not enter without permission. The prince didn't have time to explain right away. The timing wasn't the best. Entry and exit were difficult, so the security was spending a lot of effort, and the area had to be reorganized. The zone was divided into 3 parts. Now there are clearly separated safe and controlled areas. The father saw nothing excessive or dangerous in his son's actions and agreed. "Go ahead, make an effort." "Yes, father, I will work conscientiously," the prince replied respectfully, demonstrating determination and a genuine desire for righteous service. Some time passed, and the prince was quite surprised by the news. The artisans flatly refused to work together in one place. The reason was simple. Each of the masters has their own secret technique, and they do not want to share it with potential competitors. It is impossible to force them. Due to hard work and experience, they all have a complex character. They are proud and do not obey even under threat of execution. The prince decided that one of the craftsmen would be the first recruit in the state-owned company. He needed to make a good first impression and remove psychological barriers. The authorities must show that they are not pressuring, but rather recognize craftsmen as a key force. This is exactly the impression that artisans should have. He ordered his escorts to lead the candidates through a green zone with minimal security and to provide them with as much free space as possible. As a result, we managed to achieve a spatial distribution that satisfied all parties. The craftsmen were satisfied with the conditions. After a while, he was informed that the space had been successfully allocated, and everything was ready for further work without unnecessary conflicts. However, the prince heard concerns from the guards. There were too many strangers around. He asked if this was the minimum number of people. He heard the answer, yes, and all because the process is divided into stages. But the main thing in smelting is to properly light the fire and maintain its stability. The prince pointed to one of the craftsmen and said, he was the brain at the iron mining site, the main figure in the entire operation. Then he added, that's what blacksmiths call their leaders, the brain. Because all orders and decisions come from him, the others simply follow. The crown prince couldn't wait for the competition to begin. He was filled with curiosity. He wanted to see everything with his own eyes. Although he looked young on the outside, in a past life he had been trained by a real blacksmith. The experience left a deep mark on his soul. He never imagined that he would be able to see iron being smelted the traditional way. His curiosity was burning. He wanted to see it as soon as possible. Meanwhile, an order sounded on the gramophone. Gather all the brains. The crown prince wants to personally address each of them. Every blacksmith immediately became alert. The prince's address could not leave them indifferent. Everyone froze in anticipation. They wondered if the competition they had been preparing for with such tension and responsibility had begun. Finally, the master stood before the prince. After greeting him, they heard in response, "Welcome to Area 51. I am the crown prince, the head of the state-owned steel company. You may have already read this in official letters, but after the competition, only one of you will become the chief foreman. The iron from our factories will become the swords and spears that defend Joseon, will become sickles, shovels, utensils, the wealth of the people and the currency that will revitalize the economy. The one who wins will have the honor of being called the greatest blacksmith of Joseon. And my father, His Majesty, will personally provide a worthy reward." And it was with such proud, inspired words that the crown prince addressed the blacksmiths standing before him. Then the curtains were drawn back, revealing all the materials they had requested. Once the competition began, they would not be able to leave Area 51 until the finale. The craftsmen were asked to check if all the tools, resources, and everything they would need for the competition were in place. When they went inside, they were momentarily speechless. What they saw amazed even the most experienced. Seeing the stones, they turned to the prince in surprise. Is it really necessary to extract iron from these rocks? In most of the samples, a new rich mine was discovered. But couldn't it have been done without the heavy magnetic iron ore? Of course, it's much more difficult, but none of the masters backed down. They were ready to work with it, because they knew it's possible. The prince watched the blacksmith's actions with great interest. He was curious to see how the real craft began. In the hands of the master was a thin needle, on which the sun's rays were reflected. It looked amazing and mysterious at the same time. Then the blacksmith placed it on a specific spot. He was checking something precisely. His every movement was precise and focused. After that, he stood up and began to slowly heat the needle over the flame, watching the metal react. The crown prince assumed he understood what was happening. It seemed the craftsmen were testing how iron powder reacted to fire. One of the craftsmen asked loudly, "Where is the red clay?" causing a brief moment of tension among those present. He was immediately given an answer. Everything was prepared, and access to the necessary materials was provided. The craftsmen were allowed to use local clay, but before using it, it must be checked for quality. The blacksmiths knew this themselves. They approached the clay mass, took a handful and tasted it. This is how true masters test. But the expressions on their faces were not very joyful. They clearly didn't like something about the properties of this clay. This immediately caught the prince's attention, and he asked, "Is there a problem?" trying to understand the situation. "Yes, Crown Prince," the craftsman replied. "There is too much sulfur in the stone powder. To obtain high-quality iron it must be completely removed, and this clay is not suitable." The prince did not hesitate, and immediately ordered the craftsmen to be provided with everything they needed. Everything they asked for must be delivered. After that, they were taken to show an alternative to firewood, a material that would be used to light and maintain a fire. The faces of the masters were once again full of amazement. The reaction was no less sincere than when they first entered Area 51. In front of the craftsmen lay coal dust, extremely small particles of coal that have a much higher thermal capacity and are able to maintain heat longer than traditional charcoal. This dust is used by the Ordnance Department in all metal smelting processes, as it achieves the uniform and intense flame necessary for smelting high-quality iron. The Crown Prince, observing their reaction, clenched his fists. The Joseon state had underestimated the talents of artisans for years, but now, under his rule, everything would change for the better. The next morning, the prince was informed at his table that the supply of fuel and lining materials for the furnace had been successfully completed. Now the assembly of the structure could begin without any delay. The prince instantly got up from his seat and headed for the exit, because the process of making the stove could not be missed. Every minute was extremely important for the success of the entire project. In a moment, he was in the saddle of his horse, abruptly giving the command to gallop and galloping forward rapidly to catch the very beginning of construction. Meanwhile, supervisors were being trained for the competition. There was very little time left before it began, and readiness to monitor each stage was crucial. Soon, several volunteers appeared, willing to become observers, because the honor of overseeing the metal smelting process was considered a great responsibility. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince arrived where he was headed, to the furnace assembly site, where everything was already being prepared for the installation of the first metal structures. Jang Yong-sil met him at the site. The prince immediately asked if the blacksmiths had started building the furnace base correctly on time, because every step had to be done according to a strict schedule. The craftsmen would work on the foundation for several days, so the prince ordered all the best craftsmen and honored guests to be invited so that they could see for themselves the beginning of the competition. He asked Jang Yong-sil to carefully monitor and record every step of the kiln preparation, from laying the fire bricks to starting the flame, so that nothing would be lost. After a while, the Crown Prince could no longer contain his joy. He watched with pride as the craftsmen worked tirelessly, each careful movement bringing them closer to a common victory. He was filled with joy when he heard the workers being given grades for their skills. Each point was a recognition of their talent and hard work. 3 days have passed since the foundation of the furnace was laid, and now it is time to move on to the serious phase of construction. This is where the fate of the competition and the future of the state-owned enterprise will be decided. That's why the Crown Prince came here. He didn't want to miss a single moment of this important stage of construction. When he went out into the yard, He finally saw what he had been waiting for so long: real craftsmanship in action, the creation of a stove with his own eyes. The craftsmen were shaping the bricks from red clay by hand, with precision and skill honed by years of hard work. The prince approached to find out more. The oven is square, the material is more like earth. Are there any advantages to this? And will it withstand the temperature? In response he heard, the stones themselves cannot withstand the heat. They need to be covered with a special clay mass. Then the structure will not need constant replacement. Of course, sorry for the distraction, said the prince, and immediately turned to his assistant to give him 1 point for a good answer. Construction took several days. In Chungcheongnam-do, the furnace was the largest in size, massive and tall, a true monument of fire. In Hapcheon, it had a double structural solution, a unique architectural solution that allowed for better heat retention. But in Kenju, the oven was square, made of stone. Each craftsman embodied his own approach and professionalism. When all the ovens were ready, John approached the prince with news. All the craftsmen were asking for some alcohol and meat before the competition. The prince agreed. Give them everything they ask for. Alcohol is prohibited in institutions, but even my father will forgive it. The main thing is no more than half a bottle per person. John understood, but couldn't help but ask himself, how does this young prince know such subtleties? As if he had experienced everything himself. Of course, the prince couldn't talk about his reincarnation, so he only replied, once I was just in the forge and saw everything with my own eyes. He remembered how he had previously watched real craftsmen build a furnace, and those memories still lived within him. And to continue the conversation and satisfy his curiosity, he went back to the site to see how the work on the furnace was progressing. Meanwhile, fragrant smoke slowly smoldered near the round furnace. The craftsman had begun an important spiritual stage before the competition. The prince initially thought it was a joint ceremony, but each master lit the incense separately, at his own stove, in his own ritual. And although their furnaces differed in shape and style, the hearts of the craftsmen beat in unison. They all sought one thing: to win honestly and with dignity. Each of them silently prayed for the successful operation of their furnace. It was in prayer and concentration that their inner strength lay. Since the competition begins tomorrow, the prince instructed John to notify the government and give the commander of the guard a list of observers. The left-wing counselor felt a strange, inexplicable excitement every time he came to this place. This time it was the same. They approached the gate. Their identities were confirmed, and the guards kindly invited them inside with their entourage. As soon as they entered, they were immediately greeted by the crown prince himself, welcoming, focused, and full of inner strength. The left and right counselors were asked to move to their designated seats, from which it was convenient to observe everything that would happen. The left-wing counselor was shocked to the core by what he saw the next moment. He clearly did not expect such a scale. And indeed, from the chosen places a perfect view opened up. Everything was at hand, no movement or action went unnoticed. The prince took the gramophone and turned to the masters. Please pay attention for a moment. I am announcing the terms of the competition. You have to make 5 iron ingots in 15 days. The size is not important, but each one must weigh 3 giga, that is, 600 grams. In addition, all ingots should be as similar as possible in size, weight, and most importantly, metal quality. The amount of raw materials used, coal, iron ore, and other materials, will be carefully recorded for each task. The competition officially started. The prince, having announced all the rules, solemnly announced the beginning. Tension hung in the air. The master's eyes lit up. The observers were explained that the inspection would begin now, and if anyone had any questions, they could contact the inspector directly. The blacksmiths were completely focused. Everyone wanted to win. Everyone wanted to show themselves worthy of the title of Master Foreman. The flames flared up with renewed vigor. The fire grew hotter and hotter, the temperature rising with every second. The chief foreman, the brains, loudly gave orders, forcing their teams to work faster, without wasting a minute. But as soon as one of the workers threw coal into the furnace, he immediately fell. What happened took everyone by surprise. He lay staring at the stove, unable to move, as if the demon himself had taken up residence in that fire. What was thrown in burned as if it were jet fuel. Of course, it didn't exist in those days, but that's exactly what it felt like. The crown prince reacted instantly, handing out shields to his guards so that no one would be injured by debris or flash. The observers hugged each other in panic. Fear for their colleagues was stronger than anything. The atmosphere was tense to the extreme. But the prince reassured them. Don't worry. The doctors have already taken care of the wounded craftsmen. They are in safe hands. After a while, everything calmed down. The flames stabilized, the alarm subsided, the situation was brought under control. When evening fell on the camp, the prince gathered the craftsmen. They bowed their heads and sincerely apologized for the incident. The prince also inquired about the condition of the furnaces. The craftsman assured him that everything was in order with the equipment. There was no damage. The crown prince decided that he could pretend that the competition had not officially started yet and postpone the start until tomorrow, to give everyone a chance to reset. The masters promised the prince that they would do everything possible to justify his trust and show the best result. The next morning, the flames burned bright red again. Life in the furnaces was returning to a normal, controlled rhythm. This time there were no explosions or dangerous situations. Everything went smoothly, harmoniously, without excesses. It's been a week since the competition began. Everything went smoothly, and the crown prince was genuinely pleased. He was also pleased by something else. The craftsmen were truly the best at their craft. Because technique isn't everything, the real advantage is in craftsmanship that can't be copied. After a busy day, 2 craftsmen stood in the yard. One of them was a burly man. The other looked more like a thug. An argument broke out between them. Suddenly, the big guy started threatening, "I'll break your spine right now." The energy of the conflict was boiling. In response, the challenge was, "Try if you can." And it became clear that the situation was escalating. Everything could have ended in a fight if the third brain hadn't intervened, calling for an immediate stop. This is a government institution, and fights are unacceptable here. He admitted that he was guilty because he passed by and didn't stop them immediately. But they were also guilty because they started the fight in the first place. At least for the duration of the competition, he asked them to keep themselves in check and at least be a little like allies. After all, their subordinates were already nervous and were about to intervene, thinking that a real war had begun between their superiors. At that moment, the prince himself appeared. He emphasized that this area was a safe zone, and although he understood how difficult the work was, he asked them to take care of themselves. Upon hearing this, both masters apologized to the guards, admitting their mistake, and promised not to cause any more trouble. John, who was standing around the corner, heard everything. He silently observed the situation, smiling slightly with relief. After the fight, the masters parted ways, but a spark of conflict had already flared up between them. It was smoldering inside, waiting for the moment. The next morning, the sun was gently peeking through the windows. The new day seemed calm and peaceful, but something was disturbing the prince. He wanted to find out what had happened last night. He suspected that not everything had been as simple as it seemed at first glance. John reported the situation. There were reports from field commanders who were on duty in case of a night incident. Probably something really happened. The prince carefully studied the reports and ordered John to adjust the number of people in the barracks. Some commanders should live next to the masters and carefully record everything that happens. After that, the prince personally went to the craftsmen to check the situation and make sure that everything was under control. The morning was still very early. The stoves were not yet lit. There was a silence in the air before the start of a new working day. One of the senior craftsmen gave the command to combine the finished iron ingots into a single mass for reprocessing. After that, the ingots were put on the fire again. An unusual process began that attracted the prince's attention. He observed and wondered, is it even possible to remelt finished iron? This method looks almost modern, doesn't it? The competition was coming to an end, and the prince began to understand the big picture. The strengths and weaknesses of each team gradually emerged. All 3 teams started the same way: heat, hit, cool, heat again, hit again. The cycle was repeated with meticulous precision, but the team from Chuncheon stood out in particular. Their coordination was impressive. It seemed like they were working as one organism. This was a tangible advantage compared to other groups, which showed neither such unity nor anything truly special. But the Gyeongju team surprised in their own way. They suddenly decided to completely remelt the ingots. Thanks to this, the thermal pressure increased and the iron became much purer. There were only 5 days left until the end of the competition. It seemed like a small thing, but the atmosphere was becoming increasingly tense. One of the craftsmen stood silently, looking at his right hand. The burns he received on the first day had almost disabled it. He dipped his hand into the cold water, thinking that the other masters would only laugh at his weakness. At least, that's what he thought. But in reality, the injury was serious. The pain was throbbing, making it difficult to hold the instrument or even just move. The sky suddenly became cloudy and it started to rain. The first thing he thought about was the stoves. If the water put out the flames, everything would be lost. Everyone was still asleep. No one even suspected the rain, which could ruin the results of several days of work. A dark voice sounded in his head. This is a chance. If the flame goes out even a little, it will be a disaster. This voice was silently urging him to fix everything himself without telling anyone. But if they were even a little late with the ingots, there would be a failure. But suddenly another voice appeared in his memory. Calm, pure. He remembered the monk's words. There's a flame burning inside you. How you use it is up to you, he once said. These are the thoughts that come at night, when you're left alone with your decisions. And he made a choice. He shouted loudly, waking everyone up. Wake up! It's raining. We need to save the stoves. The masters woke up from their sleep, their eyes wide open, not immediately understanding what was happening. But within seconds, everyone ran outside. Everyone was rushing to cover their stove to keep the fire going. The next morning, the prince asked if the craftsmen had been able to cope with the sudden rain. The answer was, yes. Everyone reacted in time. The furnaces are in order. The prince instructed Jonah to make sure everyone got a good night's rest. After the night's anxiety, they needed both peace and warmth. The prince himself was looking at the rain through the window. At such moments, he wanted only one thing: a cup of hot tea that would warm both body and soul. Meanwhile, Hapchen heard a familiar voice outside the door. Are you here? He immediately recognized the person standing on the threshold. It was Chuncheon. Simply put, there was a big guy standing in front of the door. He was getting wet in the rain, but even that didn't stop him. He didn't consider himself a person who borrowed money, so he turned to Hap with a request. He asked him to accept something from him. Hapchen definitely didn't expect this. He looked at the big guy in surprise, not understanding what was happening. Turning around, the big man explained, it was an ointment for burns. And he immediately told me how to use it correctly, calmly and sincerely. As soon as he left, the team leader from Gyeongju approached Hap and asked, Can you come out for a moment? We need to talk. 2 days later, the heavy rain finally stopped. The competition resumed, and the craftsmen returned to work with renewed vigor. Hapcheon felt much better. The ointment the big guy had given him had really helped. The pain had almost disappeared. Observers and the crown prince himself were closely watching everything. Every move, every action could be decisive. In the last days, the competition went smoothly, without any hiccups. Everything went according to plan. The masters showed the highest level. Although no, even the word smooth doesn't quite accurately describe the situation. Most likely the word favorably would be a better fit. Everything was unfolding in the right direction. That's what the crown prince thought, smiling slightly. He could see that things were going exactly as they should. At this time, the head of the constitutional department was reading a letter, an important one, marked confidential. He asked his assistant if he understood the content correctly. The information required accuracy. After that, he said to act secretly, not revealing anything until the truth was found out, and asked the man to be ready to act as soon as the signal was given. And at that very moment the bell rang, a loud, solemn one that everyone had been waiting for a long time. Its sound meant one thing. The competition was over, and the craftsmen had to hand over their iron ingots to the responsible manager for evaluation. The prince ordered the first minister to summon 2 members of the government to the conference room for inspection, and Jonah to gather all the personnel who would inspect the ingots. He asked the director to supervise the collection itself. The last ingot was handed over from the Hapcheon team. At this stage, the competition officially ended. Hapcheon remained calm. He had done everything he could, and now all that remained was to entrust the outcome to heaven. All the bars were placed in boxes, each one securely sealed so that nothing would get mixed up or lost. The first iron ingot chosen for testing was from Hapcheon. It was placed on the table under close scrutiny. The inspection was carried out extremely carefully. Not a single detail was left out. Everything was recorded. One by one, the ingots were tested, and experts carefully studied their composition, density, and quality of the metal. However, reaching a final conclusion was not easy. Discussions took a long time, and decisions were difficult to make. To be honest, the process dragged on so much that some observers even fell asleep on the spot. Finally, the crown prince announced that he had reached a conclusion, and was ready to announce the decision. But the observers reminded him, "Prince, you already said the same thing 5 times yesterday." This time he was serious. He had finally made up his mind. He was about to announce the winner. But at that moment he was interrupted. A voice came from behind. It was the captain of the guard. He was urgently approaching and announced that he had very important news. The captain reported an emergency. Something had happened near the main gate of Area 51, and it required immediate attention. The crown prince arrived at the venue. There he was greeted officially. With respect, but with anxiety in his eyes. The head of the Constitutional Department was already on site. Obviously, the situation was serious. He pulled out an official order and handed it directly into the prince's hands. A piece of paper with the seal of the Central Administration. The prince unfolded the document and began to carefully read its contents, silently delving into each line. Meanwhile, his father, the king, asked the inspector, "Is there an impostor among the candidates for the post of head of the steel company?" In response, he heard, "Yes, there is a suspect. They say he belonged to a gang that created chaos in these parts a few years ago." The king had a suspicion. Were they trying to undermine the crown prince's authority and question his ability to judge people? But the inspector explained, "These people are not against the idea of the company itself. On the contrary, they support it. It's just that their past raises questions. All suspects should be investigated before the competition ends. And if the truth is discovered, unfortunately, they will have to be eliminated." Because of this, the administration obliged everyone in Area 51 to actively cooperate with the investigator. Without resistance, the prince immediately ordered the captain of the guard to escort the inspector directly to the workshops where the contestants lived. The day that was supposed to be a celebration of completion turned into a day of tension. The atmosphere of calm completely disappeared. Upon returning, the crown prince gathered everyone at one table. Something needed to be decided. He looked everyone in the eye and openly admitted, "I'm disappointed." These words were difficult to say, but even harder to keep silent. The prince then explained the reason for his disappointment. Information had emerged that there was a real bandit among the contestants. This news stunned everyone. At first, John thought it was some kind of misunderstanding. After all, they had even carefully checked the pedigrees of all the craftsmen who participated in the competition. Someone suggested that the suspect might not be the master, but one of the students who was simply helping out on the site. It was about these students that John had just received personal data. The information was fresh and not yet fully verified. The prince realized that all this meant more than just bringing criminals into the city. It was an invasion of a government institution. Meanwhile, the situation on the street was developing in its own way, completely different from the one in the conference room. The senior masters were disoriented. They didn't understand at all what was happening and why their people were being detained. One by one, they began to remove all the masters from Cheongcheongnam-do. Suddenly, without explanation, the other two senior masters reacted indignantly to this. Their anger was boiling, but they were quickly asked to calm down. They were hinted that if they continued, they could be taken away for inspection. The prince was worried. How would people react to these actions? The first thing to do was to convey the whole truth to the artisans themselves. A little later, the prince was in his father's chambers. He needed to tell him everything in person, but he could not have imagined that the investigation would be completed in less than 24 hours. It seemed like a lightning strike. The father looked at his son and saw not a powerful heir, but a boy oppressed by responsibility and inner anxiety. He explained. It all started with a written complaint. Someone reported that among the masters from Chunshin participating in the competition, there were former bandits. The prince finally understood. This was not just an appeal, but an official denunciation, a direct accusation with evidence. After verification, it turned out that of the 7 masters who represented Chunshin, 2 were indeed former bandits. Yeon and Jong-hee turned to everyone. Shouldn't we at least listen to the crown prince who is in charge of the competition? The head of the gathering agreed with these words and invited the prince to come forward. Everyone was waiting for his explanation, but the prince could not deny anything. He knew it was true. The responsibility was obvious. All he could do at that moment was sincerely apologize to everyone. But his father, the king, understood. An apology is not the answer that solves the problem. It is too simple. Suddenly, Judge Lee Fan stood up and offered his own version of why this might have happened. He suggested that the young prince had become too deeply involved in state affairs. The judge proposed officially including Area 51 in Article 6 and appointing a permanent judge there, to avoid similar incidents in the future. The rest of the meeting participants were silent. The atmosphere had become tense. Everyone avoided eye contact. And then the head of the gathering turned to everyone. "Why are you silent, as if you have just had water in your mouth?" The left-wing counselor spoke first. He said he did not believe the responsibility lay solely with the prince. After all, everyone, from officials to the administration, decided to collectively control the competition. First of all, the head of Chunshin, under whose leadership these masters were, must be held accountable. The head wanted to hear his explanation in person. How did he take these people under his care? After these words, the grandfather, the head of Chuncheon, looked like a true authority, a sage who could be trusted in the eyes of the crown prince. The chief agreed to the proposal and expressed a desire to personally hear the commander from Chuncheon. He asked the inspector to bring him in for questioning. After a while, the man was led into the hall. All eyes were fixed on him. What can I say? The big guy was shaking with fear, his hands almost losing control of themselves. With looks like those that greeted him in the hall, anyone would have trembled. The feeling of pressure was unbearable. But what was most oppressive was not the silence, but the gaze of the leader himself. That invisible energy that suppressed even the will to speak. Someone leaned over and whispered in his ear, "Do as you were advised earlier. This is your only chance." On advice, he knelt down, called himself a humble blacksmith, and greeted His Majesty with deep respect. The first question was, "What is your name?" "I am an orphan," he replied. "I was not given a name at birth, but those around me call me Mansik." The head wanted to hear, how did he come to take former criminals into his team? Mansik explained, yes, they were bandits, but they all suffered punishment, served their time for their sins. The inspector confirmed that 2 of them were still very young when they joined the gang. After confessing to the crimes, they were sentenced to a year of hard labor. Then Judge Lee spoke. Human nature is unchanging. Giving such people a second chance is a serious mistake that could be costly. The head once again addressed Man. How dare you take them under your care knowing their past? Mansik replied, they lived knowing that even a yard dog had more rights. They were outcasts. Outcasts. No one wanted them. Not even in their own village. It was a small village near the coast. One day it was robbed and set on fire. The attack was sudden and brutal. Those who managed to survive fled to the mountains, hoping to find salvation and shelter there. But a large gang appeared on their way. Instead of salvation, a new danger awaited them. Having escaped from the tiger's mouth, they fell into the wolf's mouth. The old and wounded were killed. The women and children were taken with them. To survive, people had no choice but to steal. Impressed by this story, the chief asked further, how did you manage to find these people again and take them under your protection? Mansik replied, the governor of Cheongcheongnam-do declared a general amnesty and called on former bandits to return to normal life. Many came to the settlement and worked off their guilt with physical labor, but there were also those who hid well. Not everyone was ready to return immediately. No matter how bad the criminal is, he still needs tools. The governor ordered all the railway superintendents in the province to find out what tools the bandits were using. Master Mansik helped the most in this. It was thanks to him that we managed to collect the necessary data. Hearing this, the prince was amazed. The governor turned out to be incredibly intelligent and strategically thinking, and the head admitted that it turned out that thanks to the tools, it was possible to eliminate some of the former bandits. Mansik continued, everything that happened had deep reasons. He spoke sincerely, not hiding any details. He didn't know he had committed a sin when he tried to give people a second chance. So now he sincerely apologized. Then Judge Lee spoke up. The very fact that unreliable people ended up in a place that should be under strict control is already a big mistake. After these words, the head turned to Chairman Choi to continue the discussion. Chairman Choi was repeatedly demoted, dismissed, and later exiled, probably because he opposed the appointment of the Crown Prince, who agreed with His Majesty. Then the king himself reminded Captain John that he had been in a similar situation. He had opposed the Crown Prince along with his advisors, and even served time in prison. Then he turned to the judge, reminding him that he had also been exiled. Everyone present remembered those events. But sin is sin, said the chief. If you have atoned for it, you are not a sinner, until you sin again. Otherwise, why should I appoint you to office? Do you mean to say that you can do it, but the common people can't? He asked further, making everyone think with his gaze. Finally, he added, this question is closed. Sin is sin, and people are people. This is what a truly enlightened mind should be like. His words rang with true wisdom. His Majesty then turned to his son. Today is results day. It is time to determine the winner. The prince was fully prepared to announce the results of the competition. The decision had already been made. But first the head ordered, call those 2 masters, and let the advisors join. And a little later, we will name the one who will head the state enterprise. Going outside, the prince met Yong-sil. He was sincerely glad that he had arrived on time, and was again nearby at an important moment. The head of Cheongcheongnam-do apologized to everyone present, for the entire situation, for the trust he might have questioned, but no one held a grudge against him. On the contrary, Everyone was glad that everything was okay with him and thanked him for his sincerity. He briefly explained that all his people had been released, and His Majesty summed up the situation very dignifiedly and fairly. Meanwhile, the prince decided that before informing his father, he should announce the winner publicly, right here, in front of everyone. One of the candidates lowered his head, apologized, and said bitterly, "I am resigning. I lost. I no longer have the right to run for this position." To put it mildly, it was a real shock. Those present did not expect such a turn of events. After his words, the man fell to his knees, a symbol of guilt, repentance, and despair. Then he confessed he had committed a mortal sin, not just a mistake, a crime against the state. The letter that provoked the incident was written by one of my subordinates. As their manager, I am responsible for their actions, and I accept that blame. The prince only sighed, listening attentively. The situation had become much more complicated than he had imagined. A new scene opened before him. Man Sick was also kneeling next to him. He said that this was not his war, but he could not leave it as it was. The prince watched this silently for a few seconds, as if trying to figure out what to do next, and then he himself knelt down beside them. A gesture that said more than any words. But in the next moment, everything changed. The crown prince flared with rage, his eyes burning. "Hey, you! What is the business of the state a joke to you? Do you even realize how much it cost me to organize all this?" His words didn't just make them stand up. They actually jumped up, not even daring to look in his direction. The prince's tone was so menacing that every word struck like a whip. They were truly frightened. Now they only begged for mercy, confused, not knowing what to do to make things right. Yong-sil immediately ordered them to withdraw their resignations and do everything possible to restore trust. They apologized to the prince and admitted that their behavior had been extremely arrogant. "Tell us what to do before our bones are broken." Finally, the prince calmed down a bit. His breathing became more even. Though steam still came from his mouth, it was no longer anger. "Since you say so, I believe you. But it's too late. Let's go to my father. The final winner will be announced there." The prince explained everything in simpler terms, literally chewing over every moment so that everyone could understand. He added that the process was observed by left and right-wing ministers, for which he sincerely thanked them. The skill of the contenders was truly impressive. Such precision and grace was admirable. However, we had to take into account not only technical excellence, but also the economic feasibility of the project. After all the evaluations, the prince announced the winner. The master from Gyeongju had scored the most points. He immediately fell to his knees and began to thank me with tears of happiness in his eyes. But the prince did not forget about the others. He praised the two masters for their exceptional skills and asked them not to be upset. But for true masters, the word sad sounded funny. They took everything with dignity. Then the prince turned to the master from Gyeongju, saying that large deposits of iron ore had been discovered in the Pyongan region and a coal mine nearby. The largest railway in Joseon would be built there, and the prince asked if he would take on the task. The master only nodded. He was ready to give his life. The prince also mentioned two other masters who, although they did not win, impressed with their strength. He recalled the recent commotion when everyone learned that the master from Chuncheon had brilliant leadership qualities. Even former bandits trusted him. The master from Hapcheon, in turn, has significant influence in his region. For a state-owned company to work effectively, it should be merged with regional ones or at least establish active cooperation. And that is why the prince turned to them both, emphasizing that he needed their help and experience. Of course, the prince hoped that the boys had not forgotten their words spoken before leaving. He counted on their loyalty, and they confirmed it once again. They promised to carry out his every order and make every effort. "Wonderful!" exclaimed the prince, and, standing up, announced, the master from Kenju was awarded the title of Taoist, a fifth-rank official. To say he was surprised would be an understatement. His face was frozen in shock. Finally, the king asked his name, and he replied that his name was Deok-su. He didn't have a last name, he explained with tears of joy in his eyes. The king immediately resolved this problem by giving him the surname Kim, which sounds like gold, in the hope that his descendants would inherit the honor. Two other craftsmen were temporarily given special titles, with the warning that once the company was established, their work would be reviewed and officially appointed. The guys could barely contain their emotions. They were overwhelmed with joy and excitement. Soon they were walking down the street, excitedly discussing everything that had happened to them. Meanwhile, the king remained with other dignitaries in the hall. Everyone was silent, as if they had filled their mouths with water. No one dared to speak, but the king broke the silence, saying, "If you have something to say, It's better to say it now. The first to speak was the Minister of Internal Affairs, Ho Yi. He stated that such a high rank could be dangerous. It had been known since ancient times that the inappropriate use of public positions led to conflicts in power. This loud remark angered the king a little, and he firmly explained. These people would be responsible for the railway structures that would be operated throughout the country. But several of the minister's arguments struck a chord with the king. He realized that he was indeed guilty of something. After a brief but clear explanation, the king ordered everyone to leave the hall immediately. When everything calmed down, he headed to his son to talk in person. I thanked him for his work and asked what his plans were for the near future. The guy replied that he would personally inspect all the locations to find the best place for construction. And as soon as the location is chosen, it will be possible to begin full-fledged construction of the facility. However, the father noticed that despite his achievements, his son did not look happy. In fact, he was concerned about funding. Although the ministry called the project profitable, it still seemed like the king was pouring water into an empty cauldron. Therefore, he directly asked, "Will the budget be enough to implement what we have planned?" At this, the king just smiled and assured him that he already had a ready plan. A few days later, on the outskirts of Gyeongju City, the guys were working when they suddenly saw a group of strangers in front of them. One of them loudly called out, "Family members of Master Kim Deok-soo, come out to receive the royal order." When they came out, they immediately bowed and listened attentively to the order, awarding the title of 5th rank official and giving him the surname Kim. After that, one of them asked, "Who is Master Kim's eldest son?" Upon learning who it was, they immediately presented him with a valuable gift on behalf of the king. The boy curiously asked where his father was now. That's how they found out. The father had received a royal order and was heading to Pyongyang province. For the family, it was a real celebration, a moment of pride and happiness. The story of the rapid rise of the Deok-soo family became a legend, not only in the city, but throughout Gyeongju. Similar stories were told in Chuncheon and Hapcheon, but that was later. A year has passed. Spring, the crown prince's palace. He was literally seething with anger. Even 2 people weren't enough for this task. In his hands, he held a new order from His Majesty. This time, he needed to find records about the Kyeonchul. The king wanted his son to obtain texts written in the script created by the Jin dynasty. The prince didn't see this as a problem. He had a supplier who could get almost anything. But the problem was different. The purchase would have to be officially registered in your name, not in the name of the king. A little time passed. Again from under the door was heard, "His Majesty's decree." The prince felt as if he were electrocuted. His whole body shuddered at those words. Then he remembered. An envoy who goes from Joseon to China usually returns from late March to early April. A new emperor of the Ming dynasty has recently ascended the throne, although he hasn't ruled for very long. So, I'll have to buy those books. And even if officials catch my father reading philological treatises, it is unlikely to ruin his plan to create Hangul. But he decided not to panic prematurely and make a big deal out of a fly. That's why his father asked him to do the shopping for him. Books on phonology and writing are just a few. There are also publications on mathematics, phonetics, architecture, and education abroad. But before all this, the prince didn't even notice how he filled the shelves with books. They say that these books are not just for reading. They are for living. He approached one of the shelves and was surprised. It was empty. I heard the explanation that His Majesty himself took the books from there yesterday. He remembered that there were publications on geography and architecture. Probably the father is just playing it safe and is slowly removing unnecessary things. Meanwhile, the Joseon Research Center, on the other side of the capital, there was a guy sitting there clutching his head. He honestly couldn't understand what they wanted from him. This was noticed by the assistant chief who was just passing by. The novice's problem was obvious. He had worked with numbers his whole life, and now he was tasked with building a city. He asked if there was a book to study the lab, and then the assistant understood. He meant His Majesty, or rather, the Eastern Prince. But he answered, "No, the prince hasn't been to the laboratory lately." Then the newcomer asked, "Maybe I can contact him?" And he immediately heard the answer. "It's better to ask about his treasures. I meant his personal library, a whole collection of rare books that most people had never even heard of, let alone seen. But that's not all. Rumor has it that the king himself uses the crown prince's library. Later, everyone who had ever been to that library knew about it, and now everyone dreamed of at least peeking into those priceless books that the prince was reading. After a while, he heard a rustling under the door. Someone had left a written message. It later became known that officials had submitted an official petition. It had already been signed by several high-ranking figures. The prince understood well that if this was truly a petition, then its signatories agreed with every word of it. For people without power, this was a very powerful form of expression. He opened the document to see for himself what exactly was written in it. Meanwhile, the king was considering whether to react to this at all, and decided to discuss it. He turned to his son, the crown prince, who firmly replied, "Yes, it must be done." The king even suggested postponing this issue for now, saying it was nothing urgent. But the prince had a clear explanation. If the books were not made available and the only reader was the king, that is, the father, then everything would lose its meaning, especially since the petition had already been signed by 30 officials. The king immediately asked, "What exactly do they want?" "They want access to my library." "But isn't that because you're covering for me?" The son replied. "So build a new library where all these books will be stored and available for loan." It was with this request that the crown prince turned to his father. The prince asked his father a wise question. "Isn't the forest the best place to hide a tree? This will make it easier for him to find and read the books he needs." After these words, the king agreed. "Okay, let's do it." At first the boy was happy, but then his joy faded a little. The reason is that his father decided to build a library right next to his palace. Construction progressed rapidly. They gathered the best craftsmen from all over Joseon. In a matter of moments, they dug a hole, laid the foundation, and set the cornerstone. It was always a pleasure to watch craftsmen do their job, regardless of the industry. If you think about it, isn't this a real state-level flex? Some time passed, and the king was informed. The library was completely built. All that remained was to hang the sign, and the prince waited with curiosity for his father to name it. He thought about it. He obviously took this moment very seriously. After a few minutes of thought, Sansona ordered ink and a brush to be brought. And at the same time, he remembered, "It's been a long time since my son and I had dinner together." "Yes, father," the crown prince agreed with a slight smile. And at that moment, ink and everything necessary for the inscription were brought. Books contain wisdom, and your study contains not only the knowledge of Joseon, but also the entire West. From now on, this library stores knowledge about the entire world. It was with this meaning that my father drew a brush dipped in ink over the tablet. He knew exactly what he would name the library. The decision had already been made. A collection of the world's knowledge is how he described its essence. And the official name became Chipchuan, a house of knowledge assistants. And here I am standing in front of my own library, built by the king himself. This is truly a flex, and what a flex. It's truly impressive. Suddenly, he heard a question behind him. "Your Highness, can I help you sort the books?" Researcher's son asked, accompanied by a team from the research center. The prince asked, "How is your work? Did Vice Chief Jong really just let you go?" Son explained that they had indeed been released, adding that the library of books would be an important resource for them in the future. Then Son introduced his friend, Kang Seo. He had already read about 20 books and valued order so much that he had reorganized the entire library at their center on his own. Then another man introduced himself, Park Hoon-yi. Upon hearing that the prince was opening a library, he immediately thought about how to better organize and classify it. The prince became curious. "Do you even know what is written in those books?" One of them replied, "If you know the title, you can roughly understand the content. I first classify by title, then by content, and then again by title." After such an answer, the prince realized that he was dealing with real fanatics of knowledge, and entrusted this responsible matter to Kang Seo. He sincerely thanked him for the trust and assured him that he would do everything in his power. The prince asked Sun to call all his assistants and officers. Filled with enthusiasm, he urged us to get to work quickly. "The sooner we start, the sooner we'll finish." The work was really in full swing. Everything was done in a coordinated, clear manner without fuss. When evening came, the prince, tired, lay down and thought about how hard it is to run around all day, even if you yourself are the main director of this whole action. But his heart rejoiced. 5 members of the laboratory found the time and energy to help him. He understood that they were simply curious about what books were in his collection. I remembered how, upon seeing the world's first arithmetic book, they called it a real treasure. Their reaction was incredible. Maybe it was worth showing off. I guess everyone who signed the petition felt the same way as scientists who are thirsty for knowledge. But then another thought came to his mind. Or rather, he remembered his father's words. "I don't do this out of resentment. People in the palace judge even rice by its name alone. And showing off, that too, has its limits. There may be many smart people in the country, but there must be at least a few who can't decipher hieroglyphs. And if we create an alphabet that even ordinary people can learn, wouldn't that allow even more talent to emerge?" And then the prince realized. It was this idea that not only led to the creation of the library, but also inspired hope that one day they would open a corner where angels are born. As soon as the library opened, a line of officials immediately formed in front of it. The Eastern Prince stood right in front of the entrance, watching everything personally. Later, he went to talk to the teacher, having an important question for him. As I was walking by today, I noticed a lot of people gathered on the east side. Did something happen? The teacher replied that it was because His Highness played a big role in establishing the research center. Upon hearing this, the prince immediately asked if he could personally visit this laboratory. The teacher was a little worried at first. The boy is very active. What if he damages something and causes problems? But on the other hand, he thought, perhaps this was a wonderful opportunity for the prince. So he agreed to ask His Majesty for permission. To be honest, he was more pleased with the idea that the young prince wanted to get into the laboratory. Soon he was discussing this with the king, explaining that it would give the prince new experience and motivation to continue his studies. The first thing the king thought was that there were too many fragile things in the laboratory. But despite his doubts, he agreed to at least discuss the date of the visit. The teacher sincerely thanked me for the permission and support. Even a bull's horn can be torn out in haste. Remembering the proverb, he immediately headed to the prince to deliver the news. The teacher came to His Highness, but the crown prince at that very moment left for the research center. When he tried to find the prince again, he had already gone to a completely different place. It seemed like they were just walking in circles without crossing. The teacher searched unsuccessfully, but suddenly something unusual caught his attention. He came across a huge queue, although at first he didn't even understand where it led. And although there were only 11 people in the queue, she was striking in her seriousness. It turned out that they hand out books here. To borrow or return them, you have to stand in line. But while he was looking around, he got into trouble himself. He was forced to stand at the end. When he said he had come to see the crown prince, he was immediately warned not to joke. There had already been a cunning person recently who had tried to skip the line. It was useless to argue. Everyone in line was looking at him with icy stares. One even pointed with his finger. Back, please. To the very end. The teacher, of course, knew that the prince had a lot to do. But he didn't think that it was so. In the end, he realized the best solution was to come back tomorrow. There was no chance today. The sun was already beginning to set behind the horizon. The teacher returned home, exhausted, weary, and truly disappointed. His wife informed him of a letter that an official had delivered directly from the palace today. When he went into his room and began to read, he couldn't believe his eyes. Keep an eye on the younger prince. Father said you mentioned his desire to visit the laboratory. I'm there every Tuesday. Come at a convenient time. You can join me or visit the lab on your own, it continued. He was literally overcome with emotion. After all, the letter had been sent by the crown prince himself. Several days had passed since then. The teacher personally came to thank the crown prince for accepting his request for a visit. Please, I'm always happy, especially since we haven't seen each other for a long time, the prince replied warmly. He greeted him as well and smiled sincerely. He apologized for not being able to see each other more often due to his constant busy schedule, even though they live in the same yard. And just as the prince met Yu's gaze, a scene flashed before him. But not from the past. Perhaps it was something from the future. The prince sincerely hated meetings with his brother and older sister. They were like splinters under his skin. If he had heard these rumors before, he would never have gone to the lab. But now it became interesting. When he went inside, he couldn't believe his eyes. What he saw was amazing. Before him stood models of extraordinary astronomical instruments for observing the stars in the night sky. Looking at these shapes, it seemed as if the dragons themselves were watching the sky. One of them seemed to whisper to the younger prince, "Release me." The teacher immediately reminded him of his promise not to touch anything. Next, the prince approached the scale model of the ship. If it's a figurine, it's a giant one. Or rather, it's a figurine of a giant ship. Standing nearby, the prince whispered in surprise, "Wow!" His imagination instantly ran wild. He imagined himself sailing on this ship, feeling like the king of the whole world. But the teacher reminded me again and again, "You promised not to touch." It was visible to the naked eye that the prince was barely restraining himself. At this point, the crown prince turned to Yu, inviting him to go into another room. Chao Guian's achievements are stored there, and for security reasons, only those with special permission can enter. The door opened and the younger prince peered with admiration at what was inside. At first glance, it seemed like just dirt, puddles, and clay. But everything turned out to be much more interesting. It was a real model for testing trains. The strange metal strip that ran around it seemed even stranger to the prince. It was called rails. The crown prince asked to put a model train on them. They had done it. Now the next step was to take. The Crown Prince took the flame into his hands, cautiously but confidently. He asked Yu to look carefully at the back of the train and put a piece of coal in it. Smoke rose from the engine, and an incredible curiosity flared in the younger prince's eyes. The iron wheels rumbled and began to knock on the rails. Wow, bro, he's moving, Yu exclaimed. As soon as the train shuddered slightly, it began to accelerate, and now it was already racing quite fast. In his imagination, Yu was already sitting inside this train, flying forward as if through time. But it was at this very moment that the Crown Prince noticed something that did not make him happy. Yu's eyes lit up with even greater curiosity. He was completely fascinated by what he saw. The train derailed, a minor accident that quickly brought the model to a halt. While the train was being carried out, the brothers remained in the room. Yu asked curiously, "How can something like this even move?" The Crown Prince explained that this was just a model for testing. In reality, everything would be different, and he suggested looking further. He opened the closet, and Yu exclaimed again in admiration, "Wow!" Inside were dozens of train models that changed according to the development of industry, science, and technology. Isn't this a miracle? For the younger prince, it was something beyond comprehension. But my brother helped me figure it out, explaining that if the locomotive and railway project were completed, the journey through all 8 provinces of Joseon would only take a day. Upon hearing this, Yu immediately begged permission to help build the locomotive. The answer was short and firm. No, you can't. The explanation is just as strict. You need to study. To build such a locomotive, you need craftsmen and educated people. The laboratory is staffed by those who have passed the exams not only for junior, but also for senior civil servants. And what good is a guy who finds studying abroad boring and doesn't study himself? A few tears rolled down Yu's eyes, bitter, sincere ones. The Crown Prince continued, "Working with them will be a huge responsibility. If you don't like studying or science, how can you collaborate with others? Are you going to start whining and running away as soon as someone makes a remark?" he asked. Yu replied quietly, "No. No way." This was the perfect moment to explain to his younger brother. If he wanted to be useful, his skills had to be perfect. When true interest first awakened in him, he remembered it forever. And finally, the moment came when Yu promised his older brother would definitely be proud of him. As it turned out, this was quite a reward for those who are truly interested in their development. But at the same time, another person was following them. The man stood around the corner of the door and listened intently to the brothers' conversation. But suddenly one of the officials noticed him. He paid attention to his appearance and remembered that he had been looking like this all the time lately, so he asked if he was okay. After hearing a short yes, the official moved on to the main point. "Perhaps you would like to meet His Highness, the Crown Prince?" At first, the man answered evasively, saying that it wasn't about that. But later, he admitted honestly that there was a problem that he wanted to solve. Then the official suggested turning to the youngest member of the team, a math genius. They set off together, although the man admitted along the way that the problem wasn't really that. Meanwhile, the boy was already waiting for him, and was proud that an academician himself, a world-class scientist, had entrusted him with a difficult task. He was nervous, but ready. However, the guest, coughing slightly, repeated again, "No, it's not the problem at all." And he immediately got to the point. What the hell did the Crown Prince mean by the word request? This question caught him by surprise. And everyone around him wanted to know why he decided to ask this question. Because right now, only a few people know about it. Me, my younger brother, and the church members who joined us. It's been 30 years since my family settled in Joseon, but in a way I've maintained a connection with the Ming Dynasty clergy. It was thanks to them that we learned about the history that comes from a Catholic country. But he was quickly stopped, warned that he shouldn't talk about it publicly, and advised to contact the deputy chief. Soon the deputy asked, "Are you saying that the things that the Crown Prince says belong to the West were not actually created there?" The academician insisted on this very thing. But then everyone wanted to hear evidence. He recalled how, on his orders, they went to the Ming Dynasty in search of a master glassmaker. Yes, the deputy remembered this. As a result, the younger brother of the academician returned to his homeland because he could not find a master of the required level. Exactly, the academician confirmed. The master was able to make sheet glass and what we call lenses. And the day before yesterday, my brother went to his hometown, and I received a letter from there. His Highness seemed to already know about a new technology from a country he had never even visited. This made me wonder. Perhaps the Crown Prince had simply raised the bar of his expectations to an unprecedented level. But this is not something that can be simply seen and remembered. Without precise calculations and special knowledge, This is impossible. In other words, it is a standard that can only be followed if you have personally seen it with your own eyes. But that's not all. The ship models in the exhibition hall also caused new problems, especially the vapor layer. Everyone was instantly curious. What's the point of a vapor layer here? A spark of curiosity flashed in the eyes of those present. Then the academician took out the drawing that had been attached to the letter and asked to look at it carefully. The deputy took the sheet of paper in his hands and began to examine the image in detail. After that, he went to the shelf, pulled out the drawing. He remembered exactly where it was. This was an original drawing that His Highness created while working on a model of a sailing ship, and it turned out to be almost identical to the drawing that Hassan brought. It turns out that this is not at all new to the West. Something similar has long existed in Joseon. Hassan added one more thing. The new armor worn by the border guards and National Guard is real Western plate armor. It was impossible to create such armor based only on a book with a few illustrations brought from the Ming dynasty. Moreover, the Ming did not have the technology to simultaneously shape and smelt so much armor. Simply put, this is a completely new, unique technology. The deputy understood the subtext. The academician was hinting that all these ideas attributed to the West actually belonged to the Crown Prince. Yes, that's what I think, Hassan confirmed. But now he wanted to know, why did the prince himself claim that these were Western inventions? This matter required careful consideration. They were asked to remain silent for the time being, as it was a matter of life and death for all of Joseon. A few days passed. A letter arrived at Hassan's house. It was from the house of the deputy head of the laboratory. After reading it, Hassan immediately said, "I have to go somewhere tonight." We didn't have to wait long. Evening had already come. Mr. Hassan stood in front of the large door, peering nervously at it. Later, he was taken to his host, the very one who had been waiting for him for a long time. He immediately started the conversation with the question, "Why are you sweating so much?" And in an instant, Hassan realized that something extraordinary was happening here. But he couldn't even imagine who exactly was waiting for him behind that door. It was the king himself. Hassan instantly fell to his knees and began to bow and greet His Majesty. But the king stopped them with a gesture. He asked for silence and invited everyone to come inside. Now that everyone was gathered, he was ready to get down to business. He started with a simple one. There have been too many questions lately. Zhang Cho spoke about astronomy. In particular, the doubts that had arisen around the heliocentric theory. It seems that the prince was unable to explain it properly, because it was too obvious to him. Then Choi spoke, recalling His Highness's experiments and motives. He admitted. Then he had a clear feeling that the prince was making everyone think about difficult questions that he himself had long known the answers to. The king sincerely did not understand. Why was the prince doing this? What was his motive and how did it all start? Then Sun spoke up, suggesting that all this might be related to His Highness's age. Curious, the king asked, "Because of the age of the crown prince?" "Quite possible," he replied. "If you look at it more broadly, his actions had one goal: recognition. Based on his achievements, he accomplished great things. But without those results, would anyone even listen to his words?" The king listened carefully and agreed. It was quite likely that the crown prince was deliberately using the West as a cover to implement his own ideas. But after that, the king turned to Mr. Hassan. He asked, "Is it true that Western authors are as ruthless as His Highness claims?" Hassan replied, "Yes. Their pride, the legacy of the Roman Empire, is so high that it reaches the sky. They kill those who believe in other gods under the guise of the will of their god. Their lust for technology is as great as their lust for wealth." The king understood. If Joseon met such people without proper preparation, everything would happen exactly as the research prince had predicted. At this moment, the king stood up and ordered everyone to listen carefully to his decree. According to the ambassador, most of the inventions attributed to the West actually belong to the crown prince. This is what His Highness believes. But he publicly stated that these were Western developments. To, as they say, kill two birds with one stone. Thus, the prince can be protected by making other countries think that all ideas come from the West, and start a race for illusory profit. Hassan promised to keep this secret until the end of his days. The king also asked the others to swear by the name of the god they believed in. Time passed and the king was left alone, thinking about his son. If these are really his ideas, he must be a great scientist. But why did he speak with such excitement then? Should he hand over most of the state affairs to him? But a father should not be weaker than his children. And the king thought, "I will do everything possible to ensure that he sits on the throne and fulfills his dreams." But that same night, Almost all the nobles from the Bukchon and Xiaoqian districts were found with stab wounds. The next morning, the crown prince appeared before the throne. His younger brothers were also there. John stood with tears in his childish eyes. He could barely hold on. But the strangest thing is, why did he run out of the king's palace in tears? The Eastern prince was overcome by a strong feeling that something had happened again. And it was hardly good. At this point the king allowed entry. The crown prince didn't understand what was happening. Why was his mother and Jongseo here? And why did Yan run out of the palace in tears? Yan, who would later become Prince An Pyong, was Hyang's younger brother by 4 years. King and Queen Wanyan had 4 more sons after Yang Nyong, Hyo Ryong, and Chun Nyong. 3 of them died before their coming-of-age ceremony, and Grand Prince Seong Nyong died just 8 years after their wedding, leaving no descendants. So it was decided even then that Yan would inherit the title of his uncle Song Nyeon, and until a certain age, he would live between the palace and the late prince's house. The little princess was uncomfortable, but she knew she had to be patient, because the official ceremony would be held soon. One of the maids noticed that the princess was uncomfortable. When the girl asked what was happening, she heard, "A group of street performers have blocked the road." And she immediately became curious. She wanted to take a look. However, the accompanying man called the performance vulgar and advised the princess not to watch. But the girl, already red-faced, screamed, "I want it! I want it! I want it!" Of course, she got her way, and now she sat, enthusiastically watching the performance. The artists were happy. If even the princess was looking at them, it meant that the whole city would see her smile. The princess's eyes literally glowed with happiness. Meanwhile, the king asked one of the men to tell the third prince about the meeting that would take place tomorrow at the tea house. The king thought, Yan is much calmer and more obedient than Jongseo, Hyang, and Yu. Surely there won't be any problems with him. The next day, a quiet tea house by the water. And it was then that John decided to tell his father what he really wanted. And John's desire was unexpected. "I want to become a street artist." For the king to hear such a thing was almost unthinkable. He was simply speechless. That was why they had gathered here. Now the crown prince knew the reason why John had run out of the palace in tears. But the king understood the true purpose of Hyang's arrival, and asked him directly about it. Yu again requested permission to visit the laboratory exhibition hall. "I wish to limit my visits to only once a week, and have come to ask for your permission, Your Majesty." Seeing the king's look, he added, "I will meet with Yan myself and try to convince him. But in exchange, let me borrow Taejong temporarily." The king agreed without hesitation. "Okay. I trust him only to you." Several days passed. By the lake in the tea house, there was peace and quiet. On the table are delicious sliced fruits. John couldn't contain his excitement as he looked at the deliciousness and asked with a smile, "Can I eat all of this?" "Yes, these are all yours," the crown prince replied, explaining that his father had prepared these snacks especially for him. As soon as John had stuffed his mouth with fruit, the prince asked, "Do you really want to become a street performer?" Then he clarified, "Do you like their singing, dancing, or maybe their games more?" And then, directly, "You know that if you become one of them, you won't be able to eat your favorite fruits, yakva, or candy." Jonah didn't like that at all. The crown prince explained, "If you like watching more than performing, when you grow up and become a big man, you can invite artists to the palace and enjoy the performances as much as you want. If your name becomes famous," said the crown prince, "you can gather all the artists of the country and invite them to perform at your court. And know this. If you become a street performer, I won't be able to respect you. Look at yourself. How can you become a great man when all you dream of is a show? You will lose the trust not only of your brother, but also of your father, mother, and even sister." Hearing this, the little boy squealed, "I'll still be a big man." But the older brother continued, "It's very difficult. And for someone who doesn't study and obey, it's almost impossible." After these words, John promised he would change. The inquisitive prince promised in return, "If you study hard, I will take responsibility and show you the exhibition hall. And when you become a big man, you will invite all the street artists in the country and give them a tour. One is a railway fanatic, the other is a real nerd. Apparently God himself sent them. And if this continues, one would think that a whole team of fanatics from Jeongju would soon appear." Ministry of Finance. It's raining and windy outside. But it was warm inside, and important state affairs were decided there. But suddenly, there was a bright flash of lightning, and the situation became extremely tense. The lightning struck so close that one of the officials was frightened, and all the documents on the desk flew into the air. Another thought he had simply knocked over the table from fatigue. They already wanted to punish him for what they called his pathetic attitude towards work. One of the ministers wanted to understand what had happened, why he had acted so recklessly. No matter how hard I try, there won't be any more money. We don't have a penny, even our reserves are exhausted. Even if we overload the Ministry of Finance with work, there will be little benefit from it. Meanwhile, the king was busy reading. He knew it would be difficult, but he didn't think it would be this difficult. The reform was predicted to be completed in 10 years, but even the first step has not been taken yet. If it weren't for the Hyana Candy Company, the future budget would be impossible to manage. But the king could not allow the people to suffer for the sake of a ghostly future. After all, in this case, history will repeat itself, as with the previous dynasty. A few days later, the crown prince strolled through the courtyard, enjoying the silence. Along the way, he met two relatives, Uncle Yan and Uncle Hayo. Yu greeted them politely. It had been a long time, and he was curious about how they were doing. Uncle Jan remembered with a smile as if it were yesterday. I remember you reaching for my earrings, and now you're so grown up. But the second uncle quickly pulled Yan further because he had already offered to drink. It was clear that he had been drinking a little too much today. At that moment, the prince noticed his father standing nearby. He was extremely surprised to see his brother drunk in the palace, and he immediately turned to his son asking, "Where are you going?" "To morning training, your majesty," replied Yu. His father asked Yu to postpone studying today. It would be better to go for a walk with him. During the walk, the king said that he had invited several relatives to discuss some family matters. The uncles had arrived along with the elders. Relatives of the royal family also have ranks and receive salaries every year. And this is what embarrassed the king. The prince understood everything. Being a king and a father at the same time is not easy. The king explained. The elders agreed to reduce payments because if it comes to the welfare of the country, then even relatives have to suffer. But in simple terms, they thought they were going to be dumped. Salaries would be cut for 5 years, and then gradually restored to their previous levels. The prince could not hold back and said sincerely, his father's insight is truly impressive. He was about to go to the laboratory, but the king stopped him. No, not today. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Finance, they couldn't save a single penny in the reserve fund. And even before Chuseok, there were no stocks left. And then a more terrifying question arose. What if there was a flood or an epidemic? How would we survive without money? The senior official could no longer stand his subordinates' pessimism. Can't we at least sometimes see the world in brighter colors? And he ordered him to get back to work. But the problem with the empty treasury did not go away. He still had no answer. Maybe he should write a petition or take the matter to the local administration. At this very time, the crown prince was deeply concerned. The state-owned steel company was closer to internal conflict than he could have imagined. Since it was not possible to attract border troops, most of the budget went to creating new defense units. Thanks to my father's plan, we still managed to replenish the treasury somehow. But now it seems that there are no more funds left. And the most annoying thing is that he doesn't waste money. Everything goes to work. While pondering all this, the prince suddenly noticed a monk in front of him, and did not understand how he ended up there. The monk is probably heading to the palace to deliver another sermon. And at that very moment, as if lightning had struck the prince's head, an idea. He realized something and asked the man to wait here. Meanwhile, during the meeting, the king said bitterly, "The problem will remain as it is." But suddenly a messenger appeared with the words, "His Majesty requests an audience." The king allowed him to enter. As soon as the Eastern prince sat down in front of him, he immediately admitted, "Yes, there is no money. But that is not what I am here for." "How about starting to sell books?" the prince suggested. The king was surprised. He had never even thought about such a thing. Earlier, during the Ming dynasty, Joseon was forced to formally break off relations with Japan, although in reality, it continued to cooperate covertly. This was done to have at least some control over the atrocities of Japanese pirates. At that time, the shogunate government was friendly, especially Sukuju, the region geographically closest to Joseon. Diplomatic ties were established not only with Kyushu and Jidosho, but also with local barons such as Ochi, Shoni, Otomo, and even with Tsushima province. The crown prince reminded, "Haven't foreign countries ever asked us for wooden tablets with Buddhist inscriptions?" Everyone present thought about it. It really was, and it sounded completely true. The king confirmed that these were not just requests. In particular, the head of the shogunate himself made similar requests. It even reached the point of threats. They said that if they did not hand over an important book, the Tripitaka, they would declare war. A similar letter recently arrived. But we can no longer just give away things that, according to our beliefs, still contain the spirits of our ancestors. How ironic that a country that officially supports Confucianism and suppresses Buddhism wants to use engravings of Buddhist scriptures. But soon we will be able to print copies that will fully satisfy their demand, and customers will generously replenish our treasury. Simply put, the Crown Prince proposed printing the Korean Tripitaka at Hainsa Temple. One copy will be given to the general, another to the head of the shogunate. Kyushu, Kuju-Jidoshi, and the head of the Dene clan will also receive one copy each. The rest will be sold to local Japanese nobles, to the highest bidder. Prime Minister Myung-sa-seon cautiously remarked, "In that case, maybe we should keep the entire sale proceeds." But the king immediately made him apologize for this inappropriate suggestion. Then he asked the prince again, "Do you really want to sell 7 out of 10 Buddhist scriptures?" Because due to its name and limited quantity, the value of the Korean Tripitaka in Japan has increased incredibly. In addition, the prince added, "We will ask monks from all over the country to copy the engravings to create new books. And then we will take them abroad and sell them in foreign markets." It is important to understand, it will still not be possible to completely eradicate Buddhism from the country. But if the situation is gradually mitigated, public opinion will gradually balance out. Moreover, exporting Buddhist scriptures abroad does not contradict the policy of suppressing Buddhism. If texts created in Joseon spread throughout Japan, it could arouse genuine admiration for Joseon among the Japanese. After all the explanations of the Crown Prince, the king turned to the left-wing minister. "And how do you feel after my son's words? Are you still disappointed?" "No, Your Majesty. I have changed my mind. From now on, I will follow your will," the official replied. The king immediately ordered the immediate summons of the abbot of the temple, Haynes, and a representative of the religious sect. He wanted to meet them in person and give them the order. 3 months later, the residence of the Prime Minister of Japan, the head of the Dean clan, Aochi Moriharu, has arrived. Thanks to good weather, the delegation arrived without any problems. But the local monk asked in surprise, "What brought you from Jojin this time? Is it some trouble or theft again?" "Not yet. We have arrived by order of His Majesty. A gift awaits you in the garden," the guests replied. The delegation went outside, and the monk had no idea what awaited him. He couldn't even imagine what it could be. And now, the sheet falls off the mysterious object. Seeing this, the monk just exclaimed, "Wow!" Before him stood statues of Buddha, completely covered in gold. But the most valuable thing was inside. There lay the Heart Sutra, something he could only dream of before. It was a complete copy of the Korean Tripitaka from Hainsa Temple, the very one he had long wanted to obtain. "I am infinitely grateful to you. My roots come from Baekje. We, the Aochi family, will now work closely with Joseon," declared the excited monk. Kyuju Jidoshi had a similar reaction, but the head of the shogunate, Ashikaga Yoshimochi, was a little disappointed. He complained that it was not a woodblock print. Therefore, the monks asked for help in an important matter. From that very day, those who received the Tripitaka as a gift began inviting noble families to their homes, all in preparation for price competition. In the land of the rising sun, Japan, the Korean crown prince was already preparing the ground for price competition. Meanwhile, in 30 temples of Joseon, the brushes glided across the paper. Black was written on white in absolute silence. But suddenly a red spot appeared on the white sheet. Kwang Dok lost a few drops of blood from his nose. He was so exhausted. But what can I say? They all looked extremely exhausted. No one had really slept. When the mentor entered the room, he was informed Kwang Dok had a nosebleed. He immediately ordered the boy to go and rest for a while. But Kwang refused. He explained that he simply lacked enlightenment. "I'll meditate a little, relax, and everything will be fine." Since Buddhists in this country have always been persecuted, the current opportunity to work on the scriptures was seen by them as a real blessing. The elder said, "This is a chance from the Almighty. We must strive for God's sake. Don't we Buddhists constantly read these scriptures? You will be freed from earthly suffering by rewriting them," he added. These words charged the monks with energy. It was as if they had been electrocuted. Their eyes lit up again. It has been 2 months since the envoys set out for Japan with the Tripitaka from the Hain's temple. "We must have received many letters from foreign countries?" the king asked. Minister of Ceremonies Shin-san explained. A total of 15 noble families sent in their proposals with prices. The highest among them is 500 nyang in silver. This number sounded powerful. Everyone was amazed. The crown prince wondered, how much will it cost her? Because they don't use currency here yet. Obviously, it's a large sum if everyone is so surprised. Then the king remembered. How much rice could be bought for 1 yang of silver during the Ming dynasty? If I remember correctly, 1 yang could buy 2 bags of rice, one of the officials replied. So 500 yang is the equivalent of 100 bags of rice. You could get 50 yang in silver from a coin of that size. Taking into account the number of tripitakas and the labor costs, it is indeed profitable. But if you sell all 7 books at that price, it is a completely different story, the Crown Prince mused. And he added, the goal is to sell all 7 books at a high price. But you need to find a balance. Determine the average amount between the highest and lowest bid, and only then make a counteroffer to each buyer. The king listened to the young prince and only nodded. If we make a mistake, we will sell only a few books instead of all 7. Therefore, we must act carefully. Then Finance Minister Kim spoke up and suggested, why not consider payment in kind, for example copper or rice? The Crown Prince thought, an interesting idea. After all, if a nobleman can afford the tripitaka, then he definitely has lands rich in resources. After that, the king gave an order. The Ministry of Ceremonies, the Ministry of Taxes, and the Ministry of Public Works should join forces to decide which goods could be accepted in place of silver. But the prince had another unconventional option. The Korean tripitaka, copied in 36 temples of Joseon, will be given as a gift to all Japanese nobles who participate in the auction. This idea came as a real shock to the ministers. It seemed to them that the prince was simply going to throw away 15 books for free. But that wasn't the case at all. He saw it as an investment in future clients. The king, trusting his son's wisdom, agreed. Let's do as you planned. It was a very anxious and tense period, so much so that no one even noticed when the ominous wind of change suddenly blew from the north. The ministers stood at the door, waiting to be let in. A senior official opened it and asked if he could help them with anything. The ministers thanked him and invited him inside. His Excellency suggested that they disperse, but they replied that they still had work to do. A special meeting on personnel issues was held, also known as the Cho Gua-yeon Special Meeting. The Crown Prince was sincerely apologized for being late. The deputy chief was the first to apologize, and the prince understood perfectly well. After all, he was always busy with work. But the prince noticed that he looked strange. Problems with trade with Japan? He asked. But he replied, no, on the contrary, everything is fine. All 7 rulers of Japan have agreed to the counteroffer. They all accepted the set price, 500 yangs of silver, the highest possible. The Crown Prince sincerely thanked him for his hard work. Now that the budget has stabilized, the prince proposed moving on to the practical application of research results. First, he turned to John Sill. Did you test the pulley during the work near the Han River? Yes, Your Highness. We have already conducted tests using this mechanism. The results were impressive. The difference in efficiency between masters with and without a pulley was more than double. As expected, at this point the prince ended the meeting, but asked the head of the laboratory, Li Chong, to stay for a minute. He said a warm goodbye to everyone else, thanking everyone for their work. Li Jong-suk's first question was, what do you think should be the first step? The prince replied that the most important thing now was to increase agricultural productivity. This was what worried his father the most. Since it was about agriculture, the Crown Prince suggested moving on to creating an appropriate model. But his attention was distracted by a strange noise from the next room. Zhang immediately guessed that it was probably the exhibition hall where the model train was located. And, most likely, Prince Yu had come there. The prince put his hand to the door and heard from there, forward, the 3rd smart iron horse. Seriously? Prince Yu has already given the model train a name? At this moment, Yu himself appeared behind the prince, apologizing to His Highness for the noise. But he came with an important purpose, to warn that the Crown Prince was urgently summoned to the courtroom. All high-ranking officials were ordered to go there immediately. When everyone was gathered, the king explained the reason for the urgent convocation. An important report had arrived from the Ming dynasty. The 4th Ming emperor died. He was succeeded by the Hongxi emperor, whose reign is predicted to last less than a year. It turned out that the physiognomist and the doctor were right. The king ordered a delegation to be prepared to express condolences and asked what they knew about the new Crown Prince of Ming. Prime Minister Huang He said, he is an intelligent man, knowledgeable in both civil and military arts. He was supported by both the previous emperor and senior advisors. Therefore, he became Crown Prince at an early age. However, ominous rumors have emerged that cannot be ignored. The prince became curious. He listened carefully to every word. And in an instant, rumors spread. King Han, the father of the new emperor, was too ambitious. At such moments, the prince felt ashamed, because he did not know history, was not interested in it. And now he did not understand what he should do. There was not enough time even for his favorite things, not to mention everything else. Rumors circulated in Beijing that King Han had already been looking for a successor to the throne before the emperor's death, while he was bedridden. In this regard, the king of Joseon ordered, when forming a delegation, make sure that all the merchants who will be in the palace are his people. They should collect as much information as possible about the crown prince and the king of Han. At the same time, send messengers abroad with orders to strengthen border defenses and closely monitor the situation in Beijing. If the Ming dynasty falls into chaos, the consequences will be even more serious. The king sighed in confusion. You want to do one thing, but another happens. His hat fell to the ground, a symbol of loss of control. His Highness was furious. Nothing was working. The crown prince no longer knew what to do. Fatigue and weakness began to take over. A few days later, the Beijing mission in Joseon. It was late at night outside, but inside, someone was still awake. They were discussing the situation of the Han King and the political atmosphere in Beijing. It turned out that King Han was so ambitious that the fact of the emperor's death was hidden until he ascended the throne. One of those present did not understand how the situation could have gotten this far. But that's not all. King Han is rumored to be trying to convince his younger brother, King Zhuo, to take the throne in his nephew's place. The new emperor refused. Caught between two uncles, he has to keep under control. The king of Joseon ordered to strengthen border security and instruct judges to seize the opportunity to accelerate the rearmament of border guards. It was sad that even despite the crown prince's brilliant ideas that filled the treasury, everything was starting to fall apart. The feeling of injustice was no longer just saddening, it was genuinely irritating. The king was so angry that he slammed his fist on the table. Well, let's get to work. As they say, if your head hurts, you better get to work. Although, of course, this saying sounds a little different. After all, usually when you have a headache, it's better to rest. His Highness received a calm response to his joke, yes. At this point, the crown prince cautiously turned to his father. Can I borrow your hand for a moment? He asked permission to show something. In a few minutes, both were standing outside. The crown prince showed his father a strange device. The king asked in surprise why this thing was needed at all. At this time, a conversation was going on between them about how best to attract people to the state. The most important issue was the strengthening of trade and industry. But my son explained, urbanization is like the wind of change. It can be beneficial, or it can turn into the worst enemy. And my father knew it well. If the city's population began to suffer, the royal government would no longer be able to simply get out of the water dry. This is how the real hell will begin. Similar things have happened before. The French Revolution in Paris, the rise of communism. All of this was a response to the poverty and disenfranchisement of ordinary people. But the king asked his son not to worry. Tell me, how much time is left before the threat looms over our people? Moreover, the city council has not even been convened yet. How many people will leave their fields before urbanization reaches the required level? The crown prince asked. For such people, agriculture is like the three pillars on which the whole world rests. The restoration of trade and industry takes time. This is quite different from Europe, where urbanization arose naturally with the development of trade and industry. There, the Industrial Revolution was the catalyst for mass production. But here in Joseon, things are different. Even if the refugees are allowed to develop industry and trade, who will buy it, how, and for what? Rice in Joseon is not just food. It is both currency and the basis of survival. And there is a catastrophic shortage of grain. People are dying of hunger. Therefore, the king instructed the ministers of the left and right to study new agricultural methods in order to better understand the productivity of the fields. The crown prince mentioned, the Ming dynasty used the rice transplanting method. The king was surprised how his son knew this. He explained, last year, the left-wing minister was looking for books in the library, and he accidentally came across the necessary information. Until now, Joseon has used the direct sowing method, simply sowing into the fields. But transplanting reduces the need for labor and makes the work easier. There is only one problem. It is difficult to implement this at the national level. For now, it is worth simply gradually expanding the area under cultivation. After this conversation, the king looked at the strange structure standing before him. It has a drum in the front and a bicycle-like shape in the back. The crown prince called this device a little bit. He asked the team to demonstrate the development. They brought out long stalks of freshly harvested barley, First of all, they harvested the barley that had recently ripened. Until now, each grain had been processed by hand. Workers had to work with literally each one individually. Harvesting the crop itself is hard work, but cleaning the grain is even harder. An incredibly tiring task. This machine requires 2 people to operate. If you put the grain in a moving bucket and accelerate it strongly along the track, barley begins to fall to the ground, cleaned and ready for further processing. What he saw was truly impressive. The king immediately ordered that these machines should appear throughout the country by the next harvest. At the end of the same year, Joseon was actively conducting diplomatic negotiations with Japan, closely monitoring the precarious situation in the Ming dynasty, and within the country, agriculture and border fortifications were rapidly developing. But even in peacetime, no one was safe from fire. The village fire brigade acted promptly. A fire source was recorded. But as it turned out, it was only a small bonfire. Fortunately, the flames did not have time to spread. It was managed to be extinguished without even sparks flying. The chief came running here as soon as he received the report. He was told that there might be a real fire here. The firefighters showed exactly where the threat was and explained that everything was eliminated before the fire spread. Excellent, the prince commented on the inspection. The preparation was at a decent level. As the crown prince ordered, the firefighters did not miss a single spark. The crown prince also noted that Area 51 stores a lot of flammable and explosive materials, so it is important to be extremely careful. He whispered to Choi not to forget to report it personally. And while he was there, the prince decided to meet with the rescue team to inspire its members and express his gratitude. February of the year of Piono is 1426 according to the calendar. The minister reminded His Majesty, earlier this year he announced that he would participate in military exercises. Many officials eagerly awaited this event. Soldiers and warriors, passionately devoted to martial arts but limited by status, also craved this opportunity. The prince immediately understood that the minister had hurt his father. The king asked sharply, "When are we leaving?" The answer was straightforward, "Tomorrow. We're going to Joseon." The king immediately ordered urgent preparations for departure. The weather became clearer, but it was still cold outside, so it's worth taking more warm clothes. But the most unexpected thing was something else. The father pointed his finger at the crown prince and announced that he should also take part in military exercises. Against the background of the blue sky, a flag fluttered, symbolizing the beginning of the event. All soldiers were ordered to rush forward. Behind, under guard, the king was carried solemnly, and with respect. The king sat with the crown prince in a luxurious litter, both side by side, covered in warm cloaks. But suddenly the king began to lean to the side. He leaned to the right. The soldiers apologized. "Your Majesty, the road is very bad." After a few seconds, the king was led in another direction. Now he leaned to the left. Then he just sighed. "This road will definitely need to be repaired. Even though the snow has just melted, the condition of the road is terrible, and people drive on it every day." In mid-February, somewhere outside the city, a man lights a fire, but you can immediately see in his eyes that something is wrong. The flames begin to rise rapidly. The flames are already reaching the roofs of the buildings, and soon everything around is engulfed in fire. Above everything, only the ominous, insane laughter of the arsonist can be heard. A few days before that, at a party meeting, one of the men asked for permission and said, "Lately there have been 2 to 3 fires in the city every night, and the reason is not the negligence of citizens, but deliberate arson, probably by organized groups." He asked to allow officials to take turns on duty on the city's main roads, and also to reward guards with the criminal's property if he is caught. The king admitted that this was indeed a good idea, and praised the minister for his initiative. But he noted, "We should not put all the responsibility on local officials. We should make sure that the state council also provides support. While I am on military service, the city must be protected and well guarded. I will address this issue in more detail upon my return." These were the king's last words before leaving. And now, in his absence, the capital is engulfed in flames. The mistresses of the palace reported that a large-scale fire had broken out in the city. Her aunt wanted to get her out of danger immediately, but she ordered to immediately run and gather all the ministers, and send her a representative as soon as possible. Everything had to be done without delay. At this moment, a pregnant woman also needed to be saved. The servant Kiom arrived, bowed, and heard that he had an extremely important mission. She handed him the royal horse's token and said, "You must immediately inform His Majesty of the fire in the capital. He must return urgently." The servant was ready to risk his own life to carry out her order. Meanwhile, she gathered all available officials in the palace. There was no time for formalities. She immediately asked, "Have you determined the cause of the fire?" It was reported that the fire started near a private house to the southeast of the palace. Southeast. It's near the cemetery, she immediately noted. In addition, the fire spread quickly. The north wind drove the flames even further. She understood perfectly well. The situation had to be maintained until the king returned. Otherwise, important institutions and warehouses could be lost. There are not enough people to fight the fire, but there is no other choice. She ordered the evacuation of residents first, and only then to put out the flames. It is necessary to mobilize the police and civil servants to stop the spread of the fire. It's time to act. Enough sitting back. A loud signal echoed throughout the district, as if awakening a sleepy city. Those who were just lying there without strength began to wake up. The firefighter resolutely burst into the room. "Company up!" Even with the foam of sleep on their faces, no one understood what was happening. But in a moment, the shield is in his hands. Helmet on head, faces covered with cloth. There is no fear. You just need to act as they were taught. A rescue team has been mobilized for Area 51, without delay. Fire is a terrible phenomenon, and not even every brave firefighter can withstand it psychologically. One of them began to panic. His hands trembled, his eyes twitched. The chief ran up and sharply ordered, "Come to me, immediately!" The cemetery is very close by, but the wind has changed to the northeast. "Sorry, I won't be able to keep my promise," he said, clenching his fists. All the rescuers gathered together to discuss a plan of action. "We decided to bypass the fire zone via a side road, get onto the main road, and get to Jeonmyo as quickly as possible before the flames gain strength. And there, immediately destroy the private house so that the fire cannot spread to it." Meanwhile, the messenger sent from the palace had already caught up with the king. As soon as he heard the news, he immediately saddled his horse without wasting a second. At that moment, one of the firefighters reached the main road. Here the destruction seemed less significant. At first glance, the situation was under control. People managed to evacuate calmly, without panic, so the noise that was spreading could only be an exaggeration. But when he approached one house, something alarmed him. He shouted loudly, "Everyone has been ordered to evacuate. What are you doing here?" His words were addressed to the man who was sitting calmly in front of the door. He started making excuses that he was supposedly incontinent and that he was busy with personal matters. The firefighter walked past, not even suspecting that he had left danger behind him. Before that, he only briefly warned the man. After that, get out. But after taking a few steps, he suddenly thought for a moment. That man smelled of smoke. But as soon as it dawned on him that the fire hadn't reached here yet, and that it couldn't be a coincidence, it became clear. But it was already too late.